I have kidnapped an alien civilization. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576, Return to Yanda. Yanjing, Yang University. It was dawn. In the sky, dew and mist filled the air like a drizzle. At the school gate, Heo Wenji, the new president of Yang University, paced back and forth anxiously, rubbing his hands, and looked into the distance from time to time. He was wearing a dark grey Zhongshan suit, his face was ruddy and his expression was excited, and his grey and white hair had long been wet with dew. President, according to the itinerary notice, Professor Liemo will not arrive at our Yang University until 9 o'clock. Next to him, Vice President Wang Lifan was a little worried about his health. President Heo Wenji also realized his own loss of composure, sighed, and smiled bitterly. Lifang, to be honest, I have lived for more than 70 years, and have never been so nervous. President Heo Wenji thought for a while and added, when I think about meeting Professor Liemo, my heart is beating fast. More nervous than taking the college entrance examination. More excited than when I married your teacher's wife. After saying this, President Heo Wenji looked ashamed. Wang Lifan didn't think that President Heo Wenji couldn't hold his temper, because she was also so excited that she almost couldn't stand steadily. However, as the person in charge of this welcoming ceremony, she absolutely would not allow any mistakes to occur, and she just suppressed her inner excitement. Wang Lifan joked, don't let the teacher's wife hear this, otherwise you can only sleep on the sofa tonight. President Heo Wenji quickly covered his mouth, pretended to be panicked, and looked around. Then he covered his chest, and said with a look of relief, after surviving a disaster, you can't tell on me, the old woman really can do it. Wang Lifan looked at him as cute as an old child, and fell into deep thought. Yanda can persist until now, and this old child president has made an indelible contribution. A year ago, the former president of Yanda resigned from the position of president due to health reasons. At that time, mankind had just learned that the alien spacecraft was about to arrive, and was in chaos, and people in Yanda were also panicked. Many professors pessimistically believed that mankind would be destroyed, and resistance was meaningless. It would be better to realize their long-cherished wish of traveling around the world before the destruction. As a result, a large number of well-known professors resigned. In the fear of destruction, students were not interested in class, and some even became emotional and vandalized everywhere. 2 dormitory buildings were burned down maliciously, and the pavilion in the unknown lake was knocked down by someone at night. Seeing that the century-old Yanda University was about to be destroyed, a group of old professors in the school could not sit still. Although they had retired long ago and lived a life of leisure, they could not tolerate the collapse of this university full of their life's work. So, Professor Heo Wenji, who was well known for his authority in Yanda University, stood up. He joined 25 old professors and jointly sent a letter of help to the Earth Defense Bureau, hoping that they could send people to maintain order. Although there was chaos everywhere at the time, the Earth Defense Bureau had just been established, and the staff was tight. Liemo did not hesitate to send a working group of 200 people after receiving the letter of help. When the working group appeared on the Yanda campus, they showed the heavy firepower they carried with them without any concealment, and the chaotic situation was immediately curbed. Then, under the supervision of the working group, Yanda elected a new leadership team. Professor Heo Wenji was elected as the new president with an unquestionable advantage. At that time, considering his age, everyone thought that the new president would focus on stabilizing the situation after taking office, so that Yanda, a century-old university, could stand firm in the chaos. Unexpectedly, President Heo Wenji surprised all the school leaders at the first school affairs meeting. He proposed a talent collection plan. President Heo Wenji believed that North America was in turmoil, and many world-class universities had been burned down by panicked mobs. Yanda should take this opportunity to invite well-known professors and scholars from these universities. Invite them to come to Yanda to teach or conduct scientific research. In this way, on the one hand, Yanda's strength can be expanded. On the other hand, those professors can be saved from the dire straits in North America. The school leaders were quite puzzled by this plan. This gray-haired president was still thinking about expansion at this time. If Yanda had not been settled by the Earth Defense Agency, it would have collapsed long ago. Why was it still thinking about helping those foreign professors? Moreover, riots broke out in most parts of the world. Only China was stable, and it became a holy place on Earth. It is said that the world's billionaires would rather use all their wealth to exchange for a Chinese citizenship, but without exception, they were all rejected. In this case, will the Earth Defense Agency agree to Yanda's talent collection plan? However, out of respect for President Heo Wenji, the leaders voted in favor. Although President Heo Wenji is old, his work style is vigorous and resolute. On the second day after the plan was proposed, he submitted a list to the Earth Defense Agency through the on-campus working group. There are only 51 names on this list, but these 51 professors are all leaders in various disciplines. It can be said that, if these people join Yanda, the education and scientific research level in North America will regress by at least 10 years, and Yanda will become the world's top university. The leaders, including President Heo Wenji, did not expect that the Earth Defense Agency approved the talent collection plan on the day it was submitted. Even Director Emo suggested in his review that the contract signed by Yanda with those professors should be set to 100 years and a huge penalty should be agreed. The next day, the Earth Defense Agency sent another special working group to assist Yanda in implementing the collection plan. With the assistance of the working group, President Heo Wenji personally led a team to North America to interview those professors. The interview process went smoothly. Those professors who suffered from the riots signed their names on a harsh contract with a penalty of up to 10 billion for a century of work without any hesitation. They did not even make any demands for salary and treatment, but just hoped to leave North America as soon as possible. In this way, Yanda picked up the leaders of various disciplines at a cabbage price without any effort. Yanda has since become the world's top university. And the biggest contributor, in addition to President Heo Wenji, is Director Emo of the Earth Defense Agency. Thinking of this, Vice President Huang Lifeng understood why the president was so excited. She turned to the welcoming party at the school gate and shouted into the microphone, "Professor Emo is your senior, the pride of Yanda, the pride of Yanjing, and the pride of the human world." He led the Earth Defense Agency to annihilate the evil aliens who had been hiding on Earth for hundreds of millions of years. He will lead us to defeat the alien spacecraft that is about to attack. And today, Professor Emo is back. So, we must welcome him with the most enthusiastic attitude. Do you understand? I understand. At the gate of Yanda, more than 2,000 students held various red banners. Welcome Director Emo of the Earth Defense Agency to return to his alma mater. Welcome Professor Emo, Chairman of Mosey Technology, to Yanda. Welcome Professor Emo, Nobel Prize winner, to Yanda. When these red banners were waved, they looked like a huge red wave. Vice President Huang Lifeng was very satisfied. It is well known to everyone in the world that Professor Emo has a unique hobby for banners. There was even a small country that, in order to welcome Professor Emo to inspect, hung banners all over the road from the airport to the hotel where Professor Emo was staying. It is said that this small country bought a total of 1 million banners and mobilized 3 million people, while this small country has less than 5 million people in total. The sky gradually brightened, and more people walked on the street. People walking, riding bicycles, driving cars, and even taking buses, saw the lively scene in front of Yanda Gate and gathered around. An old man with pale hair, vigorous spirit, holding a big sword, asked, "Girl, Director Emo is coming to your Yanda?" Being called a girl, Vice President Huang Lifeng seemed a little happy. She hadn't heard this title for many years. With a smile on her face, she replied, "Yes, uncle. Director Emo graduated from Yang University. He came back to visit our school today. We are holding a welcome ceremony here." The wrinkles on the old man's face were instantly smoothed out, and he looked happy. He took out a mobile phone from his pocket and said with a leaky mouth, "Old Wang, I won't go to the morning exercise today. Director Emo will come to Yan University, and I want to see him in person." No one knew what was said on the other end of the phone. The old man smiled into the phone and said, "Then you'd better come quickly, or you will miss it." Everyone around heard what Wang Lifeng said, and they took out their mobile phones to notify their relatives and friends. Xiaopang, I have good news for you. Your idol is coming to Yanda today. Shufang, come to Yanda quickly. Don't ask anything. Just come quickly. Son, don't go to class. Take a taxi to the gate of Yanda quickly. Professor Liemo is coming. Come and get some talent. If there is a drone looking down from the sky of Yanjing now, you can see a strange scene. Many citizens suddenly poured out of the streets of Yanjing City. They lined up in a long line and began to flow like a black stream. Several streams converged together to form a big river. Hundreds of such rivers appeared in Yanjing. The big river flowed to Yanda from all directions and finally converged into an ocean at the gate of Yanda. Vice President Wang Lifeng looked at the crowd that kept pouring in and suddenly wanted to slap herself in the face. Who told you to talk too much? Yanda students holding banners were stunned to see more and more people at the gate. President Hao Wenji frowned. At present, there are at least 100,000 people surrounding the gate of Yanda, and people who heard the news in the distance continued to rush in. This is a huge safety hazard. He hesitated for a long time until he saw a child fall to the ground in the crowd. He finally made up his mind, took out his mobile phone and dialed a confidential number. The phone was connected after 2 beeps. A majestic voice came from the other side. Hello, President Hao Wenji, this is Liemo. Professor Liemo actually saved his number. Hao Wenji was excited again. His heart was beating so fast that he forgot how to speak. Hello, President Hao Wenji, are you listening? Hao Wenji pinched his thigh hard, using the pain to relieve his inner excitement, and then he was able to say a sentence smoothly. Professor Liemo, there is a little, small situation here at Yanda. The other side of the phone was very calm, as if waiting for him to continue. Hao Wenji took a deep breath and continued. We are preparing to welcome you at the school gate. We were discovered by passers-by. Now there are more and more people at the school gate. He couldn't even handle such a small matter, and he had to trouble Professor Liemo, an old professor who had bravely faced the thugs. Now he wanted to find a deep hole to crawl into. Hao Wenji was ready to be scolded, but to his surprise, Director Liemo just said lightly, I know, I will handle it, don't worry. Then the phone was hung up. In the sound of beep, President Hao Wenji breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Professor Liemo was generous. Earth Defense Bureau, Director's Office. In order to accompany Wu Sanwei home and visit Yanda by the way, Liemo came to the office at 5 o'clock in the morning. He needed to approve all the documents that should have been processed during the day before dawn. He resisted sleepiness, yawned, and flipped through documents from all over the world. Fortunately, Qin Beimian was a competent secretary. She had already sorted the documents by category so that Liemo could read the same type of documents according to the same idea. Even so, he still spent 3 hours and drank 3 cups of strong tea before he got all the work done. Finally done, Liemo stood up and stretched comfortably. Qin Beimian glanced at the time and reminded, Director, it's 8 o'clock in the morning now, you should leave. Liemo nodded and put the documents into the confidential box. Qin Beimian took out a Zhongshan suit from the closet in the next room. She knew that, since Professor Liemo became Director Liemo, he had abandoned the habit of wearing a suit on formal occasions and replaced it with the traditional Chinese costume, the Zhongshan suit with a stand-up collar. Director, let me help you change your clothes. Qin Beimian took the clothes, her face flushed with shame. Liemo, who had just finished yawning, was stunned for a moment. Qin Beimian is a business assistant, and such trivial matters are not her responsibility. Liemo now has a total of 5 assistants. Zhao Dang, who had just been removed from the position of captain of the Huaxia, served as the director's assistant and had the authority to handle simple matters on behalf of Liemo. Professor Feng Qingyang of Qing University served as a consulting assistant, responsible for providing professional advice and collecting the required information. Special nutritionist Jia Lifan served as a dietary assistant, responsible for Liemo's daily meals. Special fitness coach Wang Long served as a fitness assistant, responsible for Liemo's fitness plan. There is also Qin Beimian from Qing University, who serves as a business assistant and is responsible for assisting Liemo in handling daily affairs. The Earth Defense Agency once suggested that Liemo hire a personal assistant to help him with some daily chores, but Liemo refused. In his opinion, he is a healthy human with hands and feet. How can he not do things like putting on clothes and socks? Moreover, he can't accept a young girl doing such things for him. Chapter 577 Han Feng. Seeing Qin Beimian holding clothes, lowering her head, and walking towards him a little shyly, Liemo hurriedly said, "Assistant Qin, I can put on my clothes by myself." As he said that, regardless of Qin Beimian's disappointed face, he walked into the next bedroom and carefully locked the door. Liemo had just changed his clothes when his cell phone rang. He saw that it was a call from Yan University President Hao Wenji, so he answered the call. On the phone, President Hao Wenji reported that a large number of people gathered at the gate of Yan University. Liemo comforted him casually. He pushed open the door and walked into the office. Liemo said to Qin Beimian, who looked a little embarrassed, "Please ask Zhao Dang to come over." Although he removed Zhao Dang from his position as captain, he did not completely lose confidence in this young man, who had followed him for many years. Zhao Dang was naive by nature and stubborn in temper. He was definitely not qualified as a captain in charge of tens of thousands of soldiers, but he had been in charge of security affairs for many years, and he was perfect for handling such things. Qin Beimian took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhao Dang using the special code developed by the Earth Defense Agency. 5 minutes later, Liemo was sipping the green tea brewed by Qin Beimian, and there was a knock on the door. "Director, Zhao Dang is here to report." Zhao Dang, who was outside the door, was a little nervous. In the corridor, the air conditioning was turned on full, but a few drops of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his hand that knocked on the door just now was shaking a little. Zhao Dang kept taking deep breaths to relieve his inattention. At this time, Qin Beimian, who was wearing a grey professional suit and had long black hair, opened the office door. The girl Qin Beimian smiled and said, "Assistant Zhao, come in. The director is waiting for you." Although Qin Beimian's smile was very professional, Zhao Dang was very sharp and caught a glimpse of a blush on her fair and tender face. What happened? However, Zhao Dang didn't think much about it. He tidied his clothes and walked into the office. "Director, I'm here." In front of the desk, Liemo put down the teacup and turned on the large screen hanging on the wall. The large screen displayed ultra-clear real-time satellite photos of Yangjing City. Liemo said, "Look at this." Zhao Dang turned around, feeling a little surprised. Because, in the satellite photos, most areas of Yangjing were deserted, but countless black spots appeared on several streets in the northwest area. These black spots connected together to form a big river, which crowded these streets so much that they almost burst. Zhao Dang had never seen such a situation before. Why did those people gather together? What were they going to do? Zhao Dang couldn't help asking, "Director, what is this?" "This is Yanda." Liemo pointed to the center where the people gathered. Yanda as an assistant, Zhao Dang knew that this place was on Director Liemo's itinerary today. It seems that these people gathered at Yanda because Director Liemo appeared there, and so many people gathering together will inevitably cause safety problems. It seems that the director called him here to solve this situation. Zhao Dang felt that he had understood everything and said loudly, "Director, I will take people to clear the area around Yanda to ensure your safety during your visit to Yanda." Liemo slapped his head suddenly. Has Zhao Dang's IQ dropped to this level now? If the people need to be cleared out, is Zhao Dang still needed? Wouldn't it be faster to let the Earth Defense Agency send a team of soldiers? Zhao Dang saw Liemo's expression and his heart beat wildly. Oops, he guessed the director's intention wrongly. He whispered, "Director, you want me to ensure safety without dispersing the people? That's more like it." Liemo smiled and said, "How about it? Do you have confidence?" Zhao Dang stood up straight and saluted. "I guarantee to complete the mission." The words were firm, but his heart was beating fast. His eyes couldn't help but glance at the real-time satellite photo. The streets near Yan University were almost full of blackheads. There must be at least 1 million people. With so many people, the scene must be chaotic. How to ensure the safety of the director? Liemo saw him staring at the big screen in a daze and knew his worries. He said, "Of course, with so many people, it is definitely not possible to rely on the escort team alone. Let me give you the temporary command of the 5th Battalion. Zhao Dong of the 5th Battalion was delighted and saluted again. Please rest assured, Director, I will definitely complete the task. Although the 5th Battalion has the word 5 in its name, it does not have the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Battalions in front of it. It is an independent team with only 5,000 people, but they are all elite soldiers, and equipped with the latest high-energy ray guns. It is the most powerful team in the Earth Defense Bureau. With the assistance of such a team, Zhao Dong's confidence has increased a few points. When he led the security team out of the Earth Defense Bureau, the soldiers of the 5th Battalion had already been waiting on the street. The soldiers looked resolute, wearing black battle clothes, with umbrella shield logos on their chests, and a strange black iron box slung across their waists. They were riding in 500 armored vehicles respectively. Each armored vehicle was equipped with 2 anti-aircraft missiles. The most eye-catching thing is the armored barrier the size of a heavy truck in the center of the convoy. Its tall body is equipped with a constantly rotating radar. This is the latest equipment developed by Mosey Technology, a ground early warning system. It uses nanowave radar technology to monitor everything within a radius of 50 kilometers in real time with an accuracy of up to 5 millimeters. It is also equipped with the marksing system, which has integrated defense functions such as monitoring, analysis, and autonomous strikes. On the side of the armored barrier, there is a macro-missile dense array system, which consists of 10,000 macro-missiles with a diameter of only 10 centimeters and a length of only 100 centimeters. Although these missiles are miniature in size and their power is not even as powerful as ordinary artillery shells, they have functions such as precise positioning, automatic locking and tracking targets, and are very suitable for use in densely populated urban areas. What surprised Zhao Dong the most was that there was also a strange chariot in the convoy that looked a bit like a prism tank. The tank-sized chariot has a smooth body and no protruding muzzle. There is only a black metal tip standing on the roof, and a huge artificial crystal is inlaid on the metal tip. This is the light shield vehicle that Mosey Technology built, based on the light weapons of the Atlantis civilization. It is said that it can produce a light particle shield that can withstand the bombardment of tanks and artillery vehicles. Unexpectedly, Director Mo also equipped the 5th Battalion with this weapon that is still in the experimental stage. This 5th Battalion is not simple. When Zhao Dong was sighing, the captain of the 5th Battalion, Han Feng, stepped forward quickly and saluted. Report. The 5th Battalion has a total of 5,000 people, and the actual number is 5,000. We are ready. Please ask Assistant Zhao to issue the order. Obviously, Han Feng has already known the general situation. Although his expression is firm, there is a slight panic in his eyes that is well hidden. Zhao Dong returned a salute and smiled. Today's task is not simple. At present, 2 million people have gathered near Yanda. The situation is very chaotic. Old Han, you must be mentally prepared enough. Good guy, he has not started the mission yet, and he is already blaming others. Han Feng complained in his heart. In fact, these officers who have been in the military for many years have always looked down on Zhao Dong, an assistant who was originally a soldier in the special forces. A real soldier must experience life and death moments on the battlefield where bullets fly. Unlike Zhao Dong, who did not participate in a few actual combats, he was lucky enough to be noticed by Director Mo and became the captain of the bodyguard responsible for security. Then, after the establishment of the Earth Defense Bureau, he became the captain of the Huaxia. In the eyes of the officers, when Zhao Dong joined Mosey Technology, Director Mo, who was only a professor at the time, did not have any professional military talents around him, so he had to reuse this idiot. In fact, most of the officers and soldiers of the Earth Defense Bureau's Direct Corps welcomed Director Mo's removal of Zhao Dong from the position of captain. But they did not expect that Zhao Dong would become an assistant again after being removed from his position. Han Feng sighed. Director Mo likes to promote and use old people, and his reputation is well deserved. He pondered for a moment and said with a serious face, Assistant Zhao, according to the director's order, you are the commander-in-chief of this security mission, and our 5th Brigade is just assisting. So, please give the order. Han Feng was not shirking his responsibility. Director Mo did emphasize on the phone that Han Feng only needed to obey orders, and he was not allowed to express his opinions. unless Zhao Dang made a mistake in decision making. Zhao Dang didn't expect what Han Feng was thinking. He just asked Han Feng to give his opinion, but it was just a deliberate modesty. He took out the satellite communicator, pointed to the real-time image on it and said, "Old Han, you see, the people are currently mainly concentrated on the 4 main roads, namely North 4th Ring Road, Zhanwankan North Road, Wanquan Road and Yai Road. According to my original plan, the safest way is to directly disperse the people gathered on these streets, but it was rejected by directly MO." Han Feng looked at the real-time image and smiled in his heart. Did this guy forget that directly MO has always been low-key? Why would he clear the people for travel safety? Zhao Dang looked regretful and continued, "With so many people gathered together, no matter how strict the security is, it will be useless, so we must find a way to disperse them." Han Feng nodded. Although he had some opinions about Zhao Dang, he had to admit that this former bodyguard had a very clear understanding of security matters. The most difficult thing to control in security is the crowd. The crowd is mobile and difficult to monitor in real time. Moreover, criminals carrying guns, bombs, and even nuclear warheads can easily disguise themselves as civilians and blend in. With more than 2 million people gathered, even if the Earth Defense Agency dispatched 10 5th Brigades at the same time, it would not be able to conduct a detailed security check on everyone. Therefore, if the problem of crowd gathering is not solved, no matter how clever the security plan is, it will be empty talk. What do you think? Han Feng asked. Zhao Dang tapped the real-time image with his finger and smiled. It is better to disperse than to block. I suggest that the people can line up in a long queue along both sides of the street. Line up in a long queue along both sides of the street. Han Feng frowned and thought about the feasibility of Zhao Dang's method. These streets add up to at least 50 kilometers, and the length of both sides is 100 kilometers. If everyone lines up neatly, shoulder to shoulder, it is indeed possible to stand. This is a good idea. Han Feng instantly realized the beauty of this plan. The reason why people gathered from all directions to Yan University was to welcome directly MO in person. They lined up on both sides of the street to achieve this wish. At the same time, because the people were lined up in a row and did not gather together, once the criminals made any unusual movements, they would be discovered by the people or security personnel, and naturally they could not launch an attack. It seems that Zhao Dang is quite capable to be able to sit in the position he is today. Han Feng nodded and said, "The idea is good, but how can you ensure that the people will follow our plan and take the initiative to line up in a long line? A good plan must be simple and feasible while ensuring the results." Zhao Dang stared at him with his eyes and smiled. "It depends on you." Han Feng was a little confused and pointed at himself and asked, "Me? This guy, is he going to play some tricks on himself again?" Zhao Dang nodded and smiled. "I suggest that the 5th detachment be divided into 9 teams, 8 order maintaining teams, and 1 security mobile team. The order maintaining team will use loudspeakers to speak to the public along the streets, suggesting that they take the initiative to line up along the streets. I believe that given the status of our Earth Defense Bureau in the hearts of the people, they will take the initiative to cooperate." Han Feng nodded. This is true. After the establishment of the Earth Defense Bureau, it was immediately warmly welcomed by the people. In particular, after the Shuxian, which had been hidden on the Earth for hundreds of millions of years, was annihilated by the Earth Range Bureau, the relevant information about the Shuxian and the Annihilation War related to the fate of mankind were gradually decrypted. At that time, TV, the internet, newspapers, and even radio stations were broadcasting news like this all day long. Shocking, a group of aliens had already arrived on Earth before humans were born. Horror, the extinction of prehistoric civilization turned out to be a conspiracy of the evil Shuxian organization. Horror, Shuxian has kidnapped tens of thousands of talented young people from the human world for hundreds of years, just for the sake of evil. Shuxian actually hid a weapon that can destroy the Earth in the asteroid belt. Shocking, Shuxian spy who infiltrated the Earth Defense Agency actually has extraordinary abilities. Surprise, the Earth Defense Agency showed its power and used 3 interstellar battleships to flatten Shuxian. Humanity is saved. Directly MO personally announced the news of Shuxian's destruction. High energy light weapons, the future of human weapons. As the news fermented, all humans were shocked by Chen Shuxian and broke out in a cold sweat. Especially when they learned that Chen Shuxian had actually created a weapon that could destroy the entire Earth. They were even more scared. Chen Shuxian's alien identity, the extraordinary abilities of his ancestors, and their history of destroying several prehistoric civilizations all made Chen Shuxian an evil enemy that seemed absolutely impossible to defeat. And to a certain extent, humans are actually Chen Shuxian's pets, always under Chen Shuxian's surveillance, and there is no possibility of resistance at all, let alone defeating Chen Shuxian. However, the Earth Defense Agency gave the world's humankind a big surprise by destroying the Holy Mountain through an unprecedented war, shocking everyone. Chapter 578 Chaos. The three huge interstellar battleships full of science fiction, the indestructible high-energy beam weapons, and the wise strategies shown by Directly Mo throughout the war, were all highly praised by the people. The Earth Defense Agency became a hero for all mankind. Directly Mo became a hero for all mankind. On the second day after the news broke, countless people gathered in front of the gate of the Earth Defense Agency to celebrate. They held flowers, pulled up banners, sang and danced, celebrating the victory of the Earth Defense Agency like celebrating traditional festivals. Primary school students handed the pictures of Directly Mo fighting monsters to the guards at the door. Amateur singers dragged Bluetooth speakers and sang affectionately on the street. The poet with long hair wrote a poem with deep feelings. Young girls with good figures held up photos of Directly Mo, shook their youthful bodies, and shouted, "Directly Mo, we want to give birth to a baby for you." Everyone called out loudly, hoping that Directly Mo would come out, give a victory speech, and celebrate the rescue of mankind with them. In front of the Earth Defense Bureau, there was a great bustle, and cheers resounded through the sky. The director in charge of security had already reported to Liemo about the people gathering to celebrate the great victory. Liemo raised his head from the pile of documents and said lightly, "It's not time to celebrate yet." After learning that Directly Liemo would not appear at the celebration site, although the people were a little disappointed, they expressed their understanding and became self-happy again. In the following week, the flower shop owners in Yangjing made a lot of money because the flowers were snapped up by the people after only 1 hour of business every day. If they were not afraid of the fair price order issued by the Earth Defense Bureau, the flower shop owners might have sold the flowers by auction. Where did these flowers go? Of course, the people bought them and placed them at the door of the Earth Defense Bureau. Because there were too many flowers, there was no room at the main entrance, and the people had to place the flowers along the wall. From a distance, it looked like a colorful carpet. As more and more flowers appeared, the head and tail of the carpet were finally connected together. The Earth Defense Bureau was completely surrounded by flowers. From a high place, it looked like standing among the flowers. The air of the Earth Defense Agency was filled with the rich fragrance of flowers. This was a pity for those staff members who were allergic to flowers. They had to wear gas masks to work every day. This situation lasted for a week. Finally, the sanitation department mobilized 150 heavy trailers to clean up the nearby flowers. Those staff members of the Earth Defense Agency who needed the protection of security personnel every time they went to work to break through the barriers of enthusiastic people thought that they could resume their peaceful lives in the past and no longer have to wear torn clothes to work. They still underestimated the enthusiasm of the people. The people transferred their love for Directly Liemo to ordinary staff members of the Earth Defense Agency. As a result, those young staff members who were not married yet became popular in the blind date market. It is said that, as long as you talk to the girl intentionally or unintentionally during the blind date, that you work at the Earth Defense Agency and intentionally or unintentionally show the umbrella shield logo. Those beautiful girls who were originally extremely arrogant instantly became warm in attitude. After just an afternoon of chatting, they could confirm the relationship in the evening. The next day, the girl's parents would bring a generous gift to propose marriage. On the third day, the Earth Defense Agency lost one single young man. This speed was a bit surprising. According to the statistics of the Internal Affairs Department of the Earth Defense Agency, after the annihilation of Chen Shuxian, the single rate in the agency dropped drastically from 20% to 5%, which also includes those singles, those with unknown gender preferences, and Wu's big yellow dog. Therefore, The public's love for the Earth Defense Agency has reached a new height. In this case, Han Feng felt that Zhao Dang's plan might be realized. He nodded and said, "I'll arrange it now." After he finished speaking, he turned and ran towards the convoy. "Wait." Zhao Dang's voice came from behind. Han Feng turned around. Zhao Dang said sincerely, "Old Han, I know there may be some misunderstandings between us, but this is related to the safety of the director, so." Han Feng's face suddenly darkened, and he said sternly, "Zhao Dang, what the hell do you think of me? In your eyes, am I, Han Feng, a man of steel, so unbearable?" Although Han Feng really disliked Zhao Dang and thought that he had not experienced the test of war, he would never deliberately do bad things at work, not to mention that it was related to the safety of the director. It can be said that no one in the Earth Defense Agency would tolerate such a thing. Zhao Dang's words were absolutely an insult to his personality. Zhao Dang saw that Han Feng was really angry and hurriedly smiled and said, "Old Han, don't think too much, I'm just too concerned." Han Feng glanced at him fiercely and said loudly, "Don't worry, Assistant Zhao, Old Han, was promoted by Director Li Mo, so I naturally know the importance of this matter. Even if I risk my life, I will definitely complete the task." After saying that, he no longer looked at Zhao Dang, who was embarrassed, and turned around and ran to the soldiers of the 5th Detachment who were waiting on the roadside. "Captain, what is the task today?" Several team leaders saw him running over with a sullen face and hurriedly jumped off the armored vehicle and stood at attention. Han Feng said, "We will carry out a security mission. Director Li Mo will inspect Yan University, and the news has leaked out. Now the citizens of Yanjing are flocking to Yan University. At present, there are about 2 million people gathered there." Several team leaders' faces suddenly changed when they heard this. 2 million people. That's a lot. It's too dangerous. Should we suggest that the director change his schedule? Yes. It's absolutely impossible to guarantee the director's safety 100% in this environment. Han Feng's already sullen face suddenly darkened, just like the sky before a rainstorm, with dark clouds. The team leaders immediately fell silent and lowered their heads. If the mission is simple, does the director still need to mobilize our 5th detachment? What is the 5th detachment? Tell me. The team leaders held their heads high and shouted loudly, "The 5th detachment is Director Li Mo's sharpest sword, indestructible. The 5th detachment is Director Li Mo's strongest shield, resisting all harm." They shouted at the top of their lungs, and their momentum shook the sky. Han Feng's face eased and he said, "Bring the map, and arrange the mission." Pu Haining, the leader of the first team, snatched the map from the combat staff, and spread it on the ground. Han Feng bent down and circled an area on the map with a marker. "Look, everyone, the areas where people gather are mainly on the North 4th Ring Road, Zhangwankan North Road, Wanquan Road and Yai Road. We need to evacuate the crowded crowd and let them line up in a row." Pu Haining, the leader of the first team, frowned and asked in confusion, "This plan looks simple, but it is not easy to implement. I don't know what principles we should uphold." Han Feng smiled and said, "The people gathered are ordinary people, that is, you and our brothers and compatriots. What principles do you think should be used?" Although his tone was stern, he did not mean to blame Pu Haining, the leader of the first team. It was the practice of the 5th detachment to formulate principles before each battle. Different principles led to different means and attitudes of the team members in carrying out their tasks. For example, in the Shenshin Annihilation battle, the 5th detachment entered Shenshin as the advanced team and adopted the principle of killing without mercy when encountering resistance. That is to say, in Shenshin, even if an unarmed person spits at the 5th detachment, the soldiers will kill him immediately. Pu Haining, the leader of the first team, nodded heavily. "Understood." Han Feng stood up and ordered, "Now we need to divide into 8 teams to carry out the mission, and leave 1 team for mobile support, and we only have 4 regular teams. So, each team is divided into 2, led by the chief and deputy team leaders respectively. I will personally lead the mobile team and provide support at any time. Do you understand?" Several team leaders stood at attention and answered loudly, "Understood." Han Feng said excitedly, "This mission is extremely difficult, and it is related to the safety of Director Li Mo, so I ask you to do your best to complete the mission." Several team leaders answered loudly, "Captain, please rest assured, there are no cowards in our 5th detachment." Han Feng laughed. "Okay, now carry out the mission immediately. Report information at any time." Several team leaders ran back to the armored vehicle and called the team members. It can be seen that the soldiers of the 5th detachment are all well-trained soldiers who have been on the battlefield for a long time. It took them only 10 minutes to complete the formation task. A long dragon split into 4 small dragons and roared away along the wide street from the gate of the Earth Defense Bureau. At this time, the gate of Yanda was already blocked by the crowd. The streets were full of people. The green belt had been trampled flat. Several young men even climbed onto the guardrail of the drainage ditch. Wang Lefeng, vice president of Yanda, saw this scene and wanted to die. In this case, how could Professor Liemo get to Yanda through the dense crowd? However, she knew that now was not the time to regret, because there were constant unexpected situations in the crowd. Several old men were in the crowded crowd. Their faces were red, tears were streaming, and they were trembling all over, looking like they were about to faint. A child was squeezed by the crowd and cried loudly. Several girls in cool clothes kept dodging the salty hands that were accidentally stretched out in the crowd, and their little faces were pale. Wang Lefeng, vice president of Yanda, walked up to the president Hao Wenji and suggested, "President, I think we should immediately organize all the teachers and students of the school to go and maintain order." She knew that if the people had any unexpected situation here, she, the vice president, would inevitably be blamed. President Hao Wenji looked at the chaotic scene with a frown. He thought for a moment and said, "You should immediately ask all our Yanda students to change into red volunteer uniforms and form a team of 5 people to go out of the school to maintain order." He saw Wang Lefeng was about to rush into the school gate and added, "There are a large number of loudspeakers in the warehouse of the logistics department. You should ask Director Liu to take them out and distribute them to the students." President Hao Wenji was now somewhat fortunate that he had asked the logistics department to purchase these loudspeakers in order to deal with the chaotic situation at Yanda. Vice President Wang Lefeng nodded and ran into the campus at a very fast speed. Fortunately, she was wearing flat shoes. If she was wearing high heels, she would have sprained her ankle. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the fiery red sun rose from the east and hung low in the blue sky of Yanjing. The temperature gradually rose, and the people who were crowded were already sweating profusely. The thin gauze on the girls in cool clothes had been stuck to their bodies by sweat, and some beautiful places were particularly conspicuous. The heat made the people begin to feel uneasy, and their inner anger began to rise, gradually surging towards the gate of Yanda. Seeing this, President Hao Wenji immediately ordered the students in the welcoming team to hold banners and surround the school gate. Hao Wenji, who had experienced the chaos, knew how terrible the irrational crowd was. He was even mentally prepared to order teachers and students to retreat to Yanda first. Unexpectedly, after the more than 20 red banners blocked the gate of Yanda, the originally agitated people gradually calmed down, gradually sobered up, and stopped crowding. "Yes, we came here to welcome Director Liemo. How can we rush Yanda?" Director Liemo once denounced the rioters in North America on TV. "What's the difference between me and the rioters? Everyone, hold on a little longer. Director Liemo must be on the way." Seeing this, President Hao Wenji breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat on his face. Unknowingly, his clothes were soaked with sweat. Fortunately, Vice President Wang Lefeng acted quickly and led a large number of students wearing red volunteer uniforms to pour out of the school. She walked up to Hao Wenji and said, "President, considering the urgency of the situation, I have organized the students of the School of Physical Education first. Now the teachers of the Academic Affairs Office are explaining the situation to the students of various departments. These students are indeed athletes, with strong bodies, muscular bodies, and most of them have short flat heads, which makes them look particularly energetic." President Hao Wenji nodded repeatedly. "Okay, let the students maintain order immediately, especially those who need to help the elderly, women, and children trapped in the crowd. If their physical condition is really not good, let the students send them to the Yanda medical office for treatment." Vice President Wang Lefeng walked up to the college students and conveyed the president's words. The young men were divided into groups of 5 and walked into the crowd with loudspeakers. "Hello everyone. Today is a day when Professor Liemo visits Yanda. We understand that everyone is eager to see the professor, but please don't crowd. Please move aside and leave space for those uncles. Girls wearing belly-bearing clothes over there, please come over here. We are all lesbians here. It's raining and thundering. Everyone go back and collect your clothes." As the red support uniforms joined the crowd, the chaotic situation gradually improved. Those who were unwell were sent to Yanda for treatment, and the girls gathered in a separate area. But to President Heo Wenji's regret, no matter how the students persuaded them, the people were unwilling to leave. Now they can only wait for the comrades from the Earth Defense Bureau to maintain order. Chapter 579 Qualified Audience. The summer in Yanjing was extremely hot. Under the scorching sun, the steam from the asphalt road distorted the surrounding scenery, and the cicadas on the trees stopped chirping because of thirst. Even though there were volunteers trying their best to maintain order in the crowd, it was still gradually chaotic. More and more elderly people were sent to the Yanjing campus by students. President Heo Wenji was already sweating profusely. He looked up at the flaming sun and thought that if it could rain now, the crowd might disperse. There was no heavy rain, but a small black dot appeared in the blue sky. Was he dazzled by the heat? President Heo Wenji rubbed his eyes, and the small black dot did not disappear, but gradually grew larger, and there were more small black dots behind it. At this time, the sound of the propeller stirring the air came over. President Heo Wenji almost jumped up with excitement. The comrades from the Earth Defense Agency were here. The crowd also heard the noisy sound and exclaimed, "It seems to be a helicopter from the Earth Defense Bureau. Is it Director Liemo? He won't fly directly into Yanda, then we'll have waited in vain." President Heo Wenji saw the helicopter gradually grow larger, from a small black dot to a normal size. When it hovered over the crowd at the gate of Yanda, the umbrella shield logo on the side of the helicopter was clearly visible. "Dear fellow countrymen, brothers, and sisters, hello. We are the 5th Detachment of the Earth Defense Bureau. Now we are under the order of Director Liemo to maintain order. Please cooperate." The tweeter mounted on the helicopter suddenly sounded, sending a clear and majestic voice to the ears of everyone at the scene. Noise rose in the crowd. "So it's not Director Liemo. I told you that helicopters are too unsafe. Director Liemo would never ride them. The 5th Detachment, that sounds familiar. You are ignorant, right? The 5th Detachment is the ace team of the Earth Defense Agency. They once attacked the Sacred Mountain as a vanguard. Oh, so they were the ones who beat the ancestors so badly. Awesome. Brother, come down and take a photo." Of course, the soldiers on the helicopter had no intention of landing. They just repeated the words loudly. At this time, another 4 helicopters also rushed over. The loudspeaker sounded, "Repeat it again now. The Earth Defense Agency understands that everyone is looking forward to seeing Director Liemo, but your gathering together like this may pose a threat to Director Liemo's safety." The crowd was in a commotion. "We are all unarmed civilians. How could we hurt Director Liemo? What's more, Director Liemo is a hero. How could we hurt him?" "That's right. That's right." The soldiers on the helicopter continued to shout, as if they had heard their discussion. "We at the Earth Defense Bureau know that everyone will never harm Director Liemo, but we are afraid that some people with ulterior motives are hiding in the crowd. So, now the Earth Defense Bureau asks everyone to line up in a long line along the street. This will not only ensure that everyone can see Director Liemo, but also prevent those with ulterior motives from having a chance to attack." On the helicopter, the soldier who was shouting read aloud the speech written by Captain Han Feng, with a strange expression on his face. The language was too straightforward, just like educating kindergarten children. But it was precisely the straightforward speech that made the people instantly understand the concerns of the Earth Defense Bureau. They looked at each other. "That makes sense. Isn't it not good for us to gather here like this? Why not just follow what they said and line up?" As they spoke, the crowd began to slowly move to the periphery, and the traffic sign on the asphalt road at the school gate finally saw the light of day again. At the school gate, President Heo Wenji, who had been paying attention to the situation, burst into tears. "Uncles, you only now realize that your behavior is inappropriate. I, an old man, am so anxious that I'm about to faint. Although the crowd began to retreat, the whole process was extremely slow due to the large number of people, and some people were scrambling for the front and back of the seats. Everyone knows that Yanda has arranged such a grand welcome lineup, and directly Emo will definitely get off here and shake hands with the school leaders. In other words, the closer to the school gate, the greater the chance of seeing Liemo himself, and everyone is naturally reluctant to go to the back. Fortunately, the soldiers of the 5th detachment on the helicopter have slid down from the airborne rope and quickly maintained order. The soldiers wore majestic black uniforms, with a golden umbrella shield logo on their chests, black tactical helmets on their heads, and a black iron box on their shoulders. The people calmed down immediately. They had vaguely guessed that the black iron box should contain high-energy light weapons that could kill their ancestors. They began to take turns and lined up in a long line along the street. With the soldiers maintaining order, President Heo Wenji breathed a sigh of relief. "Principal, would you like to change your clothes?" Vice President Wang Lefeng, who had just sent an old man to the school hospital, said. President Heo Wenji then realized that his soaked blue shirt had been dried by the scorching sun, and the white wet stains on it were particularly conspicuous. However, he still shook his head and smiled. Professor Liemo is a casual person. He will not have any opinion of us at Yanda because of what I wear. President Wang Lefeng said half doubtfully. At a temporary site 20 kilometers away from Yanda, a tall RV was parked on the side of the road. Several soldiers in camouflage uniforms walked towards the bushes on the side of the road with high-precision mine detectors. They moved so slowly that the birds pecking at insects not far away were still attacking a bean caterpillar without knowing it. Zhao Dang, standing under the shade of a tree, watched the live video sent by Han Feng and smiled. This old Han is really quick to act. It has only been a short while, and he has evacuated more than half of the people. It seems that I have to speed up my actions here. After speaking, he picked up the communicator and asked, "Bomb disposal team, report the progress of the mission." 10 minutes ago, the security clearance team led by Zhao Dang found a suspected target in the woods on the side of the road, and had to send 5 soldiers with rich experience in bomb disposal to investigate. Installing high-energy bombs on the road, where the target is moving, is also one of the assassination methods commonly used by those with ulterior motives. On the one hand, the cost is very low. In some countries in riots, a remotely controlled bomb may be exchanged for 10 kilograms of rice. On the other hand, the effect is good. As long as the power of the bomb is strong enough, even if the target is riding in a bulletproof car, it will not survive. Third, it is easy to retreat. The bomb can be detonated remotely, avoiding the danger of being captured on the spot. This is the main reason why those with ulterior motives choose high-energy bombs. They attack the Earth Defense Agency without a clear idea, just to cause chaos in the world. Zhao Dang, who has been in charge of security affairs for many years, is naturally familiar with this method. He borrowed a Shield second bomb disposal vehicle from Fang Lanshan, who is now managing Mosey Technology. This bomb disposal vehicle is equipped with the latest nanowave radar developed by Mosey Technology, which can detect high-energy bombs within a radius of 2,000 meters. The bomb disposal team did not respond immediately, and Zhao Dang looked anxiously into the woods. Assistant Zhao, it was a false alarm. It was just an aerial dud located more than 10 meters underground. Its surface has already turned red rusty. It looks like it has been there for some years. At this time, a voice came from the intercom. Zhao Dang breathed a sigh of relief, and was also relieved. Fang Lanshan was not bragging. The nanowave radar was really powerful. It could even detect such old goods. The bomb disposal team came out of the woods, not caring to clean the dirt off their bodies. Zhao Dang urged the safety clearance team to continue moving forward. Although directly MO did not set a time limit, the longer the time dragged on, the farther the news spread, and the greater the pressure on security work. The Shield second bomb disposal vehicle continued to move forward for 10 kilometers, and did not find any abnormal targets. Zhao Dang, who was sitting in the middle of the car, saw people constantly walking towards this side. They took turns, lined up in a long line, and stood on both sides of the road. Zhao Dang looked at the radar map. It was 30 kilometers away from Yan University. It seemed that Han Feng had completed his mission well. Speed up the pace. We have to complete the clearance within 2 hours. Earth Defense Bureau, Director's Office. Liemo sat at his desk, waiting for Zhao Dong to send back a message. Wu Sanwei sat on the sofa, sipping the tea handed over by Qin Bamian. In the glass, the green tea leaves stretched out their branches and leaves, spiraling up, which was very beautiful. Wu Sanwei opened his mouth several times and finally said, "Professor Liemo, what kind of person is my father? He left home when he was young, and even though he came back once in the middle, the time for the father and son to reunite was very few." Wu Sanwei was still a little curious about this nominal father, even though he knew that he must love him deeply. Perhaps behind this curiosity, there was a hint of nervousness. Liemo raised his head and said, "Sanwei, Professor Wu can be said to be my mentor. It was his wisdom that brought me from a small town to Yanda." Wu Sanwei nodded, but he didn't agree with this statement in his heart. He had decided to join the Earth Defense Agency, so he naturally read Liemo's autobiography and knew that this young man, who was almost the same age as himself, had proved several world-class mathematical problems in succession before he was able to officially enter the international mathematical community. In this process, Professor Wu did not play a big role. It can also be said that Professor Liemo has such a superhuman talent. Without Professor Wu, there would be Professor Wang and Professor Liu who would extend an olive branch to him. Even if there was no Yanda, there would be Qingdao University, Zhejiang University and even top foreign universities to invite him to study abroad. Liemo continued, "In my impression, Professor Wu is more of a mentor than a teacher. He lets me know what I should and shouldn't do. This is very important." He paused, raised his head, and stared at Wu Sanwei. "Do you understand what I mean?" Wu Sanwei nodded. For a gifted scientist like Professor Liemo, a correct life direction is very important. He can use his brain to become a genius scientist and make great contributions to the progress of human science and technology. He can also go astray and use his intelligence in some improper places and perhaps become a public enemy. If ordinary people go astray, the final result is nothing more than committing a major crime and being punished by law in the end, causing limited harm. A genius like Liemo, if he goes astray, is likely to provoke a bloody war and cause irreparable harm to mankind. Liemo recalled the past, his face full of happiness, and smiled. "To be honest, those days at Yanda were the happiest time of my life. With Professor Wu standing high up to protect me from the wind and rain, I didn't have to think about anything, just to do research with all my heart. I remember that time, in order to help me borrow the right to use the Sky Eye, Professor Wu used his decades-old connections. Although he just told me lightly that the Sky Eye had been borrowed, I know the efforts he made in the process. And that time, in order to help me avoid the siege of reporters, Professor Wu hid me in the school hotel." Recalling the past, Liemo opened up the chatterbox. He couldn't share this happy past with Zhao Dong, couldn't share it with Shen Shuxian, and Chen Shuxian was on a special mission. Sometimes, having a qualified audience is also a happy thing. Once, I remember it was the second half of the freshman year. Liemo tried his best to recall the specific time. Wu Sanwei put down his teacup and said with a smile, "Professor Liemo, I remember you graduated before finishing your freshman year." Liemo looked strange, smiled and said, "That was the first semester of graduate school." He was complaining in his heart, "This guy actually memorized all my information. It's not good to think of versatiles like this. It's boring." Wu Sanwei spread his hands, meaning that you can say that. Liemo continued, "Anyway, I hadn't graduated yet. Once during a traditional festival, Professor Wu invited me to his home. As he said that, he stared at Wu Sanwei. The teacher personally cooked a table of dishes, and we teachers and students drank and talked happily, but the teacher drank too much and got drunk." Wu Sanwei looked nervous. He wanted to know why his father would say the above words after getting drunk. Liemo sighed and said, "Seeing that the teacher was drunk, I wanted to help him to the sofa beside him, who knew that he suddenly burst into tears. Do you know how it feels to be a student and see your respected teacher burst into tears?" Wu Sanwei shook his head. Liemo smiled bitterly and said, "I'm very nervous." I could only stand there at a loss. At this time, Professor Wu seemed to wake up. His eyes were red, and he told me in pain that he had a son named Wu Sanwei who was taken away by the succumb when he was young and later died abroad. Wu Sanwei was stunned. He knew that his father would be sad because of his death news, but he didn't expect that his father would be so sad that he cried in front of his students. What kind of pain is this? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580 Father and Son Meet. The atmosphere in the director's office of the Earth Defense Agency was very solemn. Kinbamian was restless, her pink face full of embarrassment. She tried to stand up several times, but sat back down. Wu Sanwei's face was heavy, his mouth was trembling, and his calves were shaking a little. Liemo sighed and continued, "It was on that night that I saw the letter you wrote and learned about the succumb for the first time." The letter was stained with tears. It was obvious that Professor Wu had read it countless times. He was puzzled by the article "The Story of the Bronze Statue Kingdom" above. So, while he was drunk, he wanted me to analyze the metaphor behind it. Liemo laughed at himself and said, "Unfortunately, the story was very obscure, and I couldn't figure out the secret behind it at the time. In the Bronze Statue Kingdom, the hot-tempered Sky Prince created an alarm clock that could destroy the entire kingdom in order to snatch Wang Wei. This alarm clock used a countdown as a trigger. With the help of the Cube Man, the kind-hearted Princess Lucy finally destroyed the alarm clock and successfully saved the Bronze Statue Kingdom." The story is very simple, the plot is old-fashioned and vulgar, but the meaning is profound. The irritable Sky Prince represents the sacred mountain, the alarm clock represents the resonance weapon hidden in the asteroid belt, and the Cube Man represents the Chinese. Of course, this is what Liemo speculated, based on relevant intelligence after the sacred mountain showed its clues. If it is not obscure, it will not be able to escape the censorship of the sacred mountain. Wu Sanwei smiled bitterly. "In fact, when I wrote this letter, I did not have any hope that humans could destroy the sacred mountain. I don't want my father to understand this story." Liemo nodded. He understood Wu Sanwei's intention. This letter was expected to be a warning letter, but it was better to say that it was the only trace left by the unwilling Wu Sanwei to the human world. In order to avoid the censorship of the sacred mountain and his father to understand the metaphor, Wu Sanwei naturally tried his best to use the most obscure method. Wu Sanwei smiled and said, "I didn't expect that there was another person on the Earth named Liemo, who actually established the Earth Defense Bureau. I didn't expect that the huge sacred mountain was uprooted by you." Hearing Wu Sanwei boasting about himself, although he was telling the truth, Liemo couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "In fact, the ancestors of the sacred mountain have lost most of their technology after hundreds of millions of years of erosion. It's just that the High Priest is barely supporting it alone. Otherwise, even if the Earth Defense Agency can win, it will definitely pay a heavy price." He carefully concealed the fact that Wang Di devoured the High Priest. A civilized race, without enough intelligent individuals as support, will inevitably have a technological fault, and then it will not be far from destruction. Wu Sanwei nodded in agreement. At this time, Kinbamian suddenly took out her mobile phone and took a look. She suddenly felt relieved, stood up, and smiled. "Director, Assistant Zhao sent a message, and now the route to Yanda is safe." At the beginning of the chat, the director and Wu Sanwei were just chatting about some family matters, which made Kinbamian, an outsider, a little embarrassed. Who knew that they jumped the topic to the sacred mountain again, and the things they talked about were some absolute secrets that Kinbamian should not know. This made her feel uneasy. As an excellent assistant, she knew that there were some things she shouldn't know. Fortunately, Assistant Zhao was very powerful and cleared the route at a critical moment, saving her life. This was the first time Kinbamian felt grateful to Zhao Dang. "Let's go, then. The leaders of Yanda must be waiting impatiently." Liemo stood up and walked out of the Earth Defense Bureau with Wu Sanwei and Kinbamian. In front of the office building, a large convoy had been waiting for a long time. It consisted of bulletproof red-flagged vehicles, armored vehicles, tanks loaded with anti-aircraft missiles, and a tracked vehicle with a strange appearance and a large antenna on top. Wu Sanwei took a look at the strange-looking tracked vehicle and felt puzzled, but when he saw Professor Liemo walking straight towards the bulletproof red flag vehicle without any intention of introducing it, he had to follow him in big strides. When the convoy drove out of the gate, Wu Sanwei found that dozens of armored vehicles followed behind, and the soldiers on the armored vehicles set up heavy machine guns. There were vaguely more than a dozen helicopters hovering low in the sky, and several air-to-ground missiles were mounted on the helicopters. This is a big scene. Wu Sanwei was a little strange. In his impression, Professor Liemo was not a person who paid attention to pomp and circumstance. Why did he mobilize so many troops to inspect Yanda this time? Is it for safety considerations? As soon as this thought came up, Wu Sanwei extinguished it in his heart. If it was for safety reasons, wouldn't it be enough to directly dispatch the Huaxia? He absolutely did not believe that there was any force on earth that could shake the Huaxia. However, this doubt in his heart was easily resolved when he saw the situation on the roadside. The wide road was full of big red banners, which stretched endlessly and disappeared at the end of the road. It was written on it, "Warmly celebrate the great victory of the Earth Defense Bureau in Shenzhen. Director Liemo, Yangjing Women's College cherishes you. Director Liemo, Yangjing Art College welcomes you." My goodness, both sides of the road were full of banners welcoming Professor Liemo. Wu Sanwei's eyes widened, and he looked closely, and suddenly his whole body was shocked. No, the big red banner was not hung on the wall, but was held on the chest by the people's hands. It's just that there were too many people, standing very closely, and lined up in a row. It looked like a wall. What was particularly eye-catching was that more than 20 young girls with long legs held a banner that read, "Welcome Director Liemo, come and give us your guidance." They were tall and graceful, with fair and tender skin, long black hair tied into a hairpin on their heads, smooth and white necks, and dark aviation uniforms that greatly enhanced their temperament. When the stewardesses of these airlines saw the convoy approaching slowly, they jumped up and cheered enthusiastically, their breasts rising and falling with the jumping, making people worry that the buttons of their close-fitting white shirts would be broken at any time. Although sitting in the bulletproof car, Wu Sanwei could guess what these girls were shouting. He smiled and said, "Professor Liemo, you look very popular." Liemo looked at the bright gold characters on the big red banner, his mouth twitched, and his face was filled with tears. "What can I teach at the airline? Fly a plane?" Wu Sanwei saw that he was silent, smiled, and cast his eyes out of the car window again. On both sides of the road, the big red banners had stretched for several kilometers, and there was no sign of interruption. Behind the banner, people gathered. In some crowded areas, people even lined up in two teams. Wu Sanwei was shocked. Could it be that from here to Yanda, both sides of the road were full of people? This was incredible. Before setting off, he specially studied the route and knew that it was at least 50 kilometers from the Earth Defense Agency to Yanda. If such a long road was full of people, it would take more than 1 million people. Wu Sanwei couldn't help but glance at Liemo, who was reviewing documents, and his heart was filled with emotion. Professor Liemo is not simple to be welcomed by so many people. The subsequent scene was the same as Wu Sanwei expected. The human wall on both sides of the road was more than 50 kilometers long and extended all the way to the gate of Yanda. When the red flag convoy slowly stopped, President Hao Wenji, who had been looking forward to it, immediately greeted it. Next to it, the students in the Yanda welcoming square held up the banner and shouted in unison, "Warmly welcome Professor Liemo back to school." Zhao Dan led more than 100 fully armed soldiers and ran forward and surrounded the red flag convoy. He made sure there were no blind spots left. Then he stepped forward quickly and opened the car door. Liemo and Wu Sanwei got out of the car together. "Professor Li, welcome, welcome." President Hao Wenji stood outside the cordon with a smile on his face. Liemo stepped forward quickly, took the initiative to extend his hand, and said with a smile, "President Hao, Yanda is my alma mater. You are making a big scene today." President Hao Wenji was a little flattered, and quickly stepped forward and extended his hand. His eyes were a little wet, and his voice trembled. "Professor Li, you have made an indelible contribution to Yanda's success today. Liemo wanted to say a few more words, but Zhao Dong behind him whispered, "Director, there is chaos here. It's not very safe." Liemo looked around. There were people all around, and even several young men were standing onto large willow trees. The soldiers in charge of the guard were all nervous, with serious faces and fingers on the trigger. Liemo thought for a moment, turned around and asked, "Principal Heo, do you have a loudspeaker?" "Loudspeaker?" Principal Heo Wenji was stunned for a moment, and when he saw Liemo put his hands together and put them on his mouth, he realized that he was referring to the loudspeaker. He quickly took a loudspeaker from the red volunteer, who was responsible for maintaining order next to him. Liemo took the loudspeaker and walked to the crowd. The people were immediately excited and noisy. "Director Liemo, I finally saw the real person today, so handsome." "Director Liemo, are you married?" Liemo looked embarrassed, coughed twice, and took the loudspeaker and said loudly, "For everyone's warm welcome, I, Liemo, would like to say thank you here. The weather is hot, be careful of heat stroke, everyone should disperse." After speaking, he bent down and bowed to the crowd. "Director Liemo, you. Oh my god, Director Liemo actually saluted me. How can this be possible?" The people were surprised and avoided him. Liemo turned around and walked into Yan University under the guidance of Principal Heo Wenji. President Heo Wenji glanced at the teacher next to him and whispered, "Is it appropriate to let Professor Lee walk? Hurry up and drive the shuttle bus." The teacher was about to run to the shuttle bus parked nearby. Liemo smiled and stopped him. "Walking is good. I haven't been back to Yanda for a long time. It's a good opportunity to see if there are any changes." Liemo, Wu Sanwei and his group, accompanied by President Heo Wenji, walked slowly along the campus road. Beside the road, the trees were lush and the birds were chirping. Beside the road, the grass stretched out its tender green branches, and unknown white flowers bloomed brightly. On the road, college students walked side by side from time to time, and laughter filled the fresh air. All of this was full of vitality and hope. Liemo kept nodding. Compared with the complicated adult world, the atmosphere on campus was much more relaxed. Yanda was very large. It took Liemo and his group at least 30 minutes to walk from the school gate to the faculty area where the professors lived. Compared with the modern and technological teaching buildings on campus, the houses in the teachers' area look much older. Although they are all 11-story elevator units, the white paint on the exterior walls of the buildings has become yellow due to the wind, rain, and years. The open space in front of the building has been turned into a vegetable garden by some old professors who can't sit still. There are tender green leafy vegetables, bright red peppers, and a cucumber climbing on a bamboo frame. The tender and thorny cucumbers with yellow flowers are swinging in the breeze. The small courtyard where Professor Wu lives is located in the northeast corner of the teachers' area. Liemo often came here to eat when he was in college, so he is naturally familiar with the road. "Do you see the stone in the corner? In front of the courtyard?" Liemo pointed to a half-buried blue stone and said to Wu Sanwei, "Once, when I left the professor's house late at night, I almost tripped over it. Is this kind of thing worth talking about?" Wu Sanwei looked at Liemo, who was excited, and complained in his heart, "This stone is really in the way here. I will have it dug out later." Vice President Huang Lifeng said hurriedly next to him. Liemo shook his head and said with a smile, "This stone has been here for many years. Maybe it has been here since these houses were built. Besides, it is located very close to the corner of the wall. It is not in the way at all. I was just too careless that day. So, just dig it away and have someone paint it red." Since becoming the director of the Earth Defense Agency, Liemo has been very careful about his words, fearing that he will be misunderstood by the people below. As soon as everyone walked into the courtyard, Professor Wu came to greet them. He had white hair, slightly red eyes, and was wearing a well-fitting Zhongshan suit. His wrinkled face was full of uneasiness. His sharp eyes slid across everyone and landed on Wu Sanwei. He opened his mouth several times, but no sound came out. "Father!" Wu Sanwei was stunned for a moment, suddenly shouted, and rushed towards Professor Wu. He ran to Professor Wu, his eyes widened, his mouth trembling. "Father, I'm Sanwei, you're Sanwei." Professor Wu's eyes rolled out a line of hot tears. his hands trembling as he stroked Wu Sanwei's face, choking and saying, "Sanwei, is it really you?" Wu Sanwei suppressed his inner excitement, nodded heavily, and said, "It's me. I'm not dead, I'm back." The two hugged each other and cried loudly. There was no trace of grief in this cry, but it was full of joy of reunion after a long separation. Next to him, Liemo couldn't stand this touching scene the most, and turned his head away gently. The leaders of Yanda wiped their eyes with tissues. After a long time, Liemo stepped forward and smiled. "Teacher, my junior brother is safe and sound, which is a happy thing. You should also take care of your health." Wu Sanwei is Professor Wu's son, and he was born younger than Liemo, so it is not an exaggeration for Liemo to call him a junior brother. "Yes, yes." Principal He Wenji also stepped forward and said, "Mr. Wu, you have double happiness today. Not only has your son returned safely, but your good students have also come to see you. To be honest, I envy you for having such good students." The jokes between the two made Professor Wu wipe away his tears and look happy. Chapter 581 The Rebellious Big-Headed Pajero. "What? You want to appoint me as the Deputy Director of the Earth Defense Bureau?" Wu Sanwei looked at Liemo in shock. In the director's office, Liemo looked at Wu Sanwei with a surprised expression and nodded heavily. Logically, Wu Sanwei had just reunited with his teacher, and the father and son must have a lot of family affection to talk about, so it is not suitable to start working immediately. However, yesterday, the Deep Space Radar Station set up on the moon sent a message that the alien spacecraft originally parked near Uranus ignited again and flew towards the Earth. Although it is now sailing at a snail's speed of 1,000 km per hour, the possibility of sudden acceleration cannot be ruled out. There is not much time left for humans. There is not much time left for Liemo. Therefore, Liemo needs to arrange his afterlife before he can fight hard without any scruples. "Director, I'm just a newcomer who has just joined the Earth Defense Bureau. Isn't this inappropriate?" Although Wu Sanwei knew that once he joined the Earth Defense Bureau, he would definitely serve in an important position. But he did not expect that this position would be the Deputy Director position. The Earth Defense Agency has set up a total of 10 Deputy Director positions, each of which is responsible for different businesses. Before joining the Earth Defense Agency, each Deputy Director has a status that attracts the attention of thousands of people. He is just a slave who has been imprisoned in the sacred mountain for more than 20 years. He felt a little guilty. Liemo saw that he was hesitant and naturally knew what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "Of course, it is not that easy to really become a Deputy Director. It requires all member states to unanimously raise their hands to approve it at the Earth Conference. You are only temporarily taking on the responsibilities of Deputy Director. The formal appointment depends on your work performance." Wu Sanwei breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he still needed to prove himself with his strength. He has always been confident in his own strength, but he is afraid of other people's strange looks, fearing that some people will think that he climbed to the position of Deputy Director because of his father's relationship. It turns out that there is an internship period. In this way, if you perform well at work, those people will have nothing to say. He straightened his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry, Professor Liemo, I will definitely prove my strength in my work." Liemo smiled secretly in his heart. This guy's positive. He has not yet announced the content of his work, but he is so confident. But it's good, so that he doesn't have to drag them around the world and instill in him the mission of saving all mankind. Liemo suppressed his smile and said seriously, "Very good. In this case, I will give you the task of investigating the Kyoto cannibals and providing relief to the North American Direct Administrative Area." He also added deliberately, "The logistics department of the Earth Defense Bureau is preparing the food needed to provide relief to the North American Direct Administrative Area. I suggest that you investigate the cannibal incident first." The Special Service Department of the Earth Defense Bureau stationed in Kyoto sent intelligence again. After 2 days of detailed investigation, they found a full 1,000 bodies in the Kyoto refugee camp. The cause of death of each body was the same. They were all bitten off the carotid artery with their teeth and died of excessive blood loss. And the hearts and lungs of the bodies were also taken out by the murderer. The appearance of 1,000 corpses shows that this is not an isolated incident. There is a high possibility that there is an organized cannibalism in the Kyoto refugee camp. The Earth Defense Agency will never allow such behavior that destroys humanity, especially human civilization and morality, to happen on Earth. Wu Sanwei was stunned for a moment. He thought that he had just joined the Earth Defense Agency and there would be an adaptation process. He would first practice with 2 simple tasks. Unexpectedly, the beginning was so difficult. But isn't this a good opportunity to prove himself? Wu Sanwei put his feet together and stood at attention. Professor, don't worry, I will definitely find out the whole thing clearly. Very good. Liemo thought for a moment and said, how about this? Since you are not familiar with the working methods of the Earth Defense Agency, I will lend you my assistant Miss Kinbamian. After that, he dialed the internal phone. Miss Kin, come over. Kinbamian was in the next suite. After receiving the call, she immediately opened the door and walked in. She didn't wear formal clothes today, but a light blue cotton shirt, paired with pure white sneakers and dark jeans. Her long hair was simply tied behind her. The seemingly simple outfit looks plain and energetic on Kinbamian. The whole person is filled with the unique aura of a young girl. Director? Kinbamian saw that the pale young man seemed a little excited and was puzzled. Liemo said, Miss Kin, I have appointed Comrade Wu Sanwei as the Deputy Director of the Earth Defense Bureau. Since he is new here and is not familiar with the situation, you will temporarily serve as a guide for a few days. Deputy Director. This pale young man actually became the Deputy Director. Kinbamian was shocked. Although she had long felt the director's attitude and his attention to Wu Sanwei, she did not expect that he would give him such an important position as Deputy Director. But, is this too hasty? Can this young man jump this heavy responsibility? Kinbamian hid her doubts in her heart and smiled. Yes, Director. She turned around again and held out her hand to Wu Sanwei with a sunny smile on her face. Deputy Director Wu, I will be your soldier from now on. Please take care of me. Wu Sanwei was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly held out his hand, shook the small hand that was as warm as jade, and smiled. I don't deserve your care, but please help me. But I don't like others to address me by my position. You should still call me Comrade Wu Sanwei. Kinbamian's face was still sunny and smiling, but her heart sank suddenly. How could she be the same as Director Liemo? She has been the director's assistant for more than a few months, but she has said very few things to Liemo that were not related to work. For example, once it was raining heavily, Liemo looked at the heavy rain outside with a gloomy face. Ziokin, your umbrella is too small, and it's easy to get wet. After saying that, he left. The umbrella is small, you can send a bigger one, or send a car. That night, Kinbamian, who was not eligible to take the bus, walked in the wind and rain for 20 minutes with the small parasol before she reached the bus station. The next day, she fell ill. In Kinbamian's view, this kind of man is a standard straight man. They never think about others. She was originally looking forward to changing her job and changing a superior who knows the cold and heat, but now there is only disappointment. Kinbamian suppressed her inner discomfort and smiled. Okay, Comrade Wu Sanwei. Liemo took out a document with the seal of the Earth Defense Bureau from the drawer and handed it to Wu Sanwei. This is your official appointment document. Your office is downstairs. Let Assistant Kin take you there. After speaking, he stared at Wu Sanwei and added, do a good job. Wu Sanwei nodded heavily and walked out the door under the guidance of Kinbamian. Seeing the door closed, Liemo sighed, closed his eyes, and called in his heart, Pajero Pajero. Feeling an inexplicable breath invading, he opened his eyes again and was already in the grey fog space. The thick grey fog around him flowed and rolled like a solid entity. On the high platform, the figure of the big-headed Pajero was looming in the grey fog. He asked like an old friend, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Liemo sat down cross-legged and answered like an old friend. The big-headed Pajero said, the young man just now looks very similar to you. Liemo knew that the big-headed Pajero could see things in the outside world through his own eyes, so he was not surprised. He said lightly, Wu Sanwei is very smart. The big-headed Pajero said, you know what I mean by very similar is not the IQ. Liemo did not respond. The big-headed Pajero continued, he is as meticulous as you, and he is also very courageous. He is a ruthless person, ruthless to himself, and even more ruthless to others. This kind of person is very scary. Hearing the vulgar word coming out of an alien's mouth, Liemo always felt that the style of the painting was a bit wrong. Moreover, Wu Sanwei was an important chess piece in his plan, and Liemo was unwilling to talk more. He changed the subject. Has your Pajero Planetary Science Academy issued new instructions to you recently? Although he knew that he was in the grey fog and the young man on Earth could not see his movements clearly, the big-headed Pajero still couldn't help shaking his head. No, because I didn't activate the self-destruct system last time. They may have become suspicious. Liemo nodded. For an employee who cannot be monitored and violates orders, any boss will suspect that he has lost control. The big-headed Pajero turned into a two-dimensional creature and lived in his own brain millions of light years away. The Pajero civilization naturally could not monitor him. As for the activation of the self-destruct system mentioned by the big-headed Pajero, it has to start before the Shenshin Destruction War began. At that time, Liemo was in the command center, arranging the upcoming Shenshin Annihilation War. Offstage, the important leaders of Huaxia, humanity, and Earth were all staring at him with full attention. Suddenly, Liemo's eyes went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he had been pulled into the grey fog space by the big-headed Pajero. At that time, Liemo was very confused, because although he had already fallen out with a big-headed Pajero, after knowing the conspiracy of the Pajero, but the big-headed Pajero never took any tough measures, but just stayed quietly in his head. Why did he take the initiative to pull himself into the grey fog space this time? Could it be that the Pajero was ready to take action? At that time, Liemo was ashamed, because his layout was not completed. If he lost his leadership, the Earth would have no chance of surviving the upcoming world-destroying disaster. Sure enough, the big-headed Pajero on the high platform told him sadly that the Pajero Academy of Sciences sent a message through quantum waves, asking the big head to immediately activate the self-destruct system. This self-destruct system is a high-energy biological bomb derived from the biological transformation of the big-headed Pajero by the Pajero Academy of Sciences, before he was two-dimensionalized. When the big-headed Pajero was two-dimensionalized, this biological bomb was also two-dimensionalized. Although it was specially developed for two-dimensional creatures and its power was only about the same as that of Earth's hand grenade, the location of this bomb was very deadly, hidden in his head. Once it exploded, Liemo would have absolutely no hope of survival. The Pajero Academy of Sciences really lived up to its reputation, doing things in a chain, and with vicious intentions. He paid so much and finally stabilized the situation on Earth, but he didn't expect that the Pajero people had been prepared for it, and in the end it was all in vain. Liemo was unwilling. He closed his eyes and waited for death. However, the terrifying death did not come, and the big-headed Pajero people did not activate the self-destruct system. Liemo, who came to his senses, suddenly realized that once the two-dimensional biological bomb exploded, he would definitely be destroyed, but the big-headed Pajero people would not be able to escape death. Obviously, this teacher from the Pajero civilization also developed a fear of death. He was afraid of death. He had lived in his brain for more than 10 years. While trying his best to control himself, he was inevitably invaded by human culture and knew the preciousness of life. He knew that after death, he would only become a meaningless two-dimensional information, drifting around in the cold and empty crowd. What a terrible thing. Moreover, the big-headed Pajero man was just an ordinary teacher in the Pajero civilization. He had not received professional training and naturally lacked the courage to face death. So the fear of death made this big-headed Pajero man rebel. Liemo, who had figured out everything, suppressed his inner excitement and asked, "Teacher, is it worth it to pay the price of your life for a Pajero civilization that abandoned you?" On the high platform, the grey fog rolled wildly. The big-headed Pajero man said nothing. The next moment, Liemo opened his eyes and found himself back in the command center. He had big sweat drops on his forehead. His face was pale, his back was soaked with cold sweat from his spine, and his hand holding the laser pen was shaking. Everyone exclaimed, "Director, what's wrong with you?" Although Liemo, who had escaped death, was trembling all over, he was very happy in his heart. With the joining of the big-headed Pajero man, The possibility of the success of the plan to fight against the alien spacecraft was greatly enhanced. He smiled faintly at his subordinates who were concerned. "It's okay, let's continue." At this time, Assistant Kinbamian had already called the doctor on duty. The doctor gave him a detailed full body examination. After confirming that Liemo was in good health, the subordinates were relieved and continued to discuss how to attack Shuxian. Of course, during the examination, Liemo hoped that the doctor could find the two-dimensional bomb in his head. Unfortunately, the doctor did not find anything. After the meeting, Liemo invited Professor Qin Kaixing, the world's most famous brain expert, to use Mosey Technology's latest medical technology achievement, the Sharp IE 1024P full station brain court instrument, to conduct a full-scale examination of his brain. The result still disappointed him. Professor Qin Kaixing spent a full 8 hours scanning his brain frame by frame, but found nothing. The only discovery was that the left hemisphere of Liemo's brain was abnormally active, but this was a normal phenomenon because the left hemisphere of the human brain is responsible for thinking. Liemo had to accept that he had changed from a kidnapper to a kidnapped person. Since then, he often slipped into the grey fog space to chat with the big-headed Pajero people. On the one hand, he hoped to get more information about the Pajero civilization from the big-head Pajero. On the other hand, he had to keep instilling the preciousness of life into the big-head Pajero, lest he be seduced by the Pajero Academy of Sciences again, and detonate the biological bomb in a fit of anger. Chapter 582 We Are One. In the grey fog space, the platform was filled with grey fog. Although the grey fog blocked Liemo's view, he could not see the face of the big-headed Pajero man, but he could feel his frustration. It was understandable that as a Pajero man, how could he feel good after betraying the spiritual leader of the Pajero civilization, the great scientist? An intelligent civilization individual has been living in this civilization since its birth. His thinking, ideas, and behavior patterns will be affected by the atmosphere of civilization all the time. The Pajero civilization is an iron-blooded civilization, which implements high-pressure mental control internally. As a member of the Pajero civilization, the big-headed Pajero is naturally not immune. He must be full of awe for the Pajero Academy of Sciences that leads the entire civilization, and this awe may be far beyond the imagination of individuals in human civilization. It seems that the big-headed Pajero man regretted disobeying the orders of the Pajero Academy of Sciences. Liemo thought for a moment, and felt that he should comfort the big-headed Pajero man. He smiled and said, "Teacher, look. Although you come from the Pajero civilization, you are now a two-dimensional creature, that is, a completely new race, although you are the only individual creature in this race." On the high platform, the big-headed Pajero man sighed and said, "You have a point. Since I became two-dimensional, I feel that my views on things are very different from those of ordinary Pajeros. When I was an ordinary teacher on the Pajero planet, I would never have thought that one day I would disobey the orders of the Pajero Academy. In the Pajero civilization, the Academy is like a god. But after becoming a two-dimensional creature, I have a little strange idea. Why do I, a two-dimensional person, regard carbon-based Pajero scientists as gods? Good guy, I have learned to draw inferences from one example. The new name of two-dimensional people has come out." Liemo complained in his heart. He continued to induce, "Teacher, look. You and I have merged into one now. You will die if you leave my head, right? As a two-dimensional creature, the big head needs to draw energy from his own head. This is just Liemo's guess. Because two-dimensional creatures are also living things, and living things must draw energy from the outside world, otherwise they may starve to death." On the platform, the big-headed Pajero did not object to this statement. Liemo breathed a sigh of relief, which made things much easier. He smiled and said, "Then, we can also say that we are the same intelligent creature, right? I'm just an earthling with a two-dimensional creature in my head, and you are just a two-dimensional creature with an earthling body. So, we can also be considered a new creature." After saying that, he clenched his fists and stared at the platform nervously. It is not enough for the big-headed Pajero to betray the Pajero civilization. Liemo needs him to regard himself as an earthling, so that he can stand on the side of the earth sincerely. On the platform, the grey fog rolled violently, and the figure of the big-headed Pajero became more and more illusory. Liamo's heart was raised in the air. He really had no confidence in the sophistry just now. It makes sense after a long time. Just when Liamo felt that his heart had risen to a height of 10,000 meters and even felt the breath of outer space, a sentence came from the platform that made him feel very sad. Big-headed Pajero seemed a little excited and spoke quickly. You make a lot of sense. Although we are two consciousnesses, we share the same body, which means we are the same creature. Just like the Ulsid people on the planet Humasra, they have two nerve centers in one body and two independent consciousnesses. Liamo was stunned, and his mouth opened slightly. He was just fooling around, but the big-headed Pajero people took it seriously. Could it be that he had awakened his reasoning clown ability? What's more, what's even more bizarre is that there is actually an intelligent creature in the universe with two independent consciousnesses sharing the same body. He couldn't help asking, what does the Ulsid look like, and where are his two independent consciousnesses stored? Liamo has always been full of curiosity about the strange universe. The Ulsid people are a high-density carbon-based creature with a human head and a horse body. There is one consciousness in the human head, and then there is another consciousness in the horse's tail. Big-headed Pajero explained. Liamo asked in surprise, a centaur with a human head and a horse body. Isn't it the centaur in the mythology on Earth? He whispered in his heart that the independent consciousness at the pony's tail must be very interesting. Yes, just like a centaur, but their height is less than 1 meter. The big-headed Pajero continued to explain. Less than 1 meter. It seems to be a dwarf horse. Liamo thought for a while and asked, just now, you said high-density carbon-based organisms. What do you mean? Carbon-based organisms refer to organisms that use carbon as the basis of organic matter. All organisms on Earth are carbon-based organisms. As a carbon-based organism, Liamo is very familiar with this concept. However, this is the first time he has heard of the term high-density carbon-based organisms. Perhaps because the big-headed Pajero man had already regarded Liamo as himself, he naturally spoke without reservation, and said with a smile, carbon-based organisms are the most widely distributed organisms in the universe, with a wide variety of species. In order to better distinguish them, the Pajero Academy of Sciences divides carbon-based organisms into high-density and low-density organisms according to the internal density of the organisms. If the body density is less than 5F, it is a low-density organism, and if the density is greater than 5F, it is a high-density organism. We humans on Earth are standard low-density organisms, with a body density of only 3F. Humasra is a planet with a volume and mass that are 20 times higher than that of the Earth. Its gravity is naturally 20 times greater than that of the Earth, so organisms that evolved in this strong gravity environment naturally have a much higher body density than humans on Earth. A 1 meter tall Ulsid weighs more than 20 adult-sized Earthlings. Liamo nodded continuously at this amazing thing. In particular, the big-headed Pajero man used the description of us Earthlings, which made him even more happy. It seems that this guy really regards himself as an Earthling. Liamo decided to seize the opportunity and asked, what is the conspiracy of the Pajero Academy of Sciences? He was sure that the Pajero people in his head did not come for peace or to help humans develop technology, and the so-called body connection was a false statement. Although Liamo did not know what technologies beyond imagination the level 4 civilization had, they should never let him, an Earthling who was related to the fate of their entire civilization, freely obtain them outside. Think about it from another perspective. If the Earth humans were kidnapped by an ant in the same way, humans would definitely do their best to catch the ant, and then lock it up in the most heavily defended place on Earth, and put it under protective house arrest, until they found a way to crack the kidnapping. Instead of sending people to spread technology to the ant colony, expecting their technology to develop to a level sufficient to prolong their lives. This is a negative approach. When the alien spacecraft was about to destroy the Earth, the Pajero people chose all resurrection. Although this method seemed to be able to effectively avoid kidnapping, it also had hidden dangers. God knows, when you die, and your soul is annihilated, will the souls of all Pajero people be annihilated? Why would the Pajero people risk the destruction of their civilization to make such a choice when it could be solved with just one supercosmic shell? Even if the Pajero civilization does not have supercosmic shells, it can still exchange them for real civilization stories from the super advanced civilization library civilization. After countless thoughts and meditations, Liemo finally got a possible answer that surprised him. The real reason why the Pajero civilization repeatedly took a passive approach to the crisis of genocide is probably that they are just a pawn in this huge conspiracy. There is a higher civilization behind them manipulating them. Although Liemo has vaguely seen the outline of the conspiracy through continuous information collection, he is still confused about some details. Now he hopes to get a definite answer from the new Earthling Big Head. On the high platform, Big Head Pajero was silent for a long time, and finally said, "Before I answer this question, I have to state that you and I are the same creatures, and our fates have long been entangled. If the Earth is destroyed, you and I will not survive. So, I will never hide anything about this issue." Liemo nodded. He knew that this was the big-headed Pajero man expressing his feelings to him. "Unfortunately, I'm just an ordinary teacher in the Pajero civilization. I was summoned by the Academy of Sciences and came to Earth in 2 dimensions to carry out the mission. I'm not clear about the overall situation of the conspiracy." Liemo was not surprised. The special agents sent by the Earth Defense Bureau to carry out the secret plan only knew the tasks they needed to complete and did not know the full picture of the secret plan. He asked, "Then please tell us everything you know. This may win you and me a chance of survival." Liemo wanted to tie the big-headed Pajero man and himself tightly. The big-headed Pajero man said, "The kidnapping incident happened very suddenly. At that time, the Pajero civilization was in chaos, but the great scientists of the Academy of Sciences seemed to have been prepared for it. They issued a notice to the entire Pajero civilization on the 10th Marzang after the kidnapping, claiming that they had found out the real culprit behind the scenes, and asked everyone to stay calm." He paused and explained, "Marzang is the calculation unit of the Pajero civilization. 1 Marzang is roughly equivalent to 2 minutes on Earth. It is the heartbeat frequency of the ancient Goody beast." Liemo nodded to indicate that he understood. The big-headed Pajero continued, 20 Marzang later, the Academy of Sciences issued a message again, recruiting heroes from all over the country to save the entire civilization. Liemo's heart moved. It took only 60 minutes for the Pajero Academy of Sciences to respond from the discovery of being kidnapped to the response. Considering that they are millions of light years away from the Earth, this reaction speed is a bit too fast. However, he did not interrupt. "There are some things that I have described when I introduced myself before, so I won't repeat them here." The big-headed Pajero continued, "In short, I was facing being listed as a worthless creature by the Pajero civilization at that time, and I responded to this recruitment without hesitation. Maybe it's because of my special physique. I survived the 2-dimensional experiment and became the only candidate to carry out the mission." In the underground tower of the Pajero Academy of Sciences, the chief scientist of the Academy of Sciences explained the specific details of the mission to me. At this point, the big-headed Pajero paused again and added, "Since it is impossible to find syllables in human language to describe the names of the Pajeros, I will refer to them as their identities in the following descriptions." Liemo nodded to show that he understood. The syllables of human language are determined by the structure of the human oral cavity and throat. There must be many strange syllables in the universe that humans cannot make similar sounds. The big-headed Pajero said, "The chief scientist of the Academy of Sciences used a very strange instrument to implant a communication system and a learning assistance system for me. The reason why I call this instrument very strange is that it is a 2-dimensional instrument itself, but it can exchange material information with the 3-dimensional world. Just like humans must use molecular level freezing light to operate cells, this strange instrument should be specially made for operating 2-dimensional organisms. The technology of the Pajero civilization has reached the point where it can operate 2-dimensional organisms." Liemo was shocked and felt a little incredible. How could a race that has not yet stepped into the threshold of level 5 civilization cross dimensions? Big-headed Pajero seemed to see the doubts in his heart and continued to explain, "I also felt very strange when I heard the chief scientist explain the use of the strange instrument. Although I'm just an ordinary teacher, I also have basic scientific foundation. I know that, if you want to manipulate two-dimensional creatures, you must master sufficient dimensional technology. The Pajero civilization upgraded to a level 5 civilization and failed. It did not master the key information of dimensional technology. How could it be possible to create such an instrument? Moreover, if this instrument is disassembled, it is very likely that a level 4 civilization will completely master the mysteries of the dimension. Therefore, it is a banned item in the library civilization. Of course, no high-level civilization in the universe will sell this kind of instrument. Sure enough, behind the Pajero civilization, there are higher-level civilizations. Liemo sighed and said slowly, so, the Pajero people obtained this instrument from a higher-level civilization. Even everything that happened afterwards was in the plan of this higher-level civilization. The big-headed Pajero man seemed to be mentally prepared and said, I guessed so too. But as a Pajero, I have no right to raise objections. After the chief scientist performed an operation on me with a strange instrument, he issued a mission order to me. The order clearly requires me to sneak into the head of an Earthling, and then use the learning assistance system to guide him to work hard to improve the level of Earth civilization. The level of Earth civilization must reach level 1 before the apocalyptic crisis comes. However, the chief scientist of Pajero did not explain what this apocalyptic crisis is. He just said that when the crisis comes, I will naturally understand. Chapter 583 The Grand Unified Theory of the Universe. Grey Fog Space. Liemo fell into deep thought. The new Earthling Big Head Pajero explained the ins and outs behind the kidnapping incident without hiding anything. 2 points caught his attention. First, the appearance of strange instruments that can control two-dimensional creatures shows that there is a higher level civilization behind the Pajero civilization. Second, the Pajero civilization asked Big Head to lead the human civilization to level 1 before the world-destroying crisis comes. Liemo had guessed the first point a long time ago, but he had no idea about the second point. Why did the Pajero civilization do this? Or, is it that humans are qualified to complete tasks for them only when they reach level 1 civilization? The human civilization that has mastered controlled nuclear fusion has stepped into the threshold of level 1 civilization. Now the Pajero civilization must be waiting for the world-destroying crisis, that is, the arrival of the alien spacecraft. At that time, they will definitely show their fangs and reveal their true purpose. Liemo sighed. It was really uncomfortable to be a fish at the mercy of others. When will the human civilization on Earth be able to develop into a god-level civilization? Maybe they can completely control their own destiny. On the platform, the new Earthling Big Head Pajero seemed to sense that he was in a bad mood and whispered, "This is all the information I have. If I hadn't been two-dimensionalized, the Academy of Sciences would have cleared these irrelevant memories." Liemo understood the concerns of the Big Head Pajero people, stood up and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we are now the same organism. How can I not trust you? But, can you transmit all the technology of the Pajero civilization to me? This may be helpful in resisting our common enemy." This is the second purpose of Liemo's conversation this time. He wants to obtain the technology of level 4 civilization from Big Head. Although it may be difficult for humans to fully control such a high-level technology at present, just a little bit may be able to improve the overall technological level of humans. The big-headed Pajero on the platform said without hesitation, "Unfortunately, according to the general rules of the universe civilization law, advanced civilizations cannot teach technology to low-level civilizations." Liemo was well prepared and smiled. "Big Head, look, you are a new Earthling, and I'm also a new Earthling. We should be considered the same civilization, so there is no difference between high and low." Grey fog rolled on the platform. The big-headed Pajero thought for a long time and finally said, "That's right. However, since my essential job in the Pajero civilization is just an ordinary classroom, the knowledge instilled is all general theoretical knowledge, without any specific technological details." Liemo felt a little disappointed. If there is only theory, but no specific technological details, it is impossible to manufacture level 4 civilization technology equipment. Just like the principle of the atomic bomb is very simple, it uses the principle that heavy atomic nuclei such as uranium and plutonium, that are easier to fission, emit huge energy at the moment of nuclear fission and explode. All junior high school students who listen carefully and pass physics know that it is extremely difficult to make an atomic bomb. Apart from the factors of raw materials, the main reason is that the specific technical details are very cumbersome and complicated. After the end of World War II, the United States formed a team of scientists of 1,000 people to overcome the technical difficulties bit by bit. The technological products of level 4 civilization must be more cumbersome, more complex and more technically difficult than atomic bombs. However, Liemo had no other choice in the face of this situation, so he smiled and said, "Then pass these theories to me. Maybe Earth scientists can get some inspiration from them." The grey fog on the high platform erupted violently, and the red light was bright. Liemo felt that some strange symbols suddenly appeared in his brain's memory. He didn't know how to pronounce these symbols, but he could understand what they meant. This is the technological theory of Pajero civilization. Liemo closed his eyes and took a rough look. Theory of black hole construction, mathematical basis of dark matter, annihilation, physical model of space-time, curvature, dimension of space. There are also human mathematical theories that he is familiar with. Low-level mathematics includes human mathematical theories such as analytic geometry, calculus, and topology. Low-end physics contains human physics theories such as quantum mechanics, modified gravity, and information exchange. Seeing that the most advanced scientific theories of mankind were labeled as low-level and low-end by the Pajero civilization, Liemo did not feel unhappy at all, but was looking forward to it. After all, the more advanced the scientific knowledge of the Pajero civilization, the greater the benefits to mankind. In the face of benefits, face is worthless. Liemo stood up, looked at the big-headed Pajero man in the grey fog, and bowed slightly. "Thank you." Although the big head chose to help the human beings on Earth out of fear of death, Liemo was still very grateful for its timely help. On the high platform, the big-headed Pajero man reminded, "These scientific and technological theories are all created according to the cosmic rules of the Pajero starfield, and may not be completely suitable for the Earth." Liemo smiled faintly. "I'm mentally prepared. Thank you for reminding me." It seems that not only did he notice the abnormality, but the big-headed Pajero man also felt this way. Liemo glimpsed a glimpse of the secrets of the universe from many real civilization stories that the big-headed Pajero man had told. That is, the universe is not smooth. It is divided according to starfields, and the rules of the universe in each starfield may be slightly different. It can also be said that the entire universe is like a big bubble, and there are many small bubbles in the big bubble. There may be a thin film between each small bubble, and the rules may be different. Of course, at the beginning of the universe, there was only the big bubble of the universe, and these small bubbles may not exist. Why these bubbles appeared, Liemo had a vague guess in his mind, but he was not sure. The bubble where the Pajero civilization is located is not the same bubble as the bubble where human civilization is located, and the rules of the universe may be different. On the high platform, the big-headed Pajero man smiled and said, "Oh, you really noticed it. It's not simple. It seems that the great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences chose the wrong target. They thought that low-level civilization intelligent creatures were easily induced, and then step by step, stepped into the trap they set. It seems that the rapid development of the Pajero civilization has made them lose their awe of the mystery of the universe. Low-level civilizations may only have low levels of technology, but their wisdom is definitely not inferior to high-level civilizations. Just like the ancestor high priest of Mars, didn't he also realize the conspiracy of the system in the end?" Liemo muttered in his heart, popped out of the grey fog space. Late at night, the darkness filled the entire Yanjing city. In thousands of households, people sat in front of the TV, watching the news programs on time, and there were delicious meals on the dining table. The whole city was immersed in a happy atmosphere. In the office of the director of the Earth Defense Bureau, Liemo was still working at his desk. He needed to copy out the Pajero scientific theory in his memory. Zhao Dang stood beside him with a cup of tea. He looked at Liemo, who looked tired and had bloodshot eyes, and couldn't help saying, "Director, you have been working for 12 hours in a row. Take a break." Liemo's pen tip did not stop, and he did not raise his head. He said, "Time is running out. I want to write all these things as soon as possible, so that those scientists can study them as soon as possible. Although he knew that these pseudo-scientific theories would be difficult for human civilization to digest in a short period of time, Liemo still had hope. Zhao Dong looked at the complex symbols written on the paper and felt puzzled. Some of these symbols looked like mathematical symbols, and some looked like physical symbols. There was even a DNA double helix structure at the bottom. What theory did the director write? He was also a graduate of a prestigious university. He had excellent grades in all subjects. He knew every symbol, but he couldn't understand the formulas connected together. It was as if the director was writing alien mathematical formulas. Zhao Dong shook his head. How could this be possible? Although the director was known as a genius scientist, it was impossible for him to obtain alien scientific knowledge out of thin air. Seeing that the director had no intention of taking a break, Zhao Dong sighed in his heart, gently placed the teacup on the table, turned around and sat down on the sofa next to him. Although it was just copying, Liemo still frowned and thought from time to time, because the pseudo-scientific theories in his mind far exceeded the imagination of the human brain, and it was difficult for him to find suitable words to describe them in human language. Just like describing a modern fighter to a primitive man, you can only say that it is a flying iron box. As for the mechanical principles, aerodynamic principles, and engine working principles, you absolutely cannot explain it clearly in the language of primitive people. In order to solve this difficulty, Liemo had to create new words himself. Then, the new words need to be explained in detail in a language that human scientists can understand. So the copying work was extremely slow. 5 days later, Liemo finally finished writing the first part of pseudo-scientific theory. He sorted the pseudo-scientific theory in his mind into 3 parts, from difficult to easy, from complex to simple, and from advanced to low. The part copied this time is the lowest level part. There are only 3 theories in this part. Theory of grand unification of the universe, theory of space curvature, elementary dark matter theory. These 3 theories are closest to the current level of human technology and are most likely to be used by human scientists. Although they are only the lowest level theories, Liemo still used a full 1000 pages of manuscript paper to complete the description. He looked at the thick stack of manuscript paper on the table, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Once these 3 theories are broken by Earth scientists, human technology will be rapidly improved, and it is not impossible to leap into an interstellar civilization. Liemo stood up and stretched. Director, are you done with your work? Zhao Dong, who had been sitting on the sofa waiting, stood up quickly. Liemo nodded and said, have you finished what I asked you to do? Zhao Dong said, it's done. At present, most of the theoretical scientists in the world are in China, so the recruitment work is going smoothly. At present, 12,000 theorists from various disciplines have responded to our recruitment letter and said they can start working at any time. Zhao Dong answered, but he was a little confused. 5 days ago, Director Liemo suddenly ordered him to send a recruitment letter to well-known theoretical scientists in the world, hoping that these scientists can work for Mosey Technology for a period of time, but the content of the work was not clear. Zhao Dong received this vague order. Although he was a little confused, he knew that he should follow the order to retrieve the files of these scientists from the Information Data Department of the Earth Defense Bureau. The Information Data Department was established by Director Liemo after the establishment of the Earth Defense Bureau using the information obtained from the archives databases of various countries in the world. It is a department that manages all the information files in the world. It contains detailed files of 7 billion people in the world. Zhao Dong originally thought that he needed to send people abroad to send recruitment letters specifically to these scientists. Unexpectedly, the Information and Data Department selected more than 10,000 well-known theoretical scientists from 7 billion personnel files around the world. Most of them are in China, working in scientific research institutions or universities. Most of them have become Chinese citizens, and the rest have also applied and are waiting for approval. Now, things are much easier. Zhao Dong took the order from Director Liemo and retrieved the detailed contact information of more than 10,000 theoretical scientists from the Information and Data Department, and then asked the staff of the Earth Defense Agency to send them a recruitment message. The message was replied very quickly. That night, 95% of the theoretical scientists responded to the recruitment and said they were ready to work at any time. The rest of the people also responded to the recruitment one after another within 2 days. Those theoretical scientists abroad were more active. After receiving the recruitment information, they set off for China the next day with a special passport of the Earth Defense Agency. Liemo asked again, has the number 6 Mosey Technology building been vacated? Zhao Dan glanced at the information on his mobile phone and replied. Vice Chairman Fang Lanshan replied that the building has been vacated and the scientists can move in at any time. Liemo smiled and said, very good. Send a message to the recruited theoretical scientists and ask them to go to the number 6 Mosey Technology building immediately. Then, send a message to Fang Lanshan and order him to ensure the daily life needs of the 12,000 theoretical scientists. Zhao Dan stood at attention. Yes. Liemo added, tell those scientists that in 2 days, I will go to Mosey Technology in person to explain the work content to them. Zhao Dan answered loudly again, yes. He was actually very curious about why Director Liemo suddenly invited so many theoretical scientists to gather at Mosey Technology. Was it because of the strange symbols and formulas on the manuscript paper? In order to write these incomprehensible formulas, the director spent a full 5 days. They must be extraordinary. Liemo arranged everything and did not deal with the business documents immediately as usual, but opened the door and walked downstairs. In the corridor, the staff saw him and immediately stopped to greet him. Hello, Director. Liemo smiled and nodded and walked down the stairs. He walked to an office without a nameplate on the left side of the stairs and knocked on the door softly. Director, you are here. It was Qin Bamian who opened the door. She was wearing a grey fitted uniform today, looking very capable and a bit like a strong woman. She saw that it was Liemo standing outside the door and her big watery eyes were filled with joy. Chapter 584 Careless Wu Sanwei. At this time, Wu Sanwei in the office also heard the noise and came out from his desk. Professor Li, welcome to the inspection. Liemo walked into the office and looked around. This office is the same as the one upstairs, with a suite layout. A large office with 2 small rooms 4s next to it. The small room was closed, and the layout inside could not be seen. The large office was very simple. In the office of more than 50 square meters, there was only a dark blue wooden desk, an office chair, and 2 grey all-ceramic flower pots on the window, with 2 white flowers blooming brightly in the flower pots. Behind the desk, a row of bookshelves against the ceiling were filled with books in various languages. Apart from this, there was no other furniture. Liemo looked around and couldn't find a sofa to sit on. Director, I'll help you move a chair. Qin Bamian saw Liemo's strange expression and ran out of the office with a smile. Liemo smiled and said, Sanwei, your place is really simple. Wu Sanwei looked embarrassed and said with a wry smile, I'm used to it. Seeing his red face and the awkward look of not knowing where to put his hands, Liemo stopped teasing him. I wonder how the 2 tasks I gave you are going? Although he believed that Wu Sanwei, who had been tempered by the sacred mountain, had extraordinary wisdom, sharp eyes, and super psychological quality, and would definitely be able to complete the tasks smoothly, he was still a little worried. Talking about work, Wu Sanwei immediately became energetic and took a document from the desk and handed it over. This is the specific plan of the Earth Defense Bureau to assist the North American Direct Control Area. After statistics and scientific calculations, this aid requires a total of 10 million tons of various types of grain. I have asked comrades in the North American Direct Control Area to carry out publicity activities in advance and widely inform the disaster-stricken people. Liemo looked at the plan and nodded continuously. The content of this plan was detailed and thoughtful. From the departure of the grain transport ship to the establishment of disaster relief points in the North American Direct Control Area, every step was considered very carefully. Even the 2 extremely unlikely unexpected situations of delaying the ship due to wind and waves in the sea and the disaster victims attacking the disaster relief site were taken into consideration, and corresponding response plans were provided. Wu Sanwei saw that Professor Liemo had finished reading the documents and immediately handed over another document. This is the preliminary investigation report on the Kyoto cannibal incident. I asked the Earth Defense Bureau's Kyoto office to send investigators to the Kyoto refugee camp. At present, there are no effective clues. Liemo glanced at the document and frowned. This proposal was very simple, ordering the Earth Defense Bureau's Kyoto office to immediately send someone to conduct a detailed investigation. And then there was nothing. Compared with the disaster relief mission, Wu Sanwei obviously did not try his best in the task of investigating the cannibals. Did he think that he could find out the truth about the cannibals through a remote command? Or did he think that the death of more than 1,000 refugees would not constitute a bad impact and was far less important than the disaster relief mission in the North American Direct Administrative Area? Sanwei. At this time, the door was pushed open from the outside, interrupting Liemo's words. Qin Beimian walked in with a chair. This chair was very big and heavy. The petite Qin Beimian's face flushed, and she seemed to be struggling. Liemo quickly stepped forward to take it and said, "Thank you. I'll make you a cup of tea." Qin Beimian's face flushed, and it was unclear whether it was blushing from embarrassment or flushing. She pushed open the door and ran out. Liemo sat on the chair, thought for a while and said, "Sanwei, the Kyoto cannibal case needs to be solved immediately. We can't be careless." Wu Sanwei lowered his head and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Liemo sighed in his heart. It seems that he had too high expectations for this young man. He slowed down his tone and explained, "Sanwei, which task do you think is more important? The relief of the North American Direct Administrative Area or the investigation of the Kyoto cannibal case?" Wu Sanwei raised his head and said firmly, "Of course it is the relief of the North American Direct Administrative Area, where there are 20 million people affected by the disaster. The total number of people in the Kyoto refugee camp is only 1 million. Isn't it obvious which is more important?" Sure enough, this young man really distinguished the importance of the event according to the number of people. He did not consider how bad the impact of the Kyoto cannibal was. Liemo's face became serious. "If you consider these two things from the perspective of human civilization, which one do you think is more heroic to human civilization?" Wu Sanwei was stunned for a moment. His eyes were a little confused, and he muttered to himself, "From the perspective of human civilization?" Liemo was afraid that he didn't understand, so he added, "The reason why human civilization is called civilization is not only because humans have occupied a dominant position on the earth, but more importantly, humans have established a complete civilized moral system." Moral system. Wu Sanwei fell into deep thought. Liemo saw his confused look, and then he remembered that in the sacred mountain, perhaps there was no morality at all. That was why Wu Sanwei was so surprised. He had to continue to explain, since the burst of human wisdom and the emergence of the primeval forest, after millions of years of development, they gradually became the rulers of the earth, and established a brilliant human civilization. In this process, with the development of civilization, a basic civilized moral system has gradually formed in human society, and cannibalism is the most basic content of this civilized moral system. In ancient times, natural disasters were frequent and the level of productivity was low. Once they encountered major disasters such as droughts and floods, the hungry victims would rarely eat their own kind when facing the threat of death. Because, in their minds, this behavior would make them become like unintelligent animals. Although the refugees in the Kyoto refugee camp lack food and water, the Earth Defense Agency will regularly distribute food and daily necessities, and there will never be a phenomenon of refugees dying of hunger. Then the cannibalism that occurred in the Kyoto cannibal incident is an attack on the moral system of human civilization. I and the Earth Defense Agency will never tolerate it. Wu Sanwei was in a shock was like a storm. In his cognition, cannibalism was just a despicable behavior, and he did not expect it to destroy the moral system of human civilization. He pondered Professor Liemo's words and gradually understood. Yes, if humans eat each other, they will lose the self-esteem of highly intelligent creatures, and become the same as animals. Humans themselves have the instinct of biological convergence, and cannibalism is likely to spread in Japan, and then the human world may fall into chaos again. The severity of this chaos is far from being comparable to the 20 million disaster victims in the North American direct controlled area. Wu Sanwei finally understood why Professor Liemo took the Kyoto cannibalism case so seriously, and he had to admire Professor Liemo's long-term vision. He nodded heavily and said, Professor Liemo, I understand the seriousness of the matter. I will go to Kyoto to personally conduct the investigation now. Seeing Wu Sanwo's sincere statement, Liemo was somewhat relieved and said with a smile, let's go tomorrow. Say goodbye to Teacher Wu today, and I will go to accompany you. At this time, Qin Beimian pushed the door in with a teacup, feeling the harmonious atmosphere between the two, and his expression was a little strange. That night, Liemo did not alarm anyone. Under the escort of Han Feng from the 5th Detachment, he and Wu Sanwei came to Professor Wu's residence at Yanda. At the banquet, Liemo personally apologized to Professor Wu and said that he would definitely send the most elite soldiers to protect Wu Sanwei's safety. Professor Wu just said, a man should be ambitious. Sanwei, do what you should do. The next day, Liemo asked Han Feng to select 200 elite soldiers from the 5th Detachment to accompany Wu Sanwei to Japan. China, Xingcheng High-Speed Railway Station. There is a constant stream of people coming and going at the entrance. A middle-aged man with blonde hair, blue eyes, a high-nose bridge, and black-framed glasses on his eyes, carrying a large bag of gifts, paced anxiously and looked up from time to time to look into the distance. His name is Thomas Bennett, or theoretical physicist, originally a well-known professor at the University of Pennsylvania. After North America fell into turmoil, he floated across the sea to China and now works at Xingcheng University. Thomas Bennett unexpectedly received a recruitment letter from the Earth Defense Agency 5 days ago. Although the recruitment letter did not specify the specific work content, he did not hesitate and directly contacted the Earth Defense Agency according to the contact information stated in the recruitment letter and expressed his willingness to go to work at any time. Because this recruitment letter came too timely, Thomas Bennett had no other choice, and his temporary contract was about to expire. Thomas Bennett was once a well-known professor at a famous university in North America. When he boarded the ship to leave North America, he was full of confidence and believed that he would be very popular in China with his knowledge and academic status. But after arriving in China, he found that the universities here gathered well-known professors from all over the world. Not to mention other disciplines. Even in theoretical physics, the world's top 100 theoretical physicists are all here. With the attack of alien spacecraft, most countries in the world fell into chaos, social unrest, and order collapsed. These scholars and professors left their homeland and came to China, a country that still remains stable. Only here can they continue to engage in research work. After being rejected by dozens of Chinese universities, Thomas Bennett had to sign a temporary contract with Star City University. Although this contract allows him to stay in China temporarily, the benefits are very different from those of formal professors and lecturers, and Star City University has the right to terminate the contract unilaterally. To use an old Chinese saying, he is a temporary worker. According to the regulations of the Earth Defense Bureau, Thomas Bennett needs to make sufficient contributions to be promoted from a temporary worker to a formal employee. But in the context of the Earth's impending doomsday crisis, what is the use of a theoretical physicist? Can you use the theory in your mind to spray away the alien spacecraft? Just when Professor Thomas Bennett was frustrated about his hopeless future, the Earth Defense Bureau sent a recruitment letter. This is a life-saving letter for him. As long as he can stay in China, he would rather teach in elementary school, and naturally agreed to the recruitment without hesitation. One day ago, the staff of the Earth Defense Agency called and asked all the professors who responded to the recruitment to go to the Mosey Technology headquarters in Yanjing. They even provided tickets and travel expenses. Today is the day of departure. Professor Thomas Bennett stood at the entrance to wait for his good friend Professor Chitra Rothschild, a quantum physics expert who also received the recruitment letter. The high-speed train was about to leave in 2 minutes, but Professor Chitra Rothschild had not arrived yet. I won't wait for him. Professor Thomas Bennett muttered to himself, picking up his luggage and heading for the security check. Professor Bennett, wait for me. In the distance, a tall, gray-haired man got off the bus and ran over quickly. He is Professor Chitra Rothschild, who is nearly 60 years old. He was a senior director of the PSD laboratory at Columbia University. Now, like Professor Thomas Bennett, he is a temporary worker at Star City University. Although Professor Chitra Rothschild looked very strong, He was old after all, and he was carrying a large bag of gifts. When he ran to the entrance, his cheeks were covered with sweat, and he was out of breath. His face was red, and he bent down and gasped. Seeing this, Professor Thomas Bennett hurried to meet him, took the gift from his hand, and said with a little complaint, "Rothschild, why are you so late? Don't you know that this recruitment is related to whether we can continue to stay in China? Alas, isn't it Betty who can't bear to let me leave?" Professor Chitra Rothschild explained with an apologetic look. Professor Thomas Bennett understood a little bit. Betty was Professor Rothschild's wife. The two were childhood sweethearts and had been married for nearly 40 years. The couple had a good relationship. When in North America, Professor Rothschild was kidnapped by a mob that rushed into the university campus. Although it was finally discovered that he was just a poor professor, he was released. But Betty fell seriously ill because of excessive shock. From then on, she kept a close eye on Professor Rothschild, the kind that would get anxious if she didn't see him for a quarter of an hour. Unfortunately, the Earth Defense Agency's recruitment letter only provided one quota, and family members were not allowed to accompany. Poor Betty. Professor Thomas Bennett patted his old friend on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go. If we can make some achievements this time, we can sign a formal agreement with the school, and then you old couple can be together forever." "I hope so." Professor Rothschild stood up. The two walked side by side to the security checkpoint. "Gentlemen, please show your ID." A security inspector blocked their way. Professor Thomas Bennett quickly handed over the documents and other materials that he had prepared long ago. The security inspector carefully checked them and even used counterfeit detection equipment to verify the documents. It took a full 5 minutes before the security inspector smiled and said, "Forgive me, there are too many illegal immigrants recently, so we have to check carefully." It's okay. Professor Thomas Bennett replied politely. He saw several Chinese people beside him inserting their official documents directly into the entrance security gate and then swaggering into the high-speed rail station, and he was very envious. "When will I be able to get the official documents?" Chapter 585, a major event related to the development of human civilization. Professor Thomas Bennett and Professor Rothschild, holding the certificates from the Earth Defense Agency, successfully boarded the T-1024 high-speed train to Yanjing, after going through as many as 5 security checks. Sitting in the spacious seat, Professor Rothschild complained, "Why do the station security inspectors always stare at us for inspection? Do we look like bad people?" Professor Thomas Bennett put down the small table in the front row and said, "Who made us look different from the Chinese? Now there are many people who sneaked in and refused to leave China, so the security inspectors naturally take extra care of us." Professor Rothschild nodded in agreement and sighed. "Yesterday I talked to a relative living in California. He said that North America is now experiencing a drought that has not been seen in 1,000 years, and the crops have not been harvested. He is a farmer himself, and there is still some food in the warehouse to support life. Those who work in big cities are miserable. Now 1,000 North American dollars can only be exchanged for a piece of bread. Many people have to go to the wild to dig wild grass and eat tree bark. Many people have died of malnutrition. Now they are all looking forward to the early arrival of the Earth Defense Agency's aid food." Professor Thomas Bennett was shocked and a little unbelievable. He also learned from the news program that North America was in a famine, but he didn't expect the situation to be so serious. He was silent for a long time, and then slowly said, "It seems that we are lucky to be able to stay in China." Professor Rothschild also sighed and nodded in agreement. The dissatisfaction with the station security personnel just now has disappeared. "Hello, passengers. This train is heading to Yanjing. It is expected to take 5 hours and 5 minutes. I wish you a pleasant journey." With the crisp mechanical broadcast, the T-1024 high-speed train slowly drove out of the Xingcheng high-speed railway station. Professor Thomas Bennett took out a copy of Principles of Pure Mathematics from his backpack and spread it on the small table, studying it carefully. Professor Rothschild, who was sitting by the window, leaned on the window and looked out. There are tall buildings in Xingcheng, and even the railway is crowded with buildings. There is a constant stream of traffic on the road, and there is a busy atmosphere. I don't know why the Earth Defense Agency wants to recruit us theoretical scientists this time. Professor Rothschild looked at the scenery outside the window and asked, if he were to go back to college, he would definitely not choose to study theoretical physics as his lifelong ambition, but to study a subject that is closely related to the real world, such as mechanical design, electrification, or even literature. In troubled times, theoretical scientists like them are useless. Therefore, he was very confused about this recruitment. Professor Thomas Bennett raised his head from the book, glanced at his old friend, understood his worries, and smiled. Don't worry, since Professor Liemo has summoned us to Yenching, he will naturally arrange suitable jobs for us. I heard that this time, most theoretical scientists have received the recruitment letter, and Professor Chaudhry Moss, Professor Myalco Milton, and Professor Pastor Emerson have also received invitations, but they have already set off yesterday. These three professors are all theoretical scientists, and Professor Rothschild's expression eased a little. He asked, we left yesterday, so we should have arrived at Mosey Technology by now, right? Didn't you call to ask for details? Of course I called. I called last night, but unfortunately I couldn't get through. It seems that the Mosey Technology Park has blocked the communication signal. You know, Professor Liemo has always been cautious, and most of the research at Mosey Technology is the most advanced technology, so it's not surprising that the signal is blocked. Professor Thomas Bennett saw that his friend was still a little worried, so he had to explain in detail. Yeah. Professor Rothschild nodded, then moved back to the window and looked outside. The high-speed train gradually accelerated, and the tall buildings outside the window flashed by. The scenery outside the window changed from tall buildings to endless golden farmland. Now is the harvest season, and dozens of large harvesters are lined up in a line to harvest crops in the farmland. There are also dozens of heavy trucks following behind, transporting the newly harvested grain to the warehouse. This picture is the most beautiful picture in the world. Professor Rothschild sighed and retracted his gaze. After more than 5 hours of high-speed driving, the T-1024 train finally arrived in Yanjing. Professor Thomas Bennett and Professor Rothschild walked out of the high-speed railway station. At this time, Yanjing has become the world's largest city, and the square outside the high-speed railway station is crowded with people. Before they had time to sigh at the prosperity of Yanjing, two staff members in Mosey Technology uniforms came to greet them. A bus had already stopped not far away. After they got on the bus, they found that the bus was already full of people. Some of them had met before, mostly theoretical scientists. Afterwards, the bus took them to the Mosey Technology Park. In the early morning, the sky was just getting light, and there was silence outside. The whole city had not yet woken up. In the dim light, Professor Thomas Bennett lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling with wide eyes. After entering the Mosey Technology Park, they were all sent to this 100-meter high building. Professor Thomas Bennett found that other professors were just like him, and they didn't know why the Earth Defense Agency recruited them. Two stubborn professors raised their doubts to the Mosey Technology staff who were responsible for receiving them. Those well-trained staff just smiled and replied, sorry, this is Professor Liemo's decision. We at Mosey Technology don't know the specific situation. At this time, the professors lost their temper. Everyone knew that Professor Liemo always did things perfectly. He had many seemingly strange actions, which later appeared to be a wise decision. For example, dismantling dozens of aircraft carriers. At that time, the world was shocked and puzzled. Why did they dismantle the aircraft carriers that symbolize the greatest combat power on the Earth's sea surface? For a time, there was a lot of discussion in human civilization. Some people thought that this was Professor Liemo's deliberate suppression of the military power in North America, because most of the dismantled aircraft carriers came from North America. Some people also thought that as a scientist, Professor Liemo did not have leadership skills, and should not be the director of the Earth Defense Agency. Facing the surging discussion, Professor Liemo just smiled lightly, and did not make any explanation. In the subsequent Shenshin Annihilation battle, human civilization swept the ancestors with 3 interstellar battleships, which completely shocked the world. And those 3 interstellar battleships were made of materials dismantled from aircraft carriers. Since then, humans have chosen to keep silent in the face of Professor Liamo's strange behavior. Therefore, when they heard that the recruitment was Professor Liamo's decision, the professors fell silent. Fortunately, the welfare benefits here are very good. The working meal is 3 dishes and 1 soup, and the double room has 24-hour hot water and air conditioning. Even if you do nothing and just lie down here, it is also a good choice. Hey, Bennett, you are awake too, right? Professor Thomas Bennett was thinking, and suddenly a voice came from the dimness. A black figure got up from the bed next to him. Oh, Professor Goosegi, you are awake too. Professor Thomas Bennett turned around and greeted him. Professor Goosegi, a professor at the School of Mathematics of Northwestern Polytechnical University. His roommate is an authentic Chinese. When allocating accommodation, Professor Thomas Bennett wanted to live with his old friend, which would be more convenient for communication, but the Mosey Technology staff rejected his request without hesitation and clearly told him, at Mosey Technology, please follow the regulations of Mosey Technology. Professor Thomas Bennett could only accept the arrangement helplessly. Fortunately, although his new roommate was an authentic Chinese, he was not as arrogant as he should have been. On the first day of moving in, he taught him the usage of several Chinese idioms. In his mind, Professor Goosegi was a good person. Professor Goosegi stood up, stretched, and said with a smile, Bennett, Professor Liamo will reveal the answer today. I'm a little excited. Professor Thomas Bennett also sat up and muttered to himself, yes, I'm really looking forward to it. This building gathers most of the world's well-known theoretical scientists, right? Goosegi, who was sorting out his clothes, turned around, thought for a moment, and said firmly, I have a student working at Mosey Technology. He told me that this time a total of more than 10,000 people were recruited. More than 10,000 theoretical scientists. Has Professor Liamo made any major theoretical discoveries? Professor Thomas Bennett thought thoughtfully. At 8 o'clock in the morning, after having a meal, Professor Thomas Bennett followed the guidance of the staff and took the elevator to the 66th floor of the building. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The entire floor was arranged as a super large conference room. Under the bright lights, more than 200 rows and more than 10,000 seats were arranged in a circle, filling the entire conference room. In the center, there was a square platform more than 1 person high. On the platform, there was a chair and a conference table. Obviously, this platform was prepared for Professor Liamo. Professor Thomas Bennett found his seat according to the sequence number arranged by the staff, and was about to sit down. Bennett, we are neighbors again. Professor Goosegi, my roommate, also came over with a small note. Yes, yes, Professor Thomas Bennett greeted enthusiastically. He looked around and had a vague guess in his mind that the seating arrangement and accommodation arrangement might follow the same rule. In the conference room, people came one after another, each looking for their own seats and sitting down. Although there were many people, there was no noisy sound. Professor Thomas Bennett thought, maybe everyone is as uneasy as himself. At this time, a man in a navy blue mouse suit with a stand-up collar strode onto the stage with a microphone. Although he looked young, probably only in his 40s, his hair was already gray. Professor Thomas Bennett knew him and had attended academic conferences together. Fang Lanshan, vice chairman of Mosey Technology. Of course, when Professor Thomas Bennett met Fang Lanshan was just a rocket designer of the NCAA. They had attended a space physics seminar held by the University of Pennsylvania together. Even later, Professor Thomas Bennett had heard about Fang Lanshan being falsely accused of stealing secrets. At that time, he felt sorry for this talented rocket designer. No scientist could escape from such a malicious frame-up. The young man's career was ruined. Of course, regret was limited to regret. Professor Thomas Bennett would not risk offending the NCAA for a person he had only met once and stand up to express his support. What people didn't expect was that Fang Lanshan mysteriously disappeared from under the nose of FBL. When he reappeared in front of everyone, he had become a senior executive of Mosey Technology who was responsible for the Mars landing plan. Now, just a few years later, Fang Lanshan has become the second in command of Mosey Technology. This shocked his former colleagues. Mosey Technology has long become the world's largest supergiant group integrating scientific research and development and manufacturing. Because many of its researched and developed technologies and manufactured products involve sensitive areas, its market value is difficult to measure with money. A well-known financial magazine once made a rough estimate that the market value of Mosey Technology is at least 200 trillion, which is equivalent to the total GDP of the entire North American direct controlled area in 10 years. And Fang Lanshan, the young man who once attended a meeting with them, has become the actual helmsman of so much wealth. Everyone knows that Professor Liamo's main work focus is now on the Earth Defense Agency and responding to the upcoming world-destroying crisis. Professor Thomas Bennett sighed silently in his heart. If he had followed his sense of justice and stood up to say a few fair words, he might have been able to get a position like a consultant at Mosey Technology. Although it is impossible to get involved in core work, the treatment must be very generous. Fang Lanshan took the microphone and walked onto the podium under the spotlight. He was very careful not to stand in the center of the podium, but to leave the main seat. Hello everyone, welcome to Mosey Technology. Fang Lanshan stood on the podium, looked around, felt the attention of everyone, and his face was full of warm smiles. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to everyone for coming here from afar. Now, please invite Professor Liamo of the Earth Defense Bureau to come on stage to speak to everyone. His speech was very brief, because Professor Liamo had repeatedly required all staff members to be brief, simple, and straightforward during meetings. A thin figure walked out of the lounge next to him, escorted by several black uniforms. Professor Liamo is here. The professor seems to have lost weight. Pa. The professor stood up and applauded enthusiastically. The atmosphere was boiling, and some enthusiastic professors screamed to express their excitement. Liamo walked towards the podium along the lights amid the noisy cheers. Fang Lanshan quietly withdrew and stood aside. Liamo walked to the center of the platform, stood in front of the conference table, and pressed his hand slightly down. The cheers disappeared instantly, and the whole conference room was silent. Liamo slowly said, "Hello everyone. I won't say much about the welcome. Fang Lanshan has already completed this task for me. The reason why we gathered everyone today is for a big event related to the development of human civilization." Under the stage, everyone sat up straight, with a solemn expression. Fang Lanshan was also shocked. He only knew that Professor Liamo was going to do a big thing, but he didn't expect that this thing would actually be related to human civilization. Chapter 586 10,000 People Plan. In the meeting room of 10,000 people, Liamo stood under the spotlight and said loudly with a serious face, "So I ask you to do your best." Professor Thomas Bennett, who was sitting in his seat, was shocked and muttered to himself, "This is a major event related to the development of human civilization. How is it possible that we theoretical scientists can have such a role?" Similarly, everyone in the meeting room was talking about it. Is Professor Liamo wrong? We don't even know how to assemble a rocket. How can we develop human civilization? That's right. Under the great disaster of the world's destruction, Professor Liamo must be under too much pressure. Confucius said that, when you are sick, you will try any doctor. It must be like this. Liamo heard the discussion in the audience clearly. He did not continue to explain, but waved his hand. In the air behind him, lines of mathematical formulas and complex physical and chemical symbols magically emerged. These words were light green, shining and suspended in the air. They looked extremely clear and had a three-dimensional sense. People could clearly see the edges and width of the words. From a distance, these words seemed to have entities. Oh my god, holographic imaging technology. This is not only a holographic image, but also the most difficult stereoscopic imaging. The words in the air are real 3D stereoscopic images. I didn't even find where these words were emitted from. This is incredible. There were continuous exclamations from the audience, and the faces of the professors were full of shock. There is no trace of any light projection. This is real holographic imaging technology. Professor Thomas Bennett almost fell from his chair to the ground. He didn't care about his sore ankle. He stared at the light green words magically suspended in the air, and his mouth was a little bit unable to close. The full name of holographic imaging technology is the technology that uses the principles of interference and diffraction to record and reproduce the real three-dimensional image of an object. It is an ancient technology. In the 1960s, scientists used laser transmitters in the laboratory to realize primitive holographic images. However, the development of holographic imaging technology is extremely slow. For hundreds of years, scientists have been working hard, but they have only developed holographic projection technology, which can project images on a transparent holographic board. This is a useless projection technology. Later, some smart scientists discovered that, because human eyes observe objects horizontally, and the observation angles are slightly different, the images are viewed side by side, and there is a gap of about 6 centimeters between the two eyes. The fusion reflex of the nerve center and the visual psychological reaction produce a three-dimensional sense. So the simple holographic technology that can be used for commercial purposes was born, and 3D movies became the standard of movie theaters. However, both holographic panels and 3D movies are the most basic holographic imaging technologies. Real holographic imaging technology requires the display of real 3D stereoscopic images in space, and the use of projection methods to record and reproduce all the information of the light emitted by the photographed object. For example, a person is displayed using holographic imaging technology. The holographic image of this person is a 3D stereo, and light and shadow technology can be used to put on or take off clothes for him, and even his internal structure can be studied. It can be said that the holographic image of this person contains all the information of this person, including appearance characteristics, physiological characteristics, genetic information, etc. This is not only a technology used for communication and entertainment, but more importantly, it can become a special means for humans to study the material world. Doctors can use holographic imaging technology to understand the specific information of the lesion site in the patient's body without surgery. The military can use holographic imaging technology to simulate a realistic battlefield environment and train soldiers. Architects can use holographic imaging technology to study a more suitable weighing structure for buildings. In short, real holographic technology is widely used in human scientific research and life. I didn't expect Mosey Technology to really come up with it. Professor Thomas Bennett couldn't help but say vulgar language. On the high platform, Liamo looked at the professor's faces with shock, envy, jealousy, admiration and other expressions, and just wanted to say in his heart, "Get rid of it, you are focusing on the wrong point." He had to cough twice to remind the professors to pay attention. "Oh, I know those mathematical symbols, but I can't understand them when they are connected together." The professors came back to their senses and noticed the green numbers and symbols suspended in the air. "It seems that there should be some kind of pattern, but I can't figure it out. Is this really human knowledge?" They just got rid of shock and fell into confusion again. This kind of confusion is like when a primary school student encounters a difficult problem in mathematical Olympiad. Although they all know the words in the question, they can't figure out the meaning. Is this why Professor Liamo recruited us? As a member of the International Union of Pure Mathematics, Professor Shuxian knew a thing or two about Professor Liamo's working methods. In order to solve several difficult mathematical problems, Professor Liamo once held a meeting attended by famous mathematicians from all over the world. At the meeting, he asked the mathematicians to spark inspiration in their brains, and then collected these sparks to illuminate the fog covering these difficult mathematical problems. But this time the scale was a bit large, with as many as 10,000 people in the entire venue. Professor Shuxian's expression became solemn. On the high platform, Liamo pressed his hand slightly. 10,000 professors and scholars in the conference room immediately quieted down. Liamo directly gave the answer. "This is the theory of grand unification of the universe." Theory of grand unification of the universe. Does this thing really exist? Nice. It's amazing. Before he finished speaking, the 10,000 professors and scholars in the audience could no longer suppress their excitement and jumped out of their seats. They were so shocked that they didn't care about being polite and uttered all kinds of vulgar exclamations like a normal young man. No wonder they were so shocked. The grand unified theory of the universe has another name, the theory of everything. As the name implies, all phenomena in the universe can be explained by the grand unified theory of the universe, and the grand unified theory of the universe may be able to describe and predict everything in the universe. Mastering the grand unified theory of the universe means that humans have mastered all the mysteries of the universe and become godlike beings. Therefore, at the beginning of modern science, human scientists were full of interest in the grand unified theory of the universe. For example, the famous scientific giant Newton exhausted his energy to create the grand unified theory. However, due to the limitations of the level of science and technology, more and more scientists have realized that the grand unified theory of the universe is too ethereal, and a simplified version of the grand unified theory has been substituted. Scientists have discovered that there are only 4 types of interaction forces between microscopic particles, namely gravity, electromagnetic force, strong interaction force, and weak interaction force. In theory, all phenomena in the universe can be explained by these 4 forces. If these 4 forces can be unified, and a model can be constructed, the universe can be simply explained. Since then, scientists have made the unification of the 4 major forces their lifelong pursuit. After hundreds of years of development, humans have unified electromagnetic force, strong interaction force, and weak interaction force, leaving only the mysterious gravity, the first force known to humans, wandering outside the system. After proposing the theory of general relativity, the famous scientist Albert Einstein spent the rest of his life studying how to unify gravity with other forces, but ended up with nothing. So, humans haven't even established a simplified version of the grand unified theory, and Professor Liemo actually directly proposed the grand unified theory of the universe. The shock in the hearts of these professors and scholars in the audience can be imagined. After the shock came confusion. Are these incomprehensible mathematical formulas the grand unified theory of the universe? Professor Thomas Bennett, as a theoretical scientist, had also devoted himself to the study of the grand unified theory. He could no longer suppress his inner doubts, and stood up and asked, "Professor Liemo, I don't question your meaning, but the grand unified theory of the universe is of great importance. Can you explain it in detail?" After thinking for a while, he added, "I don't quite understand the formula you gave. It's not terrible for a scientist to encounter a problem that he doesn't understand. What's terrible is that he is unwilling to admit his ignorance." Liemo nodded and encouraged him. He smiled and spread his hands. "I really want to explain, but I don't understand it either." "You don't understand this? Even Professor Liemo can't understand it? Is Professor Liemo kidding? He can't understand the grand unified theory of the universe that he proposed. Did I hear it wrong just now?" There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and the professors and scholars rubbed their ears. Even Fang Lanshan looked at him with an unbelievable look. Liemo smiled bitterly in his heart. Now that he was telling the truth, no one believed it. He threw out the prepared story. After the Shuxian Annihilation War, the Earth Defense Agency found a book of ancestors in a hidden corner under the Shuxian mountain. According to research, this book records that the ancestors got some cosmic secrets from a wandering race in the universe. This set of complex formulas is the most important part of it. In order to give a reasonable explanation to the professors and scholars, Liemo had to push the ancestors of Shuxian Mountain to the front. Anyway, Shuxian Mountain had been completely destroyed, and the ancestors were extinct. There was no one who could expose this white lie. It turned out that the ancestors got scientific theories from advanced civilizations. This makes sense. Professor Liemo has a noble character. If it were someone else, such a theory of this level would have been taken for themselves long ago. That's right. That's right. Professor Liemo is worthy of being the greatest scientist of mankind. The scholars and professors in the audience suddenly realized and nodded. Liemo listened to the overwhelming praise and felt complicated. If it were 5 years ago, he might have hesitated whether to make these theories public or study them secretly to gain more honors. But now, his biggest ideal is to improve the overall strength of human civilization as soon as possible and strive to let humans gain the power to protect themselves in this indifferent universe. And all this is absolutely impossible to do with his own strength and wisdom. Only by uniting the strength of all mankind and giving full play to the wisdom of all human scientists can this goal be achieved as soon as possible. Liemo pressed his hand slightly, signaling silence, and then said loudly, I have a preliminary understanding of these formulas. It should be the grand unified theory of the universe. Now I ask you to use all your intelligence and wisdom to sort out this theory. Professor, don't worry, this is related to the development of human civilization. We theoretical scientists will definitely do our best. Professor Gusaji stood up and took the initiative to express his position. His face was flushed, he was emotional, and his eyes flashed with a gleam called ambition. Yes, once the grand unified theory of the universe is established, we humans may no longer be afraid of that alien spaceship. Professor Liemo is right. We are the smartest scientists in the world and we will definitely figure it out. The professors and scholars expressed their opinions excitedly, as if they were injected with chicken blood. It was as if they had mastered the theory of the grand unification of the universe in the next moment, and could create a Star Destroyer cannon, and blow the alien spaceship that was about to destroy the Earth into pieces with one shot. The meeting room was full of emotions, but the initiator Liemo remained calm. Among the scientific and technological theories obtained from the big-headed Pajero people, the theory of the grand unification of the universe was a low-level theory. In other words, even if this theory was mastered, it would be difficult for humans to create weapons of the level of Star Destroyers. Another point is that the cosmic rules of the Pajero starfield may be different from the cosmic rules of the Earth starfield, and the grand unification theories of the two may also be different. Of course, this kind of cosmic secret is not convenient to speak out. Liemo thought for a moment and added, I ask you not to limit yourself to these formulas themselves, but to find out the ideas and principles behind them. The professors and scholars nodded in agreement. Liemo then turned around and said to Fang Lanshan, I'll leave this to you. Fang Lanshan nodded heavily and said, Professor, don't worry, I know very well what this task means. He was very curious, because Professor Liemo handed him 3 file bags in total. The first file bag contained the grand unified theory of the universe, so what were in the other 2 bags? However, he still suppressed his curiosity and began to assign tasks to the more than 10,000 theoretical scientists, because Professor Liemo had explained that only after the grand unified theory of the universe was solved could the other 2 bags be opened. As the sun set, the bulletproof red flag car drove on the streets of Yanjing, just like driving in the golden light. After Liemo explained his understanding of the grand unified theory of the universe to the professors and scholars, he rushed to the international airport without stopping. Today is the day when Wu Sanwei goes to Japan, and teacher Wu will also go to see him off. If the director shows up, he will feel more at ease. Director, why did you give all 3 bags to Fang Lanshan? Zhao Dan hesitated for a long time and expressed his doubts. In his opinion, the director's approach did not comply with confidentiality regulations. The correct approach should be that the director would hand over another theory to Fang Lanshan after the 10,000 professors and scholars solved a theory. Liemo was stunned for a moment, took a breath, and said, because I'm not sure that they can create a unified theory of the universe before the world-destroying disaster comes. Zhao Dan was stunned. The director's implication was that he was mentally prepared to sacrifice himself in the fight against the world-destroying disaster. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 Shao Sanjing. Yanjing International Airport. The bulletproof red flag car drove directly into the airport under the escort of the staff. The Earth Defense Bureau's business jet had already taxied onto the runway and was ready to take off. In front of the plane, Wu Sanwei was saying goodbye to Professor Wu, who was seeing him off. When they saw the bulletproof red flag car coming, they immediately came to greet him. Sanwei, teacher, I'm late. Liemo got out of the car and greeted him. The doubt on Professor Wu's face suddenly disappeared, and he smiled and said, not late. Not late. As the director of the Earth Defense Bureau, you must be very busy at work. It's rare that you can come to see Sanwei off. Although Liemo respected his teacher very much and never interrupted the 3 festivals and 2 birthdays, Professor Wu knew what kind of status his student was now. Director, I can actually go by myself. Wu Sanwei also came up, looking a little surprised. Liemo smiled and nodded. This is your first mission. As the head of the family, I'm seeing you off in person. I wish you a successful start. After a brief greeting, considering that the comrades in charge of the reception in Kyoto were still waiting, Wu Sanwei got on the plane. Liemo and Professor Wu watched the plane fly into the sky and disappear into the clouds. Professor Wu looked at it for a long time before looking away, with a look of reluctance. Teacher, don't worry. Although the situation in Japan is chaotic, there are comrades from the Earth Defense Bureau's Kyoto office to pick them up, so there won't be any big problems. Liemo knew that he was worried, and said calmly, what's more, the fact that Sanwei can come out of the sacred mountain alive is enough to prove his ability. Don't worry too much. Alas, when I get old, I always hope that my children will stay by my side honestly. Professor Wu smiled and shook his head. Liemo was stunned for a moment and felt a little guilty for his own plan. Is it really appropriate to separate the father and son who have been separated for many years and finally reunited? On the plane, Wu Sanwei looked at the facilities in the passenger plane curiously. This was not his first time to take a plane, but it was his first time to take a private plane. The facilities in the cabin are luxurious and spacious. 15 large windows make the cabin extremely bright. The townhouse leather sofa makes people want to lie on it for a nap. There is a great conference room at the front of the cabin, which is large enough for 10 people to hold a small meeting. There is a spacious bathroom at the rear of the cabin with complete bathing facilities. The light emitted by the top light strip is just the right brightness, giving people a warm and cozy feeling. Comrade Wu Sanwei, this is a red wine produced by the Romanican tea winery in Europe. Kinbamian took out a bottle of red wine from a constant temperature box at the front of the cabin and walked over. Romanican tea red wine? Wu Sanwei was a little curious and reached out to take it. Romanican tea winery is one of the oldest wineries in France, located in the famous Burgundy region. Because it only uses a very rare grape as a raw material for winemaking, the production capacity is very low, and it is basically a treasure for collectors to keep their houses or cellars. There is no label on the bottle, but Wu Sanwei did not doubt the authenticity of the red wine, because this level of red wine can no longer use a label to prove its value. Want a glass? Kinbamian put the glass on the table and was about to open the bottle with a cap opener. Wu Sanwei waved his hands with some regret and said with a smile, I should be performing official duties now, so it's not suitable for me to drink. Let's have a cup of green tea. Kinbamian looked at him suspiciously, making sure that the young boss was not joking, and brewed a cup of green tea for him with doubts. Wu Sanwei looked at the green and stretched buds in the teacup, smelled a fresh fragrance, and was a little intoxicated. Since returning to China, under the guidance of Professor Liemo, he has gradually become fond of this ancient Chinese drink. He glanced at Kinbamian and smiled. Don't stand anymore, sit down and have a rest. To be honest, Kinbamian is a qualified assistant who can always take care of everything properly, but sometimes he is a little too enthusiastic. Wu Sanwei sat on the sofa, looking at the white clouds floating outside the window, and felt a little incredible. Who would have thought that a slave of Shenshin could also sit on a plane and fly freely? He pondered for a moment, took out the computer from the document bag, connected to the intranet of the Earth Defense Bureau, and used the authority of the deputy director to start looking through the work reports submitted by various departments. There are many reports, with various categories, from personnel arrangements to troop training, from funding applications to scientific research project establishment, all crowded in a special area of the intranet. Only the director and deputy director have the authority to view these files. Although Wu Sanwei has not been officially appointed as deputy director, he has the authority of deputy director under the instruction of Liemo. These reports are often accompanied by Liemo's approval, some of which are approved for execution, and some are rejected. Wu Sanwei carefully checked and learned Liemo's ideas and methods for handling these files. Suddenly, a new file caught his attention. The file name was very ordinary, Wacheng Xingxing Kindergarten Investigation Report. Wu Sanwei was shocked and said to himself, isn't the classmate of Professor Liemo a teacher at Wacheng Xingxing Kindergarten? Obviously, this file is the investigation result uploaded by the relevant departments of the Earth Defense Bureau after a re-investigation. Wu Sanwei was very impressed by the beautiful teacher Bei. Although her appearance can only be regarded as average and her excellent figure is not top-notch, she looks very feminine, which makes people feel close to her. Especially seeing that there was something going on between her and the principal Liu Jiangsheng, it made people feel pity. Wu Sanwei couldn't help but open the file. Half an hour later, he snapped his notebook shut and angrily cursed, "Beast." The investigation of the Education Bureau this time was very detailed. The entire document was as many as 300 pages. The investigators investigated more than 2,000 people and teachers. It can be said that anyone who had a relationship with Xingxing Kindergarten was within the scope of the investigation, and even the owner of the small supermarket opposite the kindergarten was not spared. With such a detailed investigation, the filth hidden in the dark naturally appeared in the sun. It turned out that Xingxing Kindergarten was a private school. The principal Liu Jiangsheng had always been domineering and monopolized, using his power to exploit teachers and staff. Teacher Bei, as a new teacher, had been targeted by him since he entered the school and became a new target of exploitation. Principal Liu Jiangsheng repeatedly threatened Teacher Bei with salary deductions and dismissal. Poor Teacher Bei dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. If it were not for the intervention of the Earth Defense Agency, Teacher Bei might have lived in the dark all his life, living a life worse than death. Fortunately, there is Professor Li Mo. Thinking that Principal Liu Jiangsheng would inevitably face the most severe punishment and Teacher Bei would also be liberated, Wu Sanwei felt much better. He had great confidence in Shentu Zixu and Yiu. The straight line distance from Yanjing to Kyoto is 2,460 kilometers. 4 hours later, Wu Sanwei was learning how to handle documents. Qin Beimian stood up and whispered, "Comrade Wu Sanwei, the plane is about to land. We must fasten our seat belts first." After a not so bumpy landing, Wu Sanwei walked out of the cabin. The airport is very large, with 3 or 4 planes landing at the same time. 3 black cars drove quickly from the airport. The bodies of the cars were painted with the umbrella and shield logo of the Earth Defense Agency, and 2 armored vehicles followed behind. The appearance of this convoy also attracted the attention of passengers who had just got off other planes, and they all stopped to watch. The Earth Defense Agency's convoy and armored vehicles. It seems that the people coming this time are of high rank. I wonder if the Mitsu family knows this news? Don't mind so much, those consortiums are not good things. If the Earth Defense Agency can really get rid of them this time, that would be great. Mr. Jinxia, you think too much. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talking about the Mitsu family, they have risen in the Kyoto area for hundreds of years. They have long been deeply rooted. How can they collapse easily? Of course, Wu Sanwei only saw them watching and didn't know that he had become the hope in the hearts of Kyoto people. He was about to go down the stairs, but was stopped. Qin Beimian stopped him. Wait a minute. Although this is Kyoto International Airport, it is not safe. At this time, the convoy had arrived in front of the plane, and hundreds of fully armed soldiers jumped off the armored vehicles. The soldiers quickly held their weapons in their arms, formed a warning formation, and surrounded the plane. Under the sunlight, the weapons exuded a cold metallic luster, which made the onlookers take 2 steps back. A young man in a dark green uniform of the Earth Defense Bureau got out of the black car and made a safety gesture to the plane. "It's okay now." Qin Beimian breathed a sigh of relief. The new deputy director was still too young and didn't know the chaos in Kyoto. Here, people pray for God's blessing before going to work every day, for fear that they would not be able to go home if they were not careful. People on the street took the initiative to stay more than 10 meters apart, so that if they found someone rushing towards them quickly, they would have enough time to take out their weapons from their arms. It can be said that there is no more dangerous city in the world than Kyoto. Wu Sanwei walked down the stairs slowly. "Comrade Wu Sanwei, the Earth Defense Bureau's Kyoto office welcomes you. I'm Nanzeo, the clerk." The young man who had just made the gesture came up. "Comrade Nanzeo, hello, please take care of me." Wu Sanwei greeted politely. After a few days of study, he has learned the overall structure of the Earth Defense Bureau. Directly MO does not seem to like to set up positions such as directors and section chiefs for external agencies, and instead uses clerks. The position of clerk sounds small, but in fact, he is the highest official of the entire Kyoto office. Ms. Kinbamian, you look younger. Nanzeo greeted Kinbamian with a smile. Wu Sanwo's heart moved. They looked very familiar. You are the only one who is sweet-mouthed. Kinbamian also joked. She turned back and explained to Wu Sanwei, Nanzeo was my classmate in college. This makes sense. Wu Sanwei nodded slightly. It was a happy thing to meet old classmates in a foreign country. Unlike himself, all his classmates were dead. Kinbamian seemed to add in a low voice intentionally or unintentionally. We all graduated from Yan University. Yan University. Wu Sanwei understood a little. No wonder these two young people can hold such important positions at such a young age. It is well known that Professor Liemo has a shortcoming. That is not a shortcoming. That is, he likes to reuse students from his alma mater. At that time in Mosey Technology, 80% of the executives of Mosey Technology were graduates of Yan University. Later, the Earth Defense Bureau was established, and most of the senior executives of the Earth Defense Bureau were also graduates of Yan University. Of course, on the one hand, it is because Yanda has become the world's top university, and naturally there are many outstanding graduates. On the other hand, it is a matter of Professor Liemo's personal hobby. However, Professor Liemo does not seem to think there is any problem with this, and still does his own thing. The three exchanged a few words, and were about to get in the car. A convoy of 10 luxury cars drove in from a distance. In the sun, the black paint was dazzling, and the golden man on the front of the car was shining. The crowd of onlookers saw the convoy appear and criticized it. Someone whispered, the license plate 00000 is the Mitsu family in Kyoto. Someone else said, the Mitsu family is still rich and powerful. These 10 luxury cars must cost hundreds of millions. An old man said, I don't know if it is the old Mitsu or the young Mitsu who came this time. Seeing the convoy coming, the soldiers in charge of the escort quickly surrounded it, with the black muzzles pointed at it. The convoy slowly stopped, and a middle-aged man who looked like a butler got out of the first car, ran to the extended limousine in the middle, and respectfully opened the door. A young man in a grey suit came down. His walking posture was a bit strange. His steps were of different lengths, and his right leg seemed to have something wrong. He was thin, his eyes were sunken, his complexion was pale, and he looked sick. However, his triangular eyes flashed coldly from time to time, giving people a sinister feeling. This is the first heir of the Mitsu group, Mitsu Sheofu. Nanzeo saw the young man appear. His face turned ugly, and he introduced in a low voice, he is very insidious and vicious. He is the focus of our office's surveillance. Wu Sanwei nodded, indicating that he understood. The Mitsu Group is the largest group in Kyoto, with more than 10 banks, 20 real estate development companies, more than 100 heavy factories, more than 300 logistics companies, and 30 food trading companies. Relying on these companies, the Mitsu Group controls important industries such as energy and food distribution in the Kyoto area. Some analysts in the Earth Defense Agency believe that the Mitsu Group already has the power to control the entire Kyoto and should be treated with caution. In recent years, due to his old age, the elder Mitsu has begun to look for a successor. He has 10 sons, among whom the youngest son, Mitsu Sheofu, is the most popular. He has become the vice president of the group and is considered the best successor. He is called Sheo Mitsu. I heard that Deputy Director Wu of the Earth Defense Bureau went to Kyoto in person, so Mitsu Sheofu came to greet him. Mitsu Sheofu stood outside the encirclement and said loudly, he is well informed. Could it be that the information was leaked by the Japanese staff in the bureau? Wu Sanwei hid his inner doubts well, and let his face be filled with a warm smile. Mr. Mitsu, you're welcome. He waved his hand. The soldiers in charge of security made way for a one-person wide road. Deputy Director Wu has just arrived, and Mitsu will do his best to be a good host. He has already prepared a small banquet. Mitsu Sheofu walked over and said in fluent Chinese, the Hangman banquet? Wu Sanwei smiled and said, of course I'm very grateful, but I'm inevitably tired after traveling a long distance. Please forgive me. After many years of living in Shenzhen, He knew one thing deeply: never entrust your life to the kindness of others. Chapter 588 Nanzeohua. A black red flag car was running on the streets of Kyoto. It was already dusk, with tall buildings and flashing neon lights on both sides of the street. Although it was not yet midnight, the flower of evil had already blossomed. At the door of the cheap love hotel, massage shop and bar, the pink sign was lit. There were dozens of girls dressed like high school students standing on the street, occasionally reaching out to greet the men passing by. Sometimes a transaction could be completed with just a glance. The streets were full of drunks, and office workers in suits and uniforms staggered out of the tavern, supporting each other. They ignored the taxis that had been waiting on the roadside for a long time, but used their last bit of sobriety to sit on the roadside for a short rest, then got up with difficulty, walked into the subway in trance and took the train home. The red flag car was moving slowly along the streets of Kyoto, and Wu Sanwei looked out through the car window expressionlessly. The front should be the prosperous area of Kyoto. From a distance, you can see the neon lights dispelling the darkness, and the singing of birds and happy voices came in through the car window glass. That is Kabukicho, the most famous entertainment venue in Kyoto. Kanbamian took the initiative to introduce it. Wu Sanwei was a little confused and asked, shouldn't the most luxurious entertainment venue here be Ginza? Before the moon meteorite disaster, he had been to Kyoto and knew the prosperity of Ginza. Ginza is too expensive and closes too early. In Kabukicho, guests can party all night. Kanbamian explained a little shyly. How could a girl say such words? Wu Sanwei saw that her face was flushed and she was thinking about something. Outside the window, the sign of Kabukicho Ichibange was hanging on the street. Under the sign was a small stage, and a girl dressed in lalita was singing loudly surrounded by a group of middle-aged uncles. She looked young, and with her childish dress, she looked particularly weak, which made people have a desire to protect her. But behind this desire, there is often destruction. Wu Sanwei once read a report on the analysis of the world's major ethnic groups in Shenzhen. The report said that Kyoto people have morbid love for delicate and beautiful things. They like to make a delicate flower with their own hands, and then tear it into pieces and swallow it into their bloody mouths. They always behave politely, but their minds are twisted and perverted, and they always fantasize about destroying everything. The streets of Kabukicho Ichiban Street are full of all kinds of girls. They always throw kisses to passing luxury cars and scream in an attempt to attract some attention. But when the Earth Defense Bureau's convoy passed by, the girls became quiet and lowered their heads, as if they had not seen anything at all. Kabukicho is also the business of the Mitsu family. It seems that Shiomitsu has already passed on the news of your arrival. Kanbamian explained. He knows that our Earth Defense Bureau is collecting evidence of the Chibles in order to break the monopoly of the Chibles in the Kyoto area. Wu Sanwei looked at the darkness outside and remained silent. The special office of the Earth Defense Bureau is located in the suburbs of Kyoto. On a barren land stood a building of more than 10 stories high. It was already nighttime, and the lights on the tall building were on. From a distance, it looked like a sharp sword piercing the land of Kyoto. A few kilometers away from the building, the convoy encountered the first checkpoint. More than a dozen fully armed soldiers surrounded them. Military stronghold, please show your ID. Obviously, these soldiers recognized the convoy and did not point their guns directly at it, but just made a warning gesture. Nanzeohua, who was sitting in the front car, got out of the car, took out a magnetic disc from his pocket, and handed it over. Squad leader Wang, the comrades from the general administration, are sitting in the car. The soldier named Squad leader Wang took out a strange instrument and swiped it, then walked to the front of the red flag car. Wu Sanwei took the initiative to lower the window. Squad leader Wang looked at him, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket, compared it carefully, and saluted. Hello, Deputy Director Wu. It seems that his photo has been distributed to every soldier by the Earth Defense Agency. Wu Sanwei smiled warmly and said, Captain Wang, you've worked hard. The situation has been a little tense in recent days. We are afraid that the enemy will sneak in. Please forgive us. Captain Wang smiled and explained. I understand. Wu Sanwei saw that his eyes were full of bloodshot in the faint light. He probably didn't get enough rest. In the short 5-kilometer journey, the convoy passed a total of 6 checkpoints. At the last checkpoint, Wu Sanwei had to get off the car and conduct human biological monitoring. When they arrived at the office building, it was almost late at night. Fortunately, Nanzao had arranged everything in advance. After a simple working meal, Wu Sanwei and Qin Beimian came to a guest room specially used to entertain comrades from the general administration. The guest room is very luxurious, with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, more than 300 square meters, a bit like a 5-star suite in China. Although the house is large and has many rooms, Wu Sanwei is still a little uneasy when he thinks of living in the same house with a girl. He tactfully asked Nanzao to live elsewhere, but was ruthlessly rejected. According to Nanzao, this was the plan set by the general administration, and his small office could not change it. If Wu Sanwei insisted, he needed the consent of Director Liemo. For such a small matter, he had to disturb Professor Liemo. Wu Sanwei really couldn't say anything, so he had to accept the fact that he had to live in the same house with a female comrade. Fortunately, the house was large, with enough bathrooms for 3 people, and all equipped with bathing facilities, so it wouldn't be too embarrassing. After washing up, Wu Sanwei lay on the bed and called Professor Wu. After listening to some instructions, he fell asleep. Early in the morning, Wu Sanwei got up at dawn. Today was his first day in the office, and he had to hold an important meeting. When he was dressed and pushed open the door of the room, Qin Beimian was already standing in the middle of the living room. "Good morning, Comrade Wu Sanwei." "Good morning," Qin Beimian said as he took out a document from his handbag and handed it over. "This is the information of the main staff of the office. Please familiarize yourself with it first." Wu Sanwei was worried about this, so he quickly took it and sat on the sofa to read it. The material was handwritten with a ballpoint pen, and the handwriting was neat and beautiful. Nanzao, clerk, 30 years old, graduated from Yan University, calm and steady, disadvantages, too cautious. Wendao Sheng, investigator, 35 years old, second lieutenant, good at fighting, quick thinking, disadvantages, radical. Landakin, security guard, 40 years old, second lieutenant, good at fighting, meticulous, disadvantages, unknown. Qiu Yaosheng, mobile team leader, 35 years old, second lieutenant, good at firearms, deeply loved by soldiers, disadvantages, pure nature. This material fully records the details of the main staff of the Earth Defense Bureau's Kyoto office. Wu Sanwei took the material and fell into deep thought. Like Nanzao's clerk, positions such as investigators and security guards are also the product of artificial downgrading by the Earth Defense Bureau. Investigators should be the heads of the investigation team, and security guards should be the heads of the security team. Wait, this can be regarded as a kind of bad taste of Director Liemo. This information is very useful for Wu Sanwei to allocate work in the future. Obviously, this should be what Qin Beimian got from her old classmate. "Comrade Qin Beimian, thank you." Wu Sanwei stood up and nodded in thanks. Although collecting information is the essential job of an assistant, Qin Beimian's behavior still touched Wu Sanwei a little. "Let's go." They should be waiting in the conference room. Qin Beimian opened his mouth and uttered something that went against his heart. When Wu Sanwei and Qin Beimian stepped into the conference room, there were already more than a dozen people sitting inside, some wearing grey Zhongshan suits, and some wearing dark blue Earth Defense Bureau uniforms. They stood up immediately. "Let me introduce to you all, this is our new Deputy Director of the Earth Defense Bureau, Comrade Wu Sanwei." Nanzao took the initiative to greet him and let him sit at the first empty seat at the conference table. People cast curious glances, and Wu Sanwei took the opportunity to look around. The conference room was still simple in style, with an oval conference table and more than a dozen chairs. Even the LED lights on the roof were not beautified or decorated, but just hung nakedly on it, which looked particularly shabby. However, this simple and shabby facility suddenly became solemn and solemn, after being matched with an umbrella shield badge hanging on the wall. Wu Sanwei looked around with a smile on his face. "Hello everyone, I'm Wu Sanwei, acting as Deputy Director." Although he enjoys the treatment of Deputy Director, he has not been voted through by the Earth Conference and cannot be considered a real Deputy Director. A black-faced man sitting at the head was a little unhappy and shouted, "What Director Liemo decided can still be changed. I think the Earth Conference is just a formality. Without our Earth Defense Bureau, the Earth would have been destroyed by the God Mountain long ago. How could they hold a meeting and vote there?" Wen Daosheng, investigator, disadvantage, radical. Wu Sanwei quickly matched the black-faced man with the materials provided by Qin Bamian. Wen Daosheng, keep quiet. Don't say such words that are not conducive to unity in the future. Nan Zhaohe looked ugly and spoke in a serious tone. Obviously, Nan Zhaohe still has a high degree of authority in the office. Wen Daosheng, a burly man in his 30s, was reprimanded, but he did not get angry. Instead, he lowered his head and muttered softly, "Facts are facts, and we can't say them." Wu Sanwei laughed in his heart. What a straightforward guy. In this world, some things can't be said, some things can't be said, and some things can only be kept in mind. Once they are spoken out, they will cause unexpected trouble. He coughed twice, picked up the documents that Qin Bamian had prepared long ago, and said, "I think everyone knows the main purpose of my visit this time. Director Liemo is very concerned about the cannibalism incident in Kyoto. He hopes that we can find out the truth in the shortest possible time, and then severely punish the murderer. What do you think?" In fact, Wu Sanwei already had a plan in his mind, but considering that he had just arrived and didn't know the details of Kyoto, the best way was to brainstorm. Everyone lowered their heads and said nothing. There was silence in the office, the air became sticky, and the atmosphere was so depressing that people could hardly breathe. "Don't you welcome me? This is embarrassing." Although Wu Sanwei looked calm, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. "That, Comrade Wu Sanwei, we don't have any ideas. It's mainly because this matter is too difficult to handle." Nan Zhaohe also realized that there was something wrong with this atmosphere, and took the initiative to explain. "In fact, in the report we submitted to the Bureau, a complete solution has been attached, and this solution has also been strongly supported by several major financial groups in Kyoto, and it is very credible. I didn't expect that the Bureau didn't approve it. Did the Kyoto office ever propose a solution?" Wu Sanwei was a little confused. Before he set off, he had studied the Kyoto cannibalism incident in detail. In the report submitted by the Kyoto office, he only saw a detailed investigation report on the incident, and there was no solution attached. What's going on? Was it deleted? Wu Sanwei was a little confused. The dark-faced man Wen Daosheng stood up and said in a loud voice, "That's right. The environment in the refugee camp is complicated, and it is impossible to check one by one. The best way is to clean up the refugee camp and put an end to it. No matter whether there are cannibals or vampires in it, no one can escape." Clean up. Wu Sanwei was a little confused and asked subconsciously, "Just use bombs to blow up the refugee camp?" Wen Daosheng made a gesture of a bomb explosion. "This is too simple and crude. There are at least more than 1 million innocent refugees in it. No wonder the Bureau deleted the plan you submitted." Considering the tight defense of the Earth Defense Bureau, Wu Sanwei understood that only internal people could delete the plan, and it was even very likely that this was instructed by Professor Liemo. However, Wen Daosheng was excited, and it was understandable that he proposed such an unreliable plan. But why did Nan Zhaohe agree? Wu Sanwei cast a puzzled look at Nan Zhaohe. Nan Zhaohe stood up awkwardly and explained, "The situation in Kyoto is very complicated, so we have to resort to this desperate measure." Wu Sanwei sat up and waited for him to continue. Nan Zhaohe opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. "Old Nan, isn't it just the Mitsu family's trivial matter? Old Wu is not an outsider. There is nothing to say." Wen Daosheng shouted loudly like a gong. "Old Wu, it's not that we don't want to investigate the Kyoto cannibal incident. The key is that the people in the refugee camp are not cooperating." "Not cooperating?" Wu Sanwei was a little confused. The investigation of the cannibal incident was obviously for the safety of the refugees. Why would they not cooperate? "Well, let me tell you." Nan Zhaohe sighed and said, "In fact, the people in the Kyoto area have always been resistant to our Earth Defense Agency. Here, the Mitsu Zaibatsu is a real ruler, just like a local emperor. When this office was first established, People from Kyoto even sneaked in at night to prevent bombs. Wu Sanwei finally understood why there were so many checkpoints outside the office. He originally thought it was to defend against attacks by the Cheebles. Although we distribute food, clothing, medicine and other relief supplies to the refugees every time we enter the refugee camp, they may turn around and attack us after getting the supplies, so now we are fully armed when distributing supplies. Nanzeo Hua continued to explain. Chapter 589 Matsuda Sakurako. Listening to Nanzeo Hua's explanation, Wu Sanwei gradually understood. It turned out that in the eyes of the office, the people of Kyoto were not worth saving at all, so they proposed the plan of blowing up the refugee camp. Wu Sanwei was still thinking, and Nanzeo Hua added, in order to solve the Kyoto cannibalism incident, I once sought the opinions of the Mitsuzeibatsu, and expressed that our Earth Defense Bureau would never allow such incidents that undermine the self-esteem of civilization to happen on Earth. Mitsu immediately said that he could assist us in the cleanup. Hearing that Nanzeo Hua was still trying hard to promote his cleanup plan, Wu Sanwei shook his head and said firmly, cleanup is absolutely impossible. The Earth Defense Bureau will never allow more than 1 million innocent people on Earth to die. Nanzeo Hua sat down slowly. His expression was dull and lost. We also understand that this method is too rough, but the investigators we sent to the Kyoto refugee camp have been attacked repeatedly and can only return empty-handed. Wu Sanwei looked around at the backbones of the office. Most of them looked serious, lowered their heads, and did not seem to be ready to speak. Obviously, they did not have any effective solution to the current predicament. However, Wu Sanwei was mentally prepared for this kind of scene. If the Kyoto office could find out the truth about the incident, then Professor Liemo would not have sent him here. He stood up and let his face be filled with a warm smile. Let's stop here today. Everyone is busy with work and must have many things to arrange. Let's adjourn the meeting. Nanzeo Hua was surprised. The backbones were also puzzled. They were ready to be scolded. After all, the Kyoto office itself was an agency specially established by the Earth Defense Agency to stabilize the situation in Kyoto. But cannibalism occurred in the Kyoto refugee camp, which was a dereliction of duty. They could not come up with an effective solution, which was also a dereliction of duty. Unexpectedly, the deputy director just asked about the situation and announced the adjournment of the meeting. What was his idea? Yes, adjourn the meeting. I still have to arrange a new reconnaissance mission. The black-faced man, Lieutenant Wendao Sheng, stood up first. He smiled and said, I will arrange Kyoto specialties for you in the evening. Shut up. Nanzeo Hua saw that he was talking frivolously and quickly spoke out to stop him. Then he turned around and explained in a low voice, Comrade Wendao Sheng meant to invite you to enjoy the song and dance performance. These two guys, singing in unison, are they acting? Wu Sanwei has no interest in song and dance performances, but considering that he has just arrived, it would be particularly noble to rashly refuse his colleague's invitation. He nodded and agreed. I think with Kinbamian following, these guys will not do anything excessive. Sure enough, seeing Wu Sanwei agree to attend the banquet in the evening, Wendao Sheng was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I will definitely invite the best performers in the entire Kyoto area. Wu Sanwei returned to his residence and asked Kinbamian to take the map of the Kyoto refugee area from the office's data room for detailed study. The entire refugee area is divided into 10 large refugee camps, covering an area of about 200 square kilometers. Among the 10 refugee camps, there are also some small-scale refugee villages. They are dotted among the 10 refugee camps. Since the refugee camps have no names, the Kyoto office arbitrarily used the 10 numbers 1 to 10 to mark them. The refugee camp, where the cannibalism incident was first discovered, was the number 01 refugee camp in the northeast corner. Then the cannibalism incident spread to the number 02 refugee camp, which was almost adjacent to the number 01 refugee camp. So far, 5 of the 10 refugee camps have experienced cannibalism incidents, namely the number 01, number 02, number 04, number 07, and number 08 refugee camps. They are not adjacent to each other. Wu Sanwei frowned as he looked at the map. According to his original guess, the cannibalism incident should be a group of refugees who lost their minds and committed crimes. After committing crimes, they sneaked from one refugee camp to another refugee camp and continued to commit crimes. It seems that his original idea was a bit biased. However, it will not have any impact on the plan, because Wu Sanwei has made up his mind and is ready to disguise himself as a refugee and sneak into the Kyoto refugee camp. Since those refugees do not cooperate with the investigation of the Earth Defense Bureau, he will personally inspect the crime scene, find clues, and pull out the murderer. When he was in Shenzhen, he had learned many languages and could use the language of the Kyoto area proficiently. What is lacking now is a guide who is familiar with local customs and folkways. Wu Sanwei thought for a moment and dialed a number that was already in his phone book. Lieutenant Fang Shan, this is Wu Sanwei, please come over. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment and just mechanically said yes, yes. Wu Sanwei didn't explain too much and hung up the phone directly because some things are not suitable to be said over the phone. The guide he was looking for this time was Lieutenant Fang Shan, the special investigator who first submitted a report to the Earth Defense Bureau. Lieutenant Fang Shan was the first to discover the Kyoto cannibalism incident, so he was naturally very familiar with the refugee camp. I just don't know if he is willing to take this risk. Wu Sanwei believed that, if he gave the order directly, even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, the soldiers of the Earth Defense Bureau would step over without hesitation, but he was unwilling to force others to accept orders. After the call, Wu Sanwei asked Qin Beimian to find detailed information about Kyoto and study it carefully. 30 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Qin Beimian opened the door. Report, Lieutenant Fang Shan is here to report. A spirited young man walked in and saluted. He is 1.85 meters tall, well proportioned and strong, with a short crew cut, bronze skin, square face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his eyes are bright and energetic. A well-fitting dark green uniform adds a bit of heroism to him. He looks energetic. Comrade Fang Shan, please sit down. Wu Sanwei stood up and asked him to sit on the sofa next to him. Qin Beimian brought 2 cups of green tea at the right time. Fang Shan was obviously a little restrained. He sat in a standard military posture, with his hands flat on his knees and his eyes unfocused. Don't be nervous, please have some tea. Wu Sanwei smiled. This young investigator reminded him of the scene when he first boarded the Huaxia. Thank you. Fang Shan picked up the teacup and sipped it. Comrade Fang Shan, I saw in the information that you are from Jiangnan, and my hometown is also from Jiangnan, so we are considered fellow villagers. Wu Sanwei was ready to chat. Fang Shan put down the teacup and answered seriously, Deputy Director. Wu Sanwei waved his hand and said with a smile, call me Comrade Wu Sanwei. I don't like to address each other by title. This is a habit he learned from Professor Liemo. At first, he was a little confused about why Professor Liemo didn't like to be called director. When he became the deputy director of the Earth Defense Agency, he realized that being honored by his title would make him feel a sense of nothingness and greatness in his heart. This feeling would unconsciously put him in a high position. This is not a good phenomenon. Oh, Comrade Wu Sanwei. Fang Shan was stunned for a moment. Then he said, although I grew up in Jiangnan, my hometown is in the northwest, so we are not fellow villagers. Wu Sanwei. Qin Beimian next to him almost couldn't hold back his laughter. These 2 idiots, one was chatting awkwardly, and the other was being serious, and they were completely on different channels. I'll add some more tea for you. She stood up and picked up the teapot. Qin Beimian's move broke the awkward atmosphere. Wu Sanwei took a deep breath and said with a smile, I asked you to come here today because of the Kyoto cannibalism case. I have read the detailed report, but I'm a little confused about some of the descriptions in it. Hearing about the case, Fang Shan obviously relaxed a little, and his body was no longer so tense. He replied, Comrade Wu, please be clear. When Fang Shan received the call, he knew that the deputy director must have come for the Kyoto cannibalism case, and he had made enough psychological preparations. In the report, you described the crime scene in detail, but did not explain why you went there. Wu Sanwei asked. Because he had checked the mission records of that period, and in the records, there was no mission that required going deep into the camp. So how did Fang Xian appear at the crime scene in the refugee camp? Fang Xian was a little surprised and hesitated. It seems that there is something hidden. Wu Sanwei smiled and said, "Don't worry, the reason why I noticed this matter is to find a way to find the murderer, and I have no intention of pursuing it." Qin Beimian was also a little surprised. Everyone focused their attention on the cannibalism case, but forgot the investigator who first discovered the murder scene. Considering the complicated situation in Kyoto, the Earth Defense Bureau has specially stipulated that office staff should not go out alone, unless there is a mission to be performed. Obviously, the young investigator named Fang Xian violated this rule. Qin Beimian sighed. She didn't expect Wu Sanwei to notice this so keenly. It's not simple. She couldn't help but prick up her ears. Fang Xian lowered his head, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, "I met a friend in the Kyoto refugee zone." As soon as this was said, Wu Sanwei and Qin Beimian both took a breath and looked surprised. As everyone knows, the refugees in the Kyoto refugee zone, under the instigation of the Chibals, generally hold an attitude of disgust or even hatred towards the Earth Defense Bureau. In this case, Fang Xian can still make friends? It's incredible. Friends of the opposite sex. Wu Sanwei saw that he was a little shy and asked with a move in his heart. Well, Fang Xian's face was red, his head almost drooped, and he looked like he wanted to dig a hole in the ground. Female? Qin Beimian couldn't help shouting. As soon as the words came out, she realized her loss of composure and quickly covered her mouth. A soldier from the Earth Defense Agency actually got a girlfriend from Kyoto. This news is too gossipy. Wu Sanwei felt his throat was a little dry, so he coughed lightly, and then his face was full of a warm smile. "Comrade Fang Xian, don't be nervous. Our Earth Defense Agency has no regulations that prohibit making friends with foreign girls. Yes. Not only is there no restriction, but it is also encouraged. Those Chinese girls who marry will obtain permanent residency after 20 years. Qin Beimian nodded frequently and added, "In recent years, with the strong rise of China, more and more foreign girls have traveled thousands of miles to marry Chinese people. On the one hand, it shows that Chinese men are better, compared with the low status of women in South Korea and the superiority of men over women in Japan. Most Chinese men are good young men who love their wives. On the other hand, the current situation in various countries in the world is chaotic, and those girls may also want to stay in China." Fang Xian's face turned redder when he heard the two say this, and he hesitated. Just ordinary friends. This guy looks like a spirited young man, but why is he so shy when talking about girls? It seems that we should suggest that Professor Liemo hold a psychological lecture in the Earth Defense Agency to teach young people how to fall in love. Wu Sanwei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Yes, ordinary friend. Then you introduce the information of this ordinary friend. You should know that there is no private privacy for the field staff of the Earth Defense Agency." "Well, I know." Fang Xian raised his head, and a few drops of sweat had already seeped out of his forehead, and his collar had long been soaked with sweat. Qin Beimian was very considerate to lower the temperature of the air conditioner. Fang Xian said, "Her name is Matsuda Sakurako. She was a college student at Kyoto University. After the moon fell, she became a teacher in the refugee camp." Seeing that Wu Sanwei was a little confused, he took the initiative to explain. "She is called a teacher, but she only teaches children some basic words and numbers. She does not get any salary. Occasionally, kind-hearted children will give her some food they picked up. I met her when I was distributing relief supplies. At that time, I accidentally got lost in the refugee camp and was found and surrounded by a group of refugee thugs. They planned to use me to exchange food from the Earth Defense Agency. At that time, I took out the gun without hesitation, but I was hit by a stone flying from a distance, and the gun flew out of my hand. Just when I was desperate, a thin figure ran out of the ruins next to him, grabbed the gun in his hand, and pointed the gun at the refugee thugs who were about to surround him. In this way, I was rescued, and this girl is Matsuda Sakurako. Good guy. Others are heroes saving beauties, but you are beauties saving heroes." Wu Sanwei complained in his heart. Fang Xian continued, it was already late at night, and it was difficult to leave the refugee camp even with weapons, so I sent a safety message to my colleagues, and went home with Matsuda Sakurako. It was called home, but it was actually a shed made of 2 or 3 wooden boards, only a dozen square meters in size, with several large holes in the roof, through which you could see the twinkling stars in the night sky. Matsuda Sakurako has a mother who suffers from diabetes and lives with her. Due to the lack of insulin and other medications, her mother has almost lost her sight due to complications of diabetes and has developed leg swelling. If it continues to spread, it is likely to cause super complications such as necrosis of the limbs. Because I had studied acupuncture for several years with an old Chinese doctor, I could use a kind of needle method to relieve complications of diabetes. So that night, I used sewing needles to perform acupuncture on the patient. I didn't expect the effect of acupuncture to be so good. The next day, the swelling in Matsuda Sakurako's mother's legs disappeared, and she was able to walk. At that time, Matsuda Sakurako was full of gratitude to me and begged me to stay there and perform acupuncture on her mother a few more times. Since I had a mission to perform the next day, and considering the chaos in the refugee camp, I didn't agree directly. I just said that I would try my best if I had the chance. Wu Sanwei asked, so you repeatedly sneaked into the refugee camp to treat the girl's mother? Chapter 590 Progress. Fang Xian lowered his head in shame. I know this violates the regulations of the Earth Defense Agency, but I can't remain indifferent to a dying life. There is no insulin, metformin or other diabetes treatment drugs in the refugee camp. If I don't give her mother acupuncture, her mother is likely to die of diabetes complications within a month. Fang Xian raised his head with a firm look. I can't watch someone die in front of me. Alas. Most of the employees of the Earth Defense Agency are so kind. Although this kindness is sometimes used by the enemy, a person without moral concepts is the same as an animal, isn't it? Wu Sanwei nodded and smiled warmly. You are right to think so. We, the Earth Defense Agency, cannot stand by and watch someone die, but you should report to the office and seek support from the agency instead of sneaking into the refugee camp full of dangers. I know that the refugee camp is hostile to our Earth Defense Agency, so I don't want to trouble the agency. Fang Xian explained. The heroism of young people. Wu Sanwei picked up the teacup and took a sip of water, motioning him to continue. Fang Xian said, so, every few days I sneaked into the refugee camp and gave acupuncture to Matsuda Sakurako's mother. The acupuncture was very effective. The swelling on her body had disappeared, and her eyesight was gradually restored. Matsuda Sakurako was also very happy. After each acupuncture, she would tell me what happened in the camp. Everything seemed to be developing well, until I sneaked into the camp again at night. From a distance, I heard Matsuda Sakurako crying. My heart skipped a beat at that time. I didn't care about hiding my tracks, and rushed into the wooden shed. Fang Xian's eyes became confused, and his face was full of pain. I saw it. I saw it. You've been talking for so long. You must be thirsty. Drink some water. Kanbamian saw that his hands were shaking a little, so he interrupted him. Fang Xian recovered, took the water cup, and took a sip. His face was somewhat relieved. I'm sorry to make you laugh. I've also experienced gunfire and rain of bullets, but the scene was too bloody at the time. I still shudder when I think about it. Wu Sanwei, who was born in Shenzhen, nodded in agreement and comforted him. Sometimes war is not necessarily the most cruel. Fang Xian took a few sips of water in succession, and his expression finally calmed down. Because I was worried about Matsuda Sakurako, I rushed straight into the wooden shed. The wooden shed was covered with bright red blood. Matsuda Sakurako was holding her mother's body and squatting in the bright red. Her arms, face, clothes, and hair were all stained with bright red. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. I rushed over and found that Matsuda Sakurako's mother's trachea had been bitten off. I have described the specific situation in the report. Wu Sanwei nodded. It was obvious that Fang Xian did not want to recall the cruel scene at that time. Fang Xian continued. It took me 2 hours to calm Sakurai Matsuda down, but the wooden shed was no longer habitable. After obtaining Sakurai Matsuda's consent, I set the shed on fire. Then I used my special pass to hide Sakurai Matsuda under the car and brought her out. What? You brought Sakurai Matsuda to the office? Kinbamian suddenly became serious and exclaimed. Wu Sanwei was startled. It was a big mistake to let a Kyoto refugee of unknown origin enter the office. No. I just rented a house for her in Kyoto. Fang Xian quickly stood up and explained. Wu Sanwei and Kinbamian breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that the young man would be fascinated by the girl and do something out of the ordinary. Sit down. Fang Xian sat down and continued. I used my salary to rent a house for Matsuda Sakurako on Kyoto's 5th Street. After she calmed down, I asked her how the incident happened. Unfortunately, Matsuda Sakurako didn't see the whole process. She went out to find food. When she came back, she saw two shadows running out of the wooden shed. She pushed open the door and saw the horrible scene. Although the scene was horrible, considering that the refugee camp was very chaotic, I only regarded it as an accidental incident and reported it. It was not until several similar crimes occurred in succession and the victims' throats and tracheas were bitten off that I realized the seriousness of the problem. As I guessed, there were no new clues except for the newly appeared Matsuda Sakurako. It seems that only by sneaking into the refugee camp can we understand the truth of the incident. Wu Sanwei smiled and said, are you willing to sneak into the refugee area with me? What? Fang Xian was stunned. Absolutely not. Kinbamian trembled all over and exclaimed. The refugee camp was extremely chaotic. Every time the Earth Defense Agency distributed aid, they had to be fully armed. If a few people sneaked in, wouldn't that be courting death? Wu Sanwei ignored Kinbamian and stared at Fang Xian's eyes. You, me, and Matsuda Sakurako go into the refugee camp together and find out the truth. I'm willing. This crime of cannibalism is a blasphemy against the entire human civilization and is absolutely forbidden. Fang Xian straightened his chest. Wu Sanwei nodded. Very good. You go back now to convince Matsuda Sakurako. We will set off tomorrow night. Considering that the refugee camp was very chaotic, he needed to prepare some equipment and arrange for peripheral support personnel. Yes. Fang Xian stood up and saluted. Then he pushed open the door and walked out. Kinbamian closed the door carefully and said uneasily, Comrade Wu Sanwei, it is extremely dangerous to enter the refugee camp. I suggest you cancel this operation. As an assistant, it is his duty to dissuade. Wu Sanwei turned and walked towards the bedroom and waved his hand. I have made up my mind. No need to say more. Kinbamian stood in the living room in a daze for a long time. She couldn't bear to see this outstanding deputy director step into danger. After hesitating for a long time, she took out her mobile phone and used a special encryption method to report the whole thing to Director Liemo. The message was replied quickly. Don't stop him. Do a good job of receiving him. Kinbamian was stunned again. The director obviously attaches great importance to Wu Sanwei. Why did he watch him enter the dangerous refugee camp? Earth Defense Bureau, Director's Office Study. Liemo put down his phone and pressed the yellow button on the desktop. Director, are you looking for me? Zhao Dong pushed the door open. Liemo said, let the Erlangshen Earth orbiting satellite monitor the Kyoto refugee camp 24 hours a day. If there is any unusual movement, report it immediately. Yes. Zhao Dong replied. He answered very straightforwardly, but his heart was full of doubts. Erlangshen is a high-definition spy satellite in the same orbit of the Earth. It is equipped with the latest technologies of MOSI technology, such as infrared recognition system, human biometric recognition system, and full focus positioning system. It can monitor the target area 24 hours a day without being affected by the atmospheric climate. Its accuracy is as high as 0.01 mm, which is enough to see a strand of hair on the target person's head. Since its launch, Erlangshen has been responsible for monitoring the abnormal areas and is currently supervising disaster relief over North America. Why did Director Liemo suddenly transfer it to Kyoto? Did something happen in Kyoto? Zhao Dong suddenly thought of Wu Sanwei, who was currently in Kyoto, and gradually understood a little and hurried downstairs. Seeing Zhao Dong leave the office, Liemo picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. Han Feng, you will select some soldiers from the 5th Brigade to form a special operations team, sneak into the vicinity of Kyoto, and be ready to be on standby at any time. He heard the other party answer without hesitation and was about to hang up the phone. After thinking for a while, he added, let the special operations team bring high energy light weapons. After thinking for a while, Liemo stood up and walked to a wall with a picture of the stars in the universe. This picture of the stars is a 3-dimensional painting. On the dark background, countless round particles are inlaid. These particles sparkle under the light, just like the stars in the night sky. Liemo clicked on the particles continuously in a complex and orderly way. The dark starry sky silently cracked a hole, and a drawer popped out. Liemo took out a box from the drawer and put it on the desk. The box was square, silver gray, and the surface was extremely smooth. There was no bump to the naked eye. Occasionally, it flashed with a unique metallic luster, giving people a cold feeling. Liemo put his palm on the surface of the metal box. A green palm print appeared on the silver gray surface of the box. Countless green lights scanned rapidly along his palm. The whole process took only 2 seconds, and then the light went out, and the green palm print disappeared. Snap! A crisp unlocking sound came from inside the box. A gap appeared strangely in the middle of the extremely smooth box, and the box slowly opened along the gap. There was a strange instrument inside, which consisted of a screen and a keyboard. There were 2 buttons on the left, one blue and one red. Liemo pressed the blue button. The cursor on the screen flashed, and a line of text appeared. Nuclear weapons control system is starting. The text flashed by, the screen lit up, and a system interface appeared. The interface was very simple, with only a few pieces of information. Total number of nuclear weapons: 30,000. Land-based nuclear weapons: 22,000. Sea-based nuclear weapons: 8,000. Airspace nuclear weapons: 2,000. Coordinate setting: none. This is the Earth Defense Agency's nuclear weapons control system. Land-based nuclear weapons include missile nuclear bombs, throwable nuclear bombs, and fixed-point nuclear bombs, which are usually equipped in intercontinental missiles, missile launchers, and high-altitude bombers. Sea-based nuclear weapons include missile nuclear bombs, deep-sea nuclear bombs, etc., which are mainly equipped in nuclear submarines, missile destroyers and other armed ships. The number of aerospace nuclear weapons is the smallest, but the deterrent force is the greatest. At present, all of them are deployed on armed satellites, which can launch devastating strikes against targets inside the atmosphere at any time. The nuclear weapons control system is a sharp sword in the hands of the Earth Defense Agency. After Liemo carefully debugged the nuclear weapons system and confirmed that all systems were functioning normally, he carefully put the metal box into the drawer where the star map popped up. Press a small star. The drawer retracted silently without a trace. I hope it won't be used, Liemo muttered to himself and walked out of the study. Zhao Dang, who had completed the satellite dispatch mission, had been waiting in the office. Director, Erlang Shen is adjusting the orbit and is expected to arrive over Kyoto in 2 hours. I have instructed the comrades in charge of monitoring the satellite images to pay close attention once they find any trace of Comrade Wu Sanwei, Zhao Dang reported. Liemo was stunned for a moment. He did not tell Zhao Dang that this transfer was for Wu Sanwei. This guy's acting on his own again. As a security supervisor, Zhao Dang is extremely qualified. However, as an assistant, he is a bit overstepping his authority. However, these were all minor matters, and Liemo did not take them to heart. He asked, "Is the convoy ready?" "It's ready. The route from here to Mosey Technology has been surveyed. Please rest assured." Zhao Dang took the briefcase on his own initiative. Liemo nodded. Just as he thought just now, Zhao Dang is a very good security supervisor. It seems that he needs to find another assistant. The huge convoy sped along the wide roads of Yanjing. Since there were special people responsible for maintaining traffic, even the traffic lights were debugged in advance. It took only more than 10 minutes to travel more than 30 kilometers. The convoy drove straight into the heavily guarded Mosey Technology Park and stopped in front of building number 6. Fang Lanshan and dozens of scientists had been waiting for a long time and hurried to meet them. Although this is a safe zone, Zhao Dang still did not relax his vigilance. He first led people to surround the convoy and scan the surrounding situation with a biological detector before opening the car door. Professor, the research work on the grand unified theory of the universe is currently proceeding in an orderly manner. Although there are no breakthrough results yet, I believe that we will be able to successfully achieve a breakthrough in the near future. Fang Lanchen took the initiative to introduce. Liemo said nothing, just nodded slightly. He had been mentally prepared for this difficult situation. The grand unified theory of the universe was translated from the Pajero civilization, so it must be obscure and difficult to understand. It's like a modern person going back to the past and teaching the mass energy equation to primitive people. These primitive people may exhaust their entire lives and still cannot use branches to draw the steps of the mass energy equation on a stone slab. Let's take a look at the scientist's work. Liemo walked into the building. Fang Lanchen hurriedly followed. Building number 6 is divided into 3 areas by Mosey technology. Floors 1 to 10 are entertainment and leisure areas, equipped with various fitness equipment, electric games, and professional bands playing music. Exhausted scientists can rest here. Floors 11 to 30 are accommodation areas, with 2 scientists living in each dormitory, providing 24-hour hot water and air conditioning. Mosey Technology hired someone to clean the dormitories to ensure that scientists can focus all their energy on research. The 31st to 66th floors are the scientific research area. Mosey Technology divided the more than 10,000 scientists into 2,000 groups according to their professional directions and conducted discussions and research in groups. Each group has a large office and is equipped with a dedicated liaison. The liaison will upload the scientists' new ideas or new breakthroughs to the Mosey Technology intranet for all scientists to learn from. Fang Lanchen, you did a good job this time. Liemo nodded frequently as he looked at the busy scientists in the office. Although there was no breakthrough for the time being, Fang Lanchen fully demonstrated his superb management ability by being able to arrange more than 10,000 scientists in an orderly manner. At this time, the scientists also discovered the people in the corridor through the glass window. They put down their work and rushed out in a crowded manner. Everyone, come out. Professor Liemo is here. Professor Liemo, thank you very much for your invitation. It's just that the progress is a little slow. I'm really ashamed. But don't worry, I will figure out the grand unified theory of the universe, even if I risk my life. Count me in. Me too. Looking at these excited scientists, Liemo nodded continuously. With so many outstanding scientists working together, it is only a matter of time before the grand unified theory of the universe is cracked. Chapter 591 Infiltration. Kyoto at night is bustling, with neon lights flashing on both sides of the street and endless singing and dancing. Wu Sanwei stood on a tall building and looked into the distance. On one side is the brightly lit Kyoto wealthy area, and on the other side is the dark Kyoto refugee area. The two are clearly separated, as if there is an invisible high wall in the middle. Matsuda Sakurako, this is my leader. Fang Xian's voice came from behind. Wu Sanwei retracted his gaze and turned around. A tall girl stood next to Fang Xian. In the dim light, her shoulder-length black hair fluttered in the night wind. She had a white oval face, clear and bright big eyes, and her lips were red without any makeup. Her face was thin and sweet. She was wearing traditional Kyoto clothes, with an open neckline, slightly revealing her collarbone, white and crystal, and a pair of grey sneakers on her feet, which looked a bit out of place. This must be Matsuda Sakurako. She is very beautiful. No wonder Fang Xian is so fascinated. Hello, Miss Matsuda. You can call me Mr. W. Wu Sanwei greeted. Mr. W is his code name and alias in this operation. According to Matsuda Sakurako's description, there are 3 large power groups in the Kyoto refugee camp area, namely the Black Dragon Society, the Sumiyoshi Society, and the Kinship Society. Each large power group has tens of thousands of members, controlling everything in the refugee camp, and is the actual controller there. And there are several big chaebols behind them. Fang Xian suggested that, if you want to find clues, it is best to use the power of these 3 major power groups. Wu Sanwei was worried that, if these Kyoto cannibalism cases were committed by these 3 power groups, what should he do? However, Fang Xian's words dispelled Wu Sanwei's concerns. He studied these power groups through Matsuda Sakurako and knew that they wanted to maintain the stability of the refugee camp more than anyone else. In the refugee camp, they can be king and dominate. Once the refugee camp is abolished or cleared, and they leave the camp, their best outcome is to become the running dogs of the Chibles. If they can be human, no one wants to be a dog. Wu Sanwei quite agrees with this view. After careful research, they chose a Sumiyoshi Association as a breakthrough point, because it was at odds with the Mitsu group. The only son of the leader of the Sumiyoshi Association, Matsunaga Hisahide, was shot dead by Mitsushio when he was competing with Mitsushio for the Waran in Kabuki, Kyoto. Although the Mitsu family also made material compensation, they did not punish Mitsushio. For this reason, Matsunaga Hisahide had repeatedly said that, if anyone could cut off Mitsushio's head, a bounty of 1 million would be offered. Later, although Matsunaga Hisahide withdrew the bounty and shook hands with the Mitsu family under the mediation of several other major Chibles, the relationship between the two could no longer be repaired. Recently, the Mitsu family is vigorously supporting the Black Dragon Society and the Kinship Society to attack the Sumiyoshi Association, trying to drive the Sumiyoshi Association out of the Kyoto refugee camp area. Fortunately, the two major power groups understand the principle of the loss of lips and teeth, and after getting the support of the Mitsu family, they just pretended and did not work hard. The Sumiyoshi Association did not fall apart. Therefore, it is more appropriate to choose Matsunaga Hisahide as a breakthrough point. And this time, Wu Sanwei plays a material merchant. In the refugee camps, where people are short of food and clothing, material merchants are the most popular. Matsuda Sakurako lowered her head, looking for ants on the ground. "Hello, Mr. W." She was a little reserved. Fang Xian once said that the leader of the Earth Defense Agency was acting with them. Although the name was deliberately hidden, she still felt from Fang Xian's respectful attitude that this leader should be in an important position. Moreover, this young man also vaguely revealed an inexplicable aura. This aura made her very uncomfortable. Wu Sanwei looked at her shy and coy appearance and shook his head silently. How did Fang Xian's little friend survive in the refugee camp area? You know, in hell, the devil likes bright, delicate and beautiful things the most. Leader, the reception team has been arranged, and we can set off. Fang Xian reminded beside him. The road to the Kyoto refugee area was dark and rugged. Fortunately, the driver's driving skills were good, and he arrived at the demarcation line before midnight. The so-called demarcation line is a drainage ditch that is more than 10 meters wide and tens of kilometers long. This was originally an agricultural irrigation canal. After the moon fell, it gradually evolved into a sewage canal in Kyoto. It was full of sewage discharged from the rich area, emitting a disgusting stench. Wu Sanwei waved his hand to let the comrade who was in charge return, and took out a mask from his backpack and put it on. Fang Xian also frowned and took out 2 masks. "Matsuda Sakurako, you wear it too?" He handed one over. Matsuda Sakurako smiled and shook her head, walked to the ditch full of sewage, hesitated for a moment, and dug out a handful of mud. Wu Sanwei was stunned. Why would such a pretty girl be contaminated with such filthy things? What was she going to do? Matsuda Sakurako took a deep breath and used her fair and tender little hands to apply the mud little by little to her pretty cheeks. The whole process was very slow. She was not applying it randomly, but in a certain way. Apply the forehead first, spread the mud flat and evenly. Then the face, apply a little on each side. And the slender and smooth neck. Then even the clothes were not forgotten. Of course, during the whole process, Matsuda Sakurako almost vomited several times. When she finally smeared the mud on her hair with trembling fingers, she became disheveled, and the whole makup was over. A beautiful girl turned into a filthy and smelly refugee. Wu Sanwei now understood how she survived in hell. Fang Xian next to him seemed to have gotten used to it. He just pulled his mask and lowered his voice. "Mr. W, let's go. The guards at the bridge will change shifts at midnight." Wu Sanwei carried his backpack and followed Fang Xian's steps along the drainage ditch in the dark. After walking about 2 miles, he saw a small bridge across the drainage ditch in front of him, and there were a dozen black figures vaguely on the other side. The three people no longer hid their whereabouts, and Fang Xian even deliberately increased his footsteps, making a thump sound in the dark. This sound really attracted the attention of the opposite side. As soon as they walked to the bridge, they heard a shout. "Who are you? Do you have a visiting card?" This sentence was mixed with the dialect of the refugee area in Kyoto. Wu Sanwei glanced at Matsuda Sakurako. "No visiting card, but I have bread." Matsuda Sakurako was not nervous at all and raised a bag of expired bread that she had specially prepared. "Then come quickly, it's almost time to change shifts." Wu Sanwei was relieved, and it was exactly the same as what Matsuda Sakurako had introduced before. The main task of the bridge guards is to prevent refugees from the refugee camp from escaping, and to turn a blind eye to those coming in from outside. Yes, who would run to the refugee area normally. After stepping onto the small bridge, Wu Sanwei found that the bridge was made of several ropes and rafts. When he stepped on it, it squeaked and swayed from side to side. Carefully avoiding several broken wooden boards, the three arrived at the bridge head. A dozen refugee soldiers with guns immediately surrounded them. They were taller than ordinary refugees, and although their clothes had holes, they were still neat. "Where's the bread?" Without asking any questions, the leader directly stretched out his hand. "Here." Matsuda Sakurako didn't go forward, but threw the bread directly. Perhaps it was accidental, or perhaps it was intentional. The bread fell into a pit in the distance. "Don't grab it. Everyone has a share." "I don't believe you. You took the ham sausage alone last time." "That's right. This time it's mine." The refugees shouted and crowded towards the pit. "Let's go." Matsuda Sakurako suddenly made a gesture, and Fang Xian and Wu Sanwei came to their senses, rushed into the darkness, and ran along a path. When the three of them were sure that the refugee soldiers behind them could no longer catch up, they stopped and gasped. "The people here are very greedy. Those soldiers who didn't grab the bread will never let us leave," Matsuda Sakurako explained. Wu Sanwei didn't find it strange. After all, this is hell, and promises are worthless. Fang Xian took out a map and a tactical flashlight from his pocket. The three people gathered around the map to study it. "From here, follow the trail for another 20 kilometers, pass through 2 refugee villages, and you will reach the headquarters of the Sumiyoshi Association, the Aomori camp. There is no danger on the way, just avoid the attacks of the refugees." Matsuda Sakurako pointed to the map and introduced. "Then let's go." Fang Xian put the map into his backpack. Wu Sanwei touched the black iron dagger inserted in his waist. This dagger was given to him by Professor Liemo. It was extremely black, extremely cold, and extremely sharp. It could directly pierce a 20 centimeters thick steel plate. Considering that entering the Kyoto refugee camp this time requires contact with the leaders of major forces, it is not appropriate to carry heavy firepower, so Wu Sanwei deliberately brought this dagger for self-defense. Of course, he also carried 2 conventional standard weapons with him. The three of them walked along the trail, and from time to time they had to cross the wilderness, so the speed of travel was extremely slow. It was already dawn, and they had not yet completed half of the journey. Not far ahead was a refugee village, and Wu Sanwei decided to rest on the spot before continuing on. He took out high-energy food from his backpack and handed it to the 2 people. "This food looks like biscuits, and is made of high-calorie foods such as wheat flour, sugar, oil, and dairy products. It tastes like chewing wood. This food is also the item they are going to trade with the Sumiyoshi. Compared with delicious food, the Kyoto refugees who have been suffering from hunger all day are more interested in this high-calorie food." The 3 people were full after eating a biscuit each. After swallowing a few sips of mineral water, they set off again. At this time, the shadows of refugees have appeared in the field. Several refugees who should be women from their body shapes are squatting on the ground, digging wild grass roots with hose. Next to them, more than a dozen children with bare upper bodies are taking water from a ditch full of dirty water with plastic bottles. In the woods not far away, several ragged and disheveled young people are cutting tree bark with knives. The dark brown bark of most trees in the woods has been peeled off, revealing white trunks. In order to peel off the little remaining bark, the refugees had to climb up a tree branch more than 10 meters high. Wu Sanwei was stunned for a moment. Why were there no old people here? However, before he could express his doubts, the refugees found 3 people. The disheveled young man climbed down from the tree and surrounded them with a knife in hand. The female refugee walked forward with a hoe. The children also picked up a few large stones from the ditch. A hint of joy flashed in their eyes at the same time. Their Adam's apples trembled, and they kept swallowing saliva, just like hunters seeing prey trapped in a trap. Seeing that the situation was not good, Fang Xian stepped forward to block Wu Sanwei and Matsuda Sakurako and pulled out a conventional weapon from his waist. The conventional weapon flashed a cold luster under the sunlight. The refugees couldn't help but step back, a little scared. There are no bullets in his gun. They are carrying such big backpacks and wearing fancy clothes. They are obviously merchants from outside. Let's go and kill them. Maybe we won't have to starve for a month. A thin young man suddenly shouted and rushed up with a knife. Let's do it. We're all going to die anyway. Why not give it a try? The refugees behind him also raised their weapons. Fang Xian did not hesitate at all. He aimed and pulled the trigger in one go. Bang! The thin young man fell to the ground. The refugees' faces changed drastically. They immediately threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. Uncle from outside, this is all Matsushita's idea. It has nothing to do with us. Spare us. They cried and began to kowtow. Wu Sanwei shook his head and continued to walk forward along the path. Let's go. Matsuda Sakurako hurriedly followed. Fang Xian did not put the conventional standard weapon back into his waist, but remained on alert. When the refugees saw that the three people had disappeared, they got up and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. It's all because of this blind guy, Matsushita. We were almost killed. That's right. He didn't even think about who dared to come in from outside. He's dead anyway. Let's take off his clothes. I want pants. I want shoes. The refugees scrambled and surrounded him. Ah, don't kill me. Matsushita's body suddenly came to life on the ground. He searched for the wound with his hands in panic, but found nothing. Your shoes. A female refugee pointed at Matsushita's feet in horror. The refugees took a breath and took a step back. Matsushita then found that his shoes were pierced with a round hole by the bullet, exposing his toes. If he was a little bit wrong, his feet would be gone. This shooting skill is amazing. Who are they? Matsushita got up from the ground, looked into the distance, and muttered to himself. Wu Sanwei and the other two continued to move forward according to the instructions on the map. Fortunately, there was no siege on the road afterwards. Even if the refugees who were looking for food in the ruins found them, they just watched from a distance. In the afternoon, the three finally arrived at the Aomori refugee area. Like other refugee camps, this one was built in ruins, except that it was simply surrounded by a circle of barbed wire. At the entrance to the camp, there is a railing made of tree trunks, which is equivalent to a gate. This is a suspected door. Chapter 592 Sumiyoshi Society. As Wu Sanwei and his two companions approached the gate, the guards surrounded them. A small man who looked like a captain pulled out a samurai sword from his back, swung it twice, and pointed the tip of the sword at the three people. Hey, what are you guys doing? He had a small tuft of beard on his lips, a wide-brimmed hat on his head, and a yellow coat with a big hole in it, playing the role of a samurai. Is this guy crazy? The three looked at each other. Wu Sanwei's face was gloomy. Fang Xian clenched his fists. Matsuda Sakurako noticed that the two were in an abnormal mood and hurriedly stepped forward to explain in Kyoto dialect mixed with camp slang. These two are my relatives outside the camp. They have a way to get food, and they came to discuss a deal with Mr. Hisahide Matsunaga. Talk about a deal? Can you easily meet President Hisahide Matsunaga? You have to show some sincerity. The small man narrowed his eyes into a line, his greedy eyes flashed, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This early morning, there is income, not bad. Not bad. Fang Xian's hand silently stretched to his waist, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Fang Xian, be patient. Wu Sanwei hurriedly stopped him. This short captain who played Bushido really deserved to die, but not now. Fang Xian was stunned for a moment, suppressed his inner anger, and glared at the short man fiercely. I'm sorry, we only brought samples this time, and we will make up for it next time. Matsuda Sakurako explained with a smile. Having lived in the refugee camp for more than 10 years, she is well aware of the survival rules here. That is, wealth should not be exposed. If a person picks up a piece of bread, the best thing to do is to swallow it immediately rather than holding it in his hands. Because maybe the next moment, a stick will attack from behind, knock you to the ground, and then snatch your bread. Of course, in the basis of big forces such as the Sumitomo Association, with the constraints of power, the situation may be better. But it was only a little better. Matsuda Sakurako believed that, if she had just taken out the high energy food, the short captain would shoot and snatch it without hesitation. No? Then you go back. The president is in a bad mood today and won't see guests. The short captain was a little annoyed. Did he not even bother to find a reason? Matsuda Sakurako smiled and said, "Captain, don't be angry. I originally brought extra food, but it was robbed by refugees on the road." She paused and pretended to be embarrassed. "How about this? I will divide the sample into 2 parts and give you half." As she said that, she did not wait for the short captain to answer and directly took out a palm-sized piece of high-energy food from her backpack. Compressed food. The angry short captain was stunned, swallowed his saliva, and his Adam's apple trembled. "Captain, it seems to be compressed food." The 3 or 4 soldiers next to him did not care about standing guard and came over. "Oh my god, I can already smell that unique fragrance. Mr. Jinxia, how long have we not seen this delicacy? It seems to be almost a year. The last time was when the president celebrated his birthday. He rewarded me with a piece as big as my little finger. That's right. It took me a whole week to finish it. I will never forget that taste." Seeing the subordinates surrounding him, the short captain also realized his carelessness. If he had known that the food they were carrying was compressed food, he should have secretly stopped them. But it was too late. If he embezzled the compressed food now, these guys would probably be happy to change a new captain. "Okay, all of you step back, I'll distribute it." The short captain waved countless knives and drove his subordinates away aggressively. Although he couldn't eat it all by himself, most of it would always be there. "Captain, this is our tribute to you and the brothers." In the expectant eyes of everyone, Matsuda Sakurako divided the high-energy food into 2 halves and handed it over. "Once we reach an agreement with the Sumitomo Association, there will be many opportunities for us to interact with each other in the future. Next time, I will definitely prepare a gift for meeting you early." The short captain took the food, kept most of it for himself, and then distributed the rest to the soldiers, who had been waiting on the side. Although the soldiers were not satisfied, they were still overjoyed to receive the food. Some swallowed it directly into their mouths. Some licked it, showing an intoxicated look, and then carefully put it in their pockets. The short captain chewed it with big mouthfuls and opened the railing. "Okay, I will take you to see the president now." On the way, he did not forget to remind the 3 people that today is the death anniversary of the youngest son of President Matsunaga Hisahide, and asked the 3 people to be careful when speaking. "That's right. That's right," Matsuda Sakurako agreed with a smile. Wu Sanwei couldn't help but look at Matsuda Sakurako with a high opinion of her. The girl just behaved neither humble nor timid, which was rare. As for the short captain's instructions, Wu Sanwei did not take it to heart, because this was exactly why they chose to visit today. "The Sumitomo Association meeting room is in front of us. The president lives and works there." The short captain led them to a relatively intact 2-story building. In front of the building, 4 Sumitomo Association officials stood. "Brother Gaokang, these people are from outside. They want to discuss a deal with the president. It seems to be compressed food." The short captain motioned the 3 to stop, walked straight to an official, and reported in a low voice. "Compressed food. The president has been worried about food these days. You also know that the Mitsu family has cut off our 2 trading lines. They came at the right time, but..." The Sumitomo Association official named Gaokang said, and glanced at the 3 people. Because they were far away, Wu Sanwei could not hear clearly. Later, the 2 people's conversation became quieter and quieter, and he could only see their lips trembling. Secretary Gaokang said a few words, and walked into the small building, while the short captain nodded repeatedly, and then ran over with a happy face. "Secretary Gaokang has already reported it, but next time you come, you must bring an extra gift." He looked proud and said, "You also know that the Sumitomo Association is the largest force in this area. If you trade with us, I guarantee you will make a lot of money." Yes, yes. After the deal is done, we will definitely reward you handsomely. Matsuda Sakurako nodded repeatedly. After getting a satisfactory answer, the short captain left. After a while, Secretary Gaokang came out of the small building and said with a smile, "The president just got up. You can go in, but the firearms must be left outside." As expected, just as Matsuda Sakurako introduced, the Sumitomo Association did not require all weapons to be handed over. Wu Sanwei and Fang Xian were mentally prepared and cooperated very well to hand over the few conventional standard weapons they carried with them. "Don't worry, when the deal is reached, we are a family, and these weapons will definitely be returned intact," Secretary Gaokang said with a smile. "What if the deal fails?" Wu Sanwei's heart moved. "Okay, everyone, please come in." After confirming that the three people were only carrying a few daggers, Secretary Gaokang pushed open the door and invited them warmly. The small building looked ordinary from the outside, but the interior decoration was quite luxurious. The dark red wooden floor was smooth and bright. There were 2 blue and white porcelain pots in the living room, a leather sofa, a wooden coffee table, and a screen with ink painting. The decoration of the villa in the rich area of Kyoto was no more than this. What surprised Wu Sanwei even more was that there was a 100-inch LCD TV hanging on one wall. According to the information of the Earth Defense Bureau, there was no electricity in the refugee area. "The president is in the other courtyard, waiting for you," Secretary Gaokang urged. Wu Sanwei had to keep this doubt in his heart. Passing through the living room, the three came to the other courtyard. The name of this place is called the other courtyard, but it looks like a park. The lawn is green, the old trees are shady, and the cobblestone path is paved with colorful flowers blooming brightly. There are also several rockery buildings not far away. If it weren't for the gray smoke billowing in the sky in the distance, it would be hard to imagine that this was actually a refugee camp. The three followed Officer Gaokang along the path. There was a sound of rushing water in the woods. "Is there a stream here?" Wu Sanwei raised his head and could see the mist in the distance through the dense woods and heard a cheerful laugh. "This is." When they walked out of the woods, the three were stunned. A steaming bath appeared in front of them. In the bath, a middle-aged man in swimming trunks was sipping red wine surrounded by a group of girls. These girls were tall, fair-skinned, plump, and wearing cool swimming suits. Some girls pinched their backs. Some girls rubbed their feet. Some girls performed dances in the water. They tried their best to show the beauty to the middle-aged man, like serving their masters. This was completely the enjoyment that only ancient emperors had. But Wu Sanwei didn't care about these, because in Kyoto, the poor were just toys for the rich. Although the Sumitomo Association is located in the refugee zone, it is still a big force, managing hundreds of thousands of refugees, so this kind of play is normal. What caught his attention was, in the rockery not far away, there were two black gun muzzles pointing at this side. Although the muzzles were well hidden in the leaves, Wu Sanwei still found them instantly. What he found was not the muzzles, but the hostility of the gunmen. This is an intuition that Wu Sanwei cultivated in the sacred mountain. "President, these three are guests from afar." Secretary Gaokang lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Well, be gentle." Matsunaga Hisahide didn't seem to hear it, but just closed his eyes and muttered. The girl who was massaging him trembled all over and quickly eased the strength. "President, I'll take my leave first." Secretary Gaokang lowered his head and backed away. "Ha. Is this a show of strength?" Wu Sanwei smiled, walked under the parasol next to him, picked up the red wine on the round table, and poured a glass of wine. He drank it hard, laughing. "Good wine. Huala." Matsunaga Hisahide opened his eyes and stood up from the bathtub. The girls were all terrified and trembling. His eyes widened, and he pointed at Wu Sanwei. Wu Sanwei felt that the hostility in the rockery was even stronger. He smiled and said, "Why, the guests are here. The host doesn't entertain them. Can't the guests do it themselves?" Matsunaga Hisahide was stunned. Although the young man in front of him was pale and thin, he had an inexplicable aura. Behind this aura was absolute confidence, which only the old guys of the Kyoto Chiba had. Being able to survive in the hellish refugee camp for so long and build a huge strength, Matsunaga Hisahide naturally had some ability. He instantly realized that this young man was not simple. but if he let it go lightly, wouldn't it be underestimated by the young man? Matsunaga Hisahide laughed haha and twisted a delicate girl hard with his hand. The delicate girl looked painful, but didn't dare to squeak. Bitch, why did you pinch my back so hard just now? You deserve to be punished. The delicate girl's face turned pale. She climbed out of the bathtub, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed continuously. President, let me go. Matsunaga Hisahide glanced at Wu Sanwei, his expression ferocious. Slap. The delicate girl trembled all over and cried, President, please let me go this time. Why, do you want me to ask someone to help you? Matsunaga Hisahide smiled sinisterly. Aoyama Yoshiko, go help her. In the bathtub, a girl with the fullest figure stood up and walked out of the bathtub timidly. She was wet, and her naked white feet left a long trail of footprints on the floor tiles beside the bathtub. Aoyama Yoshiko walked up to the delicate girl with a look of reluctance on her face and pleaded in a low voice, President, let Anodaramaki go this time. She will definitely serve you wholeheartedly in the future. Wu Sanwei smiled bitterly in his heart. This childish girl has not figured out the situation. In Matsunaga Hisahide's eyes, they were just toys, and they had no right to make suggestions. Sure enough, Matsunaga Hisahide's face darkened when he heard this, and he said angrily, what, you dare to disobey orders? Aoyama Yoshiko was shocked, shook her head in fear, and said repeatedly, I dare not. I dare not. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and slapped Anodaramaki hard. The other slap landed on Anodaramaki's face, and her fair and tender face was slapped red. Woo woo. Anodaramaka's tears burst out, and she groaned in pain. Matsunaga Hisahide saw this scene. His expression was a little excited, and he ordered loudly, continue. Aoyama Yoshiko gritted her teeth and slapped again. Bia. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of Anodaramaka's mouth, and the red spots dripped on the white tiles, which was particularly conspicuous. Seeing this miserable scene, Matsudasaki Reiko turned her head away, her eyes full of pity. Fang Shan's neck veins trembled, and his fists clenched. He was about to speak to stop them, but was stopped by Wu Sanwei's stern eyes. The reason why Matsunaga Hisahide got angry in front of them was to demonstrate. If he spoke up for mercy at this moment, not only would it be impossible to save the girl, but it might also make Matsunaga Hisahide doubt their identities. After all, they are now pretending to be food smugglers and Kyoto dignitaries. The dignitaries should not care about the life and death of a commoner. Pia Anodaramaki's pink, white and cute little face became extremely tragic, almost unrecognizable. Wu Sanwei was calm and even watched this scene with interest. From time to time, he made a tsk sound from his mouth. When he saw Anodaramaki rolling her eyes after being beaten, he knew that if this continued, the girl would really die. He stood up and smiled. Alas, it's too boring to keep beating like this. It's better not to watch it if it's boring. As he said that, he was about to walk out. Chapter 593 President Matsunaga Hisahide. The carefully prepared performance was actually called boring by the man in front of him. President Matsunaga Hisahide was stunned for a moment. Do you have a better way to play? Pia. Although Aoyama Yoshiko knew that Anodaramaki was dying, she had to continue slapping, because the president did not stop. Before the moon fell, she was a student at Kyoto Noble High School. Because of her good figure and beautiful face, her classmates called her the most pure and beautiful girl in 100 years. After the moon fell, Kyoto became a hell, and beauty became a mistake. The secretaries of the Sumitomo Association found her in a ruin, and after planning to kill her parents, they presented her to the president, Matsunaga Hisahide. That night, the flowers withered and died. From then on, she became a plaything. Of course, President Matsunaga Hisahide had many toys, and he was even a little overwhelmed, so he would reward the toys he had played enough with to his subordinates, or send them to a real hell. Aoyama Yoshiko had seen with her own eyes the fate of those toys who disobeyed orders, so she didn't dare to stop. Ha 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 ha. Wu Sanwei laughed and walked to Anodaramaki. Suddenly, his smile froze, and there was a bit of hostility between his eyebrows. He kicked out fiercely. Anodaramaki was kicked more than 10 meters away, and lay motionless on the ground. This kind of boring thing is really annoying. Wu Sanwei's mouth slightly curled, revealing a chilling sneer. What is he doing? Fang Shan was shocked and couldn't help But take a step back. A terrifying and evil aura suddenly burst out from Wu Sanwei in front of him, which made people shudder. Matsuda Sakurako couldn't help but screamed, and when she realized that something was wrong, she quickly covered her mouth. Although she had only been with this young Earth Defense Agency executive for 2 days, she could feel that he was a gentle and caring person. How could he suddenly become a demon? President Matsunaga Hisahide's expression became solemn. Since the young man started walking, he has been paying attention to his every move. The kick he kicked out was too fast, too sudden, and too powerful. Although Anodora Miki was wearing a slim outfit, she weighed about 80 kilograms. It was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do to kick such a heavy object more than 10 meters away. Hahaha, good kicking skills. But isn't it a bit too much to kick someone else's things without the owner's permission? President Matsunaga Hisahide walked out of the bath step by step. The girls next to him immediately put a bath towel on him. He walked directly in front of Wu Sanwei and looked him in the eye. Their eyes met. Wu Sanwei smiled disdainfully. I'm sorry, I hate boring things the most. Do you know how to deal with slaves who make mistakes in my manner? President Matsunaga Hisahide. Well, how? Wu Sanwei. Once there was a slave who broke my favorite vase. I asked my subordinates to dig a hole in the wild, planted him in it, and finally poured honey on him. 10 days, a full 10 days later, he took his last breath. At this time, his body, his nose, eyes, ears, and even his brain were crawling with ants, and those ants had already built nests and laid eggs in his body. President Matsunaga Hisahide. This inhumane practice made him, who enjoyed torturing toys, gasp. This young man must be a mentally abnormal guy. However, how many mentally normal people are there in Kyoto today? Gayo, you are a master. President Matsunaga Hisahide gave a thumbs up. Please take a seat, please. Someone, bring me my treasured cigars. He was sure that the young man in front of him was definitely the son of a wealthy family, and only they could come up with such a perverted way of playing. Wu Sanwei smiled faintly, did not refuse, and sat directly at the head of the seat. I don't know which family you are from, so that we, the rough guys, can pay our respects to you. President Matsunaga Hisahide's attitude suddenly became extremely senior. He now has a blood feud with the Mitsu family, and several secret smuggling lines have been cut off by the Mitsu family. Although there are still some food reserves in the warehouse, the Sumiyoshike has a large number of people and cannot hold out for long. Once his subordinates cannot be fed, President Matsunaga Hisahide believes that those guys who are usually respectful will not hesitate to pick up guns and point them at him. Wu Sanwei took the cigar from a girl who was only wearing a gauze. He smiled and said, President Matsunaga Hisahide, I would also like to tell you my name, but unfortunately the old man does not allow it. He told me, before he left, that only if the transaction goes smoothly can some information be appropriately revealed. However, you can call me Mr. W. With the help of his playthings, President Matsunaga Hisahide lit a cigar and took a deep breath. Hidden behind the white smoke, he frowned. This seemingly absurd statement is very common in Kyoto. The Sumiyoshi family has a bad reputation. This secretive Chiba family is probably worried that the news will leak out and damage the family's reputation. However, this also shows that the Chiba family behind Mr. W is very famous. Mr. W, why don't you like my cigar? President Matsunaga Hisahide saw that Wu Sanwei just put the cigar under his nose and smelled it, and then refused the service of his playthings. This behavior made him a little dissatisfied. He spent a lot of money to get these cigars from South America, and ordinary guests did not enjoy the treatment at all. Wu Sanwei smiled disdainfully and flicked the cigar with his fingers. President Hisahide Matsunaga, please forgive me. I only smoke a unique cigar. You are not used to this kind. Unique. President Hisahide Matsunaga was immediately interested. He has 3 hobbies in his life. First, robbing money. Second, robbing toys. And third, smoking cigars. His warehouse is full of cigars from all over the world. Each one is very expensive and can be exchanged for a high quality toy in the refugee area. Are there more unique cigars? Wu Sanwei smiled faintly. I wonder if President Hisahide Matsunaga has heard of virgin cigars? Virgin cigar? President Hisahide Matsunaga shook his head. He thought he knew all the cigars in the world, but he had never heard of this name. Virgin cigars are wrapped in Connecticut broadleaf Maduro, with adhesive from Cameroon and fillers from the Dominican Republic. They are placed in a leather box with an orange velvet layer, and each cigar is wrapped in pure gold foil. Wu Sanwei paused, and a strange smile appeared on his face. The most important thing is that these cigars are all made by young girls, from picking raw materials to rolling and packaging. When you smoke it, there is a faint girl's unique body fragrance in the rich tobacco aroma. This President Matsunaga Hisahide was a little shocked, and his mouth couldn't close. He thought that the cigars he collected were already top notch, but now compared with virgin cigars, they are just a pile of rubbish. How great it would be if I could take a puff. President Matsunaga Hisahide could not help asking, how much is this cigar worth? Priceless. Wu Sanwei looked at him with contempt and smiled. Virgin cigars are a specialty of our family, and they will only be provided to the top of the family. Yes. Such a top-notch cigar is absolutely priceless. President Matsunaga Hisahide pursed his lips, a little disappointed. Wu Sanwei tapped the table with his fingers. But every year we will allocate some quotas to good friends of our family. President Matsunaga Hisahide, are you willing to be our good friend? President Matsunaga Hisahide pretended to smile. Yes. However, his face quickly became serious. I just don't know what the deal your family is negotiating this time. As the head of a large force that controls hundreds of thousands of people, President Matsunaga Hisahide will naturally not be confused by a small cigar. Of course, Wu Sanwei also knew this. He nodded. Fang Shan put the backpack on the table and unzipped it. When President Matsunaga Hisahide saw the goods in the backpack, he was stunned. There were 2 boxes of high-energy food inside. Through the plastic paper packaging, you can see that the biscuit-shaped food has compressed particles unique to high-energy food. This, he couldn't help but gasp. If the most valuable items outside the refugee camp are gold and antique calligraphy and paintings, then the most valuable thing in the refugee camp is food. Here, all the sins and all the fights are to fill the stomach. High-energy food is the best food to fill the stomach, and each piece is worth a lot of money. Take the 2 boxes in the backpack for example. They are enough to buy all the toys around him. The most important thing is that high-energy foods have long been listed as banned by Kyoto Chibles, and you can't get them, even if you have money. And the young Mr. W in front of him casually took out 2 large boxes, which shows how powerful the Chible family behind him is. If you can form an alliance with such a Chible family, you may be able to take advantage of it to fight against the Mitsu family. President Matsunaga Hisahide forced himself to retract his gaze, his voice trembling a little. What price is your family going to sell these foods at? Wu Sanwei, 1 box, 10,000 huoyuan. Since the world was in chaos, countries have overissued currency in order to ease financial pressure, causing a financial storm that swept the world. After the financial storm, huoyuan became the universal currency of the world with its strong value preservation rate. 10,000 huoyuan. President Matsunaga Hisahide slammed the table and stood up with a surprised look. This price is not high at all, but it is very cheap, so cheap that he can't believe it. Although it is known that 10,000 huoyuan can buy at least 20 boxes of such high-energy food in the international market, this is a refugee zone in Kyoto. To transport the goods in, you have to pay a toll several times the value of the goods. Beside, the toys trembled all over, and they knelt down on the cold floor tiles, shivering. Chairman Matsunaga Hisahide's surprise was fleeting. He looked up and down at Wu Sanwei and asked slowly, what conditions does your family have? In the refugee camp, you can believe that tomorrow will be the end of the world, and you can believe that you will be hit by a bullet in the next second, but you must never believe that pie will fall from the sky. Once you have such a delusion, you are not far from death. Wu Sanwei's face straightened and said seriously, help us find out one thing. Half a month ago, a bloody case occurred in the refugee zone under your jurisdiction. An old woman died because her throat was bitten off. Help us find the murderer. Chairman Matsunaga Hisahide frowned. He thought that this young man would ask the Sumiyoshi Association to pay tribute toys for the Chible members to enjoy, just like other Chibles. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an investigation of meaningless crime. As the president of the SYNOPSIS, Hisahide Matsunaga received a message from his subordinates shortly after the incident. Although he was surprised by the brutality of the crime scene, he did not care. Because murder and arson are very common in refugee areas, and because the dead old woman was weak and did not even qualify to enter the slave factory, and people without value find it difficult to survive in refugee camps. Why should a son of a Chibal family care about such things? He was puzzled, but his face was very serious. Don't worry, I will hand the murderer over to you before nightfall. Matsuda Reiko on the side almost couldn't help but stand up. She knew that President Hisahide Matsunaga wanted to find a refugee to replace the real murderer to confess. A piece of high-energy food can make a hungry refugee willing to take any responsibility, even if he knows that the consequence of this crime is death. Fortunately, Wu Sanwei just smiled faintly and lowered his voice. President, don't you want to know why I'm investigating this crime? President Matsunaga Hisahide was stunned for a moment, then calmly said, Mr. W must have your reasons for investigating this matter. I don't care. What if it is related to the Mitsu family? Wu Sanwei's voice was very low, almost inaudible. Mitsu President Matsunaga Hisahide could no longer remain calm, looking at the toys kneeling on the ground. All of you get out. The toys hurriedly backed away, and at the same time they breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. President Matsunaga Hisahide then asked, what do you mean? Could this crime be committed by the Mitsu family? It is very likely that according to the clues I got from secret channels, Shio Mitsu sneaked into the refugee camp on the night of the incident. Wu Sanwei lit a cigar and exhaled a puff of white smoke. This message was sent by the intelligence department of the Earth Defense Agency. They seem to have a secret line in Kyoto. Shio Mitsu was here? Why didn't I know? President Matsunaga Hisahide was stunned. Wu Sanwei smiled and said, you have to ask your subordinates about this. Who was on duty that night? The 5th squad led by Kinjiro Kimura. Chairman Hisahide Matsunaga gritted his teeth, burning with anger. He usually turned a blind eye to his subordinates accepting money and letting outsiders in because those people did not threaten him. But the people of the Mitsu family were different. Although the two sides had eased, Chairman Hisahide Matsunaga believed that the Mitsu family would not hesitate to kill him if they had the chance. Wu Sanwei just smiled. This was an internal affair of the SYNOPSIS. If he expressed his opinion rashly, it would arouse the vigilance of Chairman Hisahide Matsunaga. Chairman Hisahide Matsunaga's face changed in various expressions and finally became firm and asked, you are going to use this bloody case to kill the Mitsu family? Aren't you too wishful thinking? The infighting between the Chibals is common in Kyoto, but it is impossible to overthrow a Chibal with deep roots and branches by relying on a bloody case. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594 Witness. Seeing that President Matsunaga Hisahide's expression finally relaxed, Wu Sanwei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and threw out the words he had prepared long ago. First, we are not the only family that wants to kill the Mitsu family. Second, there is more than one crime, and the nature of these cases is very bad. President Matsunaga Hisahide took a deep breath of his cigar, exhaled a thick white mist, and fell into deep thought. It is obvious that the Chibal family behind this young man has united with other Chibals, and they are ready to divide up the Mitsu family. The infighting between Chibals is normal in Kyoto. The Mitsu family was able to rise only after defeating Ishikura Ryoma. Moreover, what this young man said is right. This case is too special. Although Kyoto is in chaos, the nobles can enslave and trample on civilians and refugees like slaves, and can find any excuse to end their lives, but they must not eat people. This has violated one of the few red lines in Kyoto. Once there is conclusive evidence that these cannibalism cases were committed by Shio Mitsu, other Chibal families in Kyoto will definitely rise up. At that time, no matter how powerful the Mitsu family is, it will not be able to escape the fate of destruction. The whole thing seems reasonable and feasible, and once it succeeds, not only can he eliminate his worries, but he can also obtain a high quality trading line. Let's do it. President Matsunaga Hisahide was full of pride, as if he had returned to the early days of the Sumiyoshike, and he was full of strength. He stood up and smiled. Okay, the deal is settled, but I'm a rough guy, and I'm not good at investigating cases. So, I have to rely more on Mr. W. Wu Sanwei stood up, with an arrogant look on his face. President Matsunaga Hisahide, please rest assured. I have received professional criminal investigation training, and can definitely find the clues left by Shiomitsu. But this is your territory, so. He was halfway through his words, and looked up at President Matsunaga Hisahide. President Matsunaga Hisahide stood up, and patted his chest. Don't worry, I will cooperate with you to the fullest. How about this? I will send the most trusted butler to you. He is equivalent to me in this camp. After speaking, he clapped his hands. From the woods in the distance, a gray-haired old man slowly walked over. He was wearing a tuxedo, and had a firework on his chest. He looked very much like the butler of the Oyuguogi family. President, please tell me what I want to do. President Matsunaga Hisahide pointed at Wu Sanwei and the other two and introduced them. Aishino Takeo, this is our Sumiyoshike's distinguished guest. We are investigating an important case, and need your full cooperation. Do you understand? Aishino Takeo nodded and bowed. Yes. You are new here, so you don't have a place to stay yet. Just stay in the villa next door first, so that we can take care of you. President Matsunaga Hisahide thought for a while and said again. Wu Sanwei, thank you very much. At this time, Aishino Takeo stepped forward at the right time, with a respectful expression. Mr. W, please come with me. Wu Sanwei took a step forward, took 2 steps, and frowned. He turned around, and pointed at the unconscious Anodaramaki. He said with a smile, President, can you give me that toy? President Matsunaga Hisahide was a little surprised, stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion. Mr. W, she seems to be dying. If you like these two, I have many high quality goods here. It's okay, I just like this tune. Wu Sanwei tried his best to put a weird smile on his face. So that's it. I understand. President Matsunaga Hisahide sighed in his heart. These sons of big chaebols are still good at playing. Since Anodaramaki was in a coma, and could not walk independently, Wu Sanwei specially assigned the murderer Aoyama Yoshiko to help her. Under the guidance of Aishino Takeo, several people came to the other courtyard. It is called a other courtyard here, but it is actually a small bungalow. The white paint on the exterior wall fell off, revealing red bricks. The walls inside the house were moldy, and there was a damp smell in the air. Fortunately, the house is big enough with 5 rooms. Wu Sanwei asked Aoyama Yoshiko to help Anodaramaki into the side room, and directly ordered Aishino Takeo to gather the refugees near the mother of the first victim, Matsuda Sakurako. Aishino Takeo nodded without any questions, turned around and went out to execute the order. Wu Sanwei then took Fang Xian and Matsuda Sakurako into the side room. In the side room, Anodaramaki had not yet woken up, and Aoyama Yoshiko helped her wipe the wound on her face with red and swollen eyes. When she saw Wu Sanwei, she trembled all over and immediately knelt on the ground. The scene that just happened was still clearly presented in her mind. It was the son of the chaebol family who kicked Anodaramaki half to death. This is not over yet. He seems to have some special hobbies, and is ready to continue to torture Anodaramaki who is still in a coma. He is a devil. Aoyama Yoshiko almost bit her lips to bleed, and her voice trembled. Mr. W, Anodaramaki is still in a coma. Please let her go. Her face blushed. Or, let me do it. Wu Sanwei was stunned when he heard the words, and then he understood. It seems that this poor girl actually thought that he really planned to plot against her. Alas, it's all because of my superb acting skills. However, being in the refugee camp at this time, Wu Sanwei could not tell his real purpose. After all, this seemingly kind girl in front of him might tell President Hisahide Matsunaga in a blink of an eye. This kind of thing is common in the refugee camp. Wu Sanwei pretended to be cold. You dare to say this with your appearance, but I have something to do today, so I will let you go for the time being. Then he looked at Fang Xian again. Give them a portion of the medicine we carry with us. Don't die. It will be difficult to explain to President Hisahide Matsunaga. After saying that, he pretended to be angry, stepped harder, and walked out of the room. Aoyama Yoshiko held the several medicine bottles handed over by Fang Xian, and her heart was full of doubts. The value of these medicines has far exceeded their worth. If you take out any bottle, you can exchange it for a new toy. Mr. W actually let him use it to treat Anodaramika's injuries. Is he really a devil? Fang Xian and Matsuda Sakurako also walked out of the side room. The two exchanged glances silently and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Just now in the garden, the demonized Wu Sanwei was too scary. The two of them almost thought that Wu Sanwei was really a cruel tycoon. Even when Wu Sanwei asked for a plaything, the strong evil on his face was really chilling. Until they saw the scene just now. Only then did they understand Wu Sanwei's painstaking efforts. If Wu Sanwei didn't kick the poor girl unconscious, she would be slapped to death sooner or later. Aishino Takeo acted quickly. Before nightfall, he gathered more than a dozen refugees in the small courtyard. Mr. W, these are the residents who appeared near the crime scene that night. Wu Sanwei glanced at them one by one with sharp eyes. There were 8 men and 3 women, and 2 children about 5 or 6 years old. They were pale and thin, with unkempt hair and dirty faces. They all wore tattered clothes of unknown color and shoes with exposed toes. From a distance, they smelled sour and smelled. They all lowered their heads and their calves trembled. Don't be afraid. Wu Sanwei showed what he thought was the most sincere expression, and said warmly, I came to you just to ask you something. I have no ill intentions. Unexpectedly, instead of raising their heads, the refugees took 2 steps back uneasily, looking unwilling to communicate. This is really a bit ungrateful. Wu Sanwei sighed silently and looked at Aishino Takeo, who was standing aside. To deal with such people, you need a bad person. Aishino Takeo nodded knowingly, stepped forward, pulled out a conventional standard weapon from behind, and said viciously, the sir is asking you questions. Are you all pretending to be dumb? Well, I will make you really dumb later. The refugees were shaken and knelt on the ground. I dare not. If you have anything to say, just ask. Only then did they realize that this young man who looked easy to talk to was actually a distinguished guest of the Sumiyoshi Association. Wu Sanwei walked up to a refugee who looked more alert and said seriously, what did you see, hear, or dream about the murder? Although he spoke vaguely, the refugee understood immediately and quickly lowered his head to answer. That night, Yamamoto and I had just returned from the casino. When we passed by Matsuda's house, we heard sobbing from inside. It sounded like the ugly girl Matsuda Sakurako. Out of curiosity, the two of us looked through the crack in the door and saw Matsuda Sakurako kneeling in a pool of blood and crying, with a corpse next to her. With the idea that less trouble is worse than more, we turned around and left. After speaking, he looked up at his companions beside him. Yamamoto, is that right? The refugee named Yamamoto nodded repeatedly. That's right. That's right. Less trouble is worse than more. It is indeed in line with the rules of the refugee camp. Wu Sanwei turned and walked to another refugee. Before he could speak, the refugee with only 2 teeth in his mouth said incoherently, Sir, I went to bed early that night and didn't hear anything at all. Wu Sanwei ignored him and continued to move forward. Sir, I took advantage of the moonlight that night to dig wild vegetables in the wild and went home in the early morning. Sir, I was beating my child that night and didn't hear anything. More than a dozen refugees quickly asked all of them. No one noticed anything unusual that night. Wu Sanwei pointed at a few refugees and said, you, and the children next to you go back first. The 5 refugees whose names were called took a long breath and turned around and ran out of the yard quickly. Then, he stared at the remaining 3 refugees expressionlessly. The 3 refugees lowered their heads and their eyes flickered. Sir, we didn't see anything. Let us go. That's right. Wu Sanwei still didn't speak, but just stared at them expressionlessly. The 3 refugees began to tremble slightly, and big drops of sweat oozed from their foreheads, and their clothes gradually soaked. It's time. Wu Sanwei walked up to the refugee named Yamamoto, stared into his eyes, and asked, I'll give you one last chance. Repeat what you saw that night. Yamamoto was trembling under the sharp gaze. He felt a hot current flowing down his thighs and a strong stench immediately emanated. That day, that night, he opened his mouth and could no longer speak. Continue. Wu Sanwo's face darkened. Without keen observation, how could one survive in the sacred mountain? Just now he had determined that the three people were lying. Sir, we did lie just now. Yamamoto collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling. At this time, the two refugees next to him were startled and tried to speak. Seeing the fierce look on Wu Sanwo's face, they moved their mouths and swallowed the words on their lips. Speak. Wu Sanwo said harshly. Yamamoto hesitated. That night, the two of them and I came back from the casino and lost everything. We were upset. At this time, Sanmu suddenly suggested that we could rob the Matsuda family. The ugly girl in her family saved a lot of money by teaching children to read and write. Sanji also said that the ugly girl looked ugly, but her neck was very white. She must be a beauty. We can have fun with her. So, the three of us followed the moonlight and quietly moved to the vicinity of the Matsuda family. Just as we were about to take action, we suddenly saw more than a dozen people in black clothes surrounding the Matsuda family. They were tall and all holding conventional weapons. They should be bodyguards or something like that. Because we were afraid of being discovered, we lay in the ruins next to us and dared not move, ready to wait for them to go in before slipping away. These people just surrounded the Matsuda family and had no intention of entering. Instead, they looked around vigilantly. After a while, another man in black came and brought a man in black directly into the Matsuda family. Then, a miserable and sharp cry came from inside. About 20 minutes later, the man in black came out of Matsuda's house and disappeared into the darkness with the bodyguards. We didn't get up immediately because we were afraid that those people were hiding in the dark and watching us. Later, the ugly girl from Matsuda's house came back and there was a scream from the house and then crying. Those people didn't show up and it seemed that they had gone far away. The three of us got up and walked to the door of Matsuda's house and then saw the scene that Mitsu had just described. Obviously, the scene was too cruel. Even such a vicious person was unwilling to recall it. Wu Sanwei nodded and continued to ask, did you see the face of the man in black clearly, or notice any characteristics of him? The three shook their heads repeatedly. No, we were very scared at the time, and the place where we hid was far away from Matsuda's house, and the light was very dark. Wu Sanwei snorted coldly and said sternly, I'll give you one last chance. What are the characteristics of the man in black? Think about it before answering. Remember, there is only one chance. Every time he said a word, the three refugees trembled all over. Well, by the moonlight, I seem to see that the man in black seems to have something wrong with his right leg. Sanjing hesitated for a long time and finally spoke. Yes, it seems so. That's right. The other two echoed. Wu Sanwei stared at the three people carefully for a long time and finally confirmed that they had nothing to hide and then said, Mr. Butler, please have someone take them into custody first. Yes. Looking at the three refugees being taken away, Wu Sanwei frowned. Although it has been confirmed that the murderer is Xiao Sanjing, there is no actual evidence. The Earth Defense Agency is an organization that focuses on evidence. Difficult. Chapter 595 Dinner. Back in the house, Fangshan and Matsuda Sakurako had been waiting for a long time and immediately came to greet them. Any results? Wu Sanwei did not answer immediately, but turned around and looked at Aishino Takeo who was following behind him. Mr. Butler, please prepare dinner for 5 people and send it over. It was already sunset and the setting sun was already hanging low over the treetops. 5 people. Aishino Takeo was stunned for a moment. He knew that the people in front of him were the guests of the president. They were of noble status and naturally would not follow the custom of eating only one meal a day in the refugee camp. But there were only 3 of them, so why would they want 5 portions? Could the 2 playthings in the side room also be considered people? 2 girls who were almost like goods also had to enjoy food that only VIPs could enjoy. This was incredible. However, seeing that Mr. W did not take back the order, Aishino Takeo could only nod with a strange expression. I'll arrange it right away. After all, President Matsunaga Hisahide had instructed him to fully cooperate with Mr. W and meet all his needs. Aishino Takeo's back disappeared in the golden sunlight, and Wu Sanwei retracted his gaze and took out a black box from his pocket. This is a full frequency jammer that can prevent eavesdropping. Fang Xian is very familiar with this kind of equipment. Matsuda Sakurako is a little curious. Wu Sanwei pressed the red button on the black box. The green indicator light on the box flashed, which meant that there was no eavesdropping signal nearby. The situation is not very optimistic, although some refugees saw a person with a problem in his right leg entering the refugee shed at the crime scene. As he said this, Wu Sanwei glanced at Matsuda Sakurako. Matsuda Sakurako lowered her head, bit her lips with her white teeth, and her chest rose and fell, but she didn't look particularly excited. It seems that after so many days, this girl has completely accepted the cruel result. Wu Sanwei then continued with relief, and Xiao Sanjing's right leg just happened to be defective, and he limped when he walked. But because the light was dim that night, and there were bodyguards outside, the refugees did not see the murderer clearly, so we have not been able to confirm that the murderer was Xiao Sanjing, nor can we accuse him. Matsuda Sakurako slowly raised her head, her eyes full of hatred, and a bitter smile on her face. Even if they saw clearly that it was Xiao Sanjing who killed him, it would be useless. The Kyoto court will never accept refugee testimony, not to mention that the Mitsuzeibatsu family can send out more than a dozen scapegoats in a minute, and everyone has a problem with their right leg. Even if the scapegoat's right leg is not defective today, it will be defective tomorrow. As a Kyoto native, Matsuda Sakurako clearly knows the power of the Chibles. Even before the moon fell, they had committed many evil deeds and had never been convicted. The most effective way for the children of the Chible families to avoid conviction is to buy some scapegoats. I believe that if Xiao Sanjing makes a sound, his men will personally order more than 10 cripples within a day. Faced with this ugliness, Fang Xian couldn't help but take a breath. As a field staff of the Earth Defense Agency, he has been in Kyoto for more than half a year. Although he knew that it was chaotic here, he didn't expect it to be so chaotic that people could tell lies with their eyes open. Wu Sanwei nodded slowly. He knew that Matsuda Sakurako was telling the truth. If there was no conclusive evidence directly pointing to Xiao Sanjing, it would be impossible to convict Xiao Sanjing with a few unreliable confessions. So, I decided to personally inspect the crime scene tomorrow. Maybe I can find traces left by Xiao Sanjing. Fang Xian nodded. This is the only way at present. Matsuda Sakurako, thank you. Due to the chaotic situation in the refugee camp, everyone began to plan tomorrow's inspection plan. After discussion and Matsuda Sakurako's repeated requests, Wu Sanwei had to agree to let her go. The sky gradually darkened, and the treetops in the yard were already full of blackbirds, making a desolate squeak sound. At this time, Aishino Takeo brought more than a dozen subordinates in black uniforms, and walked into the courtyard with dinner. Mr. W, this is the grand banquet that Asumi Aoshi Club will only provide when entertaining distinguished guests. Grand banquet is a strange name, and Wu Sanwei can't help but feel a little curious. Display the dishes. Aishino Takeo waved his hand. More than a dozen subordinates respectfully placed the plates on the tatami. This is Tsujise sushi. It is the most famous sushi in Kyoto, and only the Chible families can enjoy it. Aishino Takeo would introduce each plate as he opened it. This is the top level cuisine, Keiseki cuisine, including bowls, mukateki, 8-inch, grilled, fried, burned, vinegared, steamed, rice, bowls, fragrant, and watered. This is grilled eel. It's just Kyoto ramen. Aishino Takeo introduced, while peeking at Mr. W's expression. These more than 10 dishes are top level dishes even in the Kyoto Chible families. In the food deficient refugee camp, they are extremely precious. In order to raise these dishes, the president even used his private food storage. But the man in front of him seemed to be dismissive. Could he really be from a wealthy tycoon? Unconsciously, Aishino Takeo became more respectful and bowed deeply, saying, "Enjoy your meal." Wu Sanwei was contemptuous, humphed, and said in a low voice, "Go down." Aishino Takeo did not feel slighted at all, but took it for granted. It would be strange if the son of a tycoon was not arrogant. He walked backwards out of the house and retreated to the outside of the courtyard. When he was sure that Mr. W could not see him, he breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then he took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and reported, "President, I have completely confirmed that Mr. W has an extraordinary background. Heh, I should know. You always suspected that he was a fake, and now you believe it? Okay, I know you are also thinking about the Sumiyoshi Association, and I won't blame you, but you have to be careful in the future. This is related to the future of our Sumiyoshi Association. Understood. Ishino Takeo bowed and nodded repeatedly while holding the walkie-talkie and only stood up after the other party hung up. He said coldly to the more than 10 black uniformed subordinates behind him, "Come two of you. Come with me to select fresh toys for the distinguished guests, and the rest of you stay here. No entry is allowed without the president's warrant." "Yes." The black uniformed subordinates agreed in unison. In the living room, Wu Sanwei looked at the full table of food and smiled helplessly. These dishes looked very exquisite. Rather than being a feast for the mouth, they were pleasing to the eye. The utensils for holding the food were very delicate, and the shape, arrangement, and color matching of the food were also very delicately considered. However, this excessive pursuit of exquisiteness often loses the meaning of food itself. For Wu Sanwei, the only meaning of food is to provide the human body with nutrients and energy necessary for life. If the requirements are higher, it is to satisfy the needs of taste buds. Giving up the delicious taste in pursuit of appearance is undoubtedly cutting the feet to fit the shoes. Matsuda Sakurako, on the other hand, seemed very interested and kept pursing her lips. Wu Sanwei saw her impatient look and smiled. "Go and see. If our guests have woken up, let them come out to eat together. Isn't Anodaramaki unconscious? She won't wake up so soon, right?" Matsuda Sakurako clearly remembered how powerful the flying kick was. Wu Sanwei smiled slightly. Matsuda Sakurako had to turn around and walk into the side room. "Ms. Matsuda, you are here." Aoyama Yoshiko, who was taking care of Anodaramaki on the bed, stood up quickly. "How is she?" The towel in Aoyama Yoshiko's hand fell to the ground, and she stammered, "She hasn't woken up yet." Her panicked look, which anyone with a discerning eye could see, naturally could not be hidden from Matsuda Sakurako. Although Matsuda Sakurako had just reached adulthood, she had lived in the refugee area for so long that, if she didn't have a bit of vision, she would have been torn to pieces long ago. Humph, since she hasn't woken up, maybe she has really become a vegetable, so it's better to pull her out and throw her in the garbage dump to feed the wild dogs. Matsuda Sakurako deliberately raised her mouth, widened her eyes, and pretended to be fierce. In the refugee area, refugees with terminal illnesses, or who have lost their ability to live, will mostly end up being thrown into the garbage dump and become the target of thousands of wild dogs. Aoyama Yoshiko naturally knew this. Her face changed drastically, her whole body trembled, and her voice trembled. "No, she woke up a long time ago. Yes. I deliberately deceived you, young lady." As she said this, she knelt on the bed, trembling. At this time, Anodaramaki also quickly got up, knelt on the ground, and explained repeatedly, "It's me. This is all my own idea. If you want to punish me, punish me. It has nothing to do with Aoyama Yoshiko." She had actually woken up half an hour ago. When she learned that she was given to a Chibil son by the president, she was immediately despairing. There were also sisters around her who were given as gifts by the president. The ending was that they were tortured and thrown into the drainage ditch and turned into a pool of mud. She wanted to commit suicide at the time, but was persuaded by Aoyama Yoshiko, "If you die, your parents will definitely be killed by the president." Yes, the main reason why they chose to become playthings in the Sumiyoshi society injured in human humiliation and torture was that their families were all controlled. As for the cruel methods of the Sumiyoshi society, Anodaramaki was very clear. So, she thought of a way that was not a solution, pretending to be unconscious. "It's better to hide for a while. Since you are awake, get up and have dinner. Do you want our master to invite you personally?" Seeing her extremely panicked look, Matsuda Sakurako also lost her original intention to tease her. Thinking back, wasn't she like this before she met Fang Shan? Before going out every day, in order to avoid harassment, she had to smear her whole body with filth. Even so, she had to be careful to avoid crowded places, because those hungry refugees would do anything. Dinner. Aoyama Yoshiko raised her head with a surprised look. She thought that she and Anodaramaki's deliberate deception would definitely be severely punished by the tycoon son Mr. W, and she was mentally prepared to endure all kinds of torture. However, this woman who looked noble invited them to dinner. Matsuda Sakurako suppressed her heartache and curled her lips. Why, don't you want to? Yes. Yes. Aoyama Yoshiko hurriedly helped Anodaramaki to stand up. As long as they were not thrown into the garbage dump and bitten by wild dogs, they could endure any cruel torture, let alone dinner. Although the word meal is only used by senior officials of the Sumiyoshike, their daily food is 2 bowls of moldy rice. Matsuda Sakurako has been carefully observing Anodaramaki. Although her face is swollen and purple, and she walks with a limp, she should be fine. Not like a person who was kicked more than 10 meters away. It seems that Mr. W completely controlled the strength and angle when he kicked. With the support of Aoyama Yoshiko, Anodaramaki limped to the hall. A large round table was filled with exquisite food, and 2 men sat next to it. The pale and thin man was the one who kicked her unconscious. Anodaramaki saw his cold eyes sweeping over, and couldn't help shuddering, and took a step back. This demon, is he going to torture himself again? Let himself feed him? Or does he want to enjoy a human feast? As a plaything, Anodaramaki knows all about the torture methods of these Chibil sons. Come and sit down to eat. The food prepared by Sumiyoshi is really rough and hard to swallow. Wu-sanwei saw their expressions of fear, and naturally understood what was going on. He said expressionlessly. Anodaramaki, who had long been prepared to be tortured, was stunned. Sit down to eat? Can I sit down too? She looked at Aoyama Yoshiko in confusion. Aoyama Yoshiko also looked confused, with her mouth open and a little unable to close. Why, do you still want me to ask you to sit down? Wu-sanwei pretended to be angry and said sternly. The frightened expressions of the 2 girls reminded him of a female classmate in Kamiyama Academy. She was also from Kyoto, timid by nature, and kept her ears erect like a timid rabbit all day long. Whenever a student was punished by the grey-robed teacher, she would tremble. When she first entered the academy, Wu-sanwei knew that this girl would not last long in the academy. Sure enough, in the 2nd school year, this girl once failed to complete the grey-robed teacher's task on time. According to convention, she would only be punished with a few whips. However, the next day, she was found dead in her bed, with no external injuries or signs of poisoning. This inexplicable death frightened all the students, even the god slaves who like to snitch. Because although Shenshin Academy is like hell and there are man-eating demons, as long as you follow the rules completely, you may have a chance to get out alive. A living person died without any harm. This is too scary. Seeing that the student was in a bad mood, the grey-robed teacher had to send the girl's body to the biological dissection room for a detailed examination. Finally, the cause of death was determined to be extreme fear. The girl was scared to death because of her fear of the grey-robed teacher's punishment. Chapter 596 Old Mitsu. Have a seat. Aoyama Yoshiko was the first to react when she heard Wu-sanwei's question, and hurriedly helped Anodaramaki to sit down. Although the bowls and chopsticks were already placed in front of her, she didn't dare to take the food. Because the exquisite food on the table looked very high-end, and it was not something that people of her status could enjoy at all. Seeing them shivering, Wu-sanwei's face turned cold. The air was filled with embarrassment. Matsuda Sakurako had long been aware of Wu-sanwei's intentions, and smiled. My husband doesn't like these foods, and he was going to throw them out, to feed the stray dogs. She paused and said in an extremely contemptuous tone, but I thought you would still have to serve the husband in the future, so I took the initiative to let you enjoy it too. If you think you are worse than a stray dog, you can stand up. Wild dog, these foods were originally intended to be thrown to stray dogs. Then it should be appropriate for us to enjoy them. Aoyama Yoshiko naturally accepted this statement, hesitated for a moment, and picked up the chopsticks. Anodaramaki saw it, and did the same. Everyone, let's eat. Matsuda Sakurako picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of grilled eel. Before the moon fell, her favorite food was grilled eel, but she never tasted it again, after being in the refugee camp. Today, there is this dish, so naturally she can't miss it. The grilled deal is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it is fragrant when you put it in your mouth. The meat is particularly soft, and the soup is fresh and thick, which is very delicious. Matsuda Sakurako showed an expression of enjoyment. Wu Sanwei and Fang Xian attacked the ramen. There was no way this was the only food on the table that sweetened the Chinese taste. Seeing that everyone started to eat, Aoyama Yoshiko had some doubts in her heart. Didn't they say that these meals were prepared to feed wild dogs? Indistinctly, she felt that Mr. W with the gloomy face didn't seem so scary. It was not until after the meal that Aoyama Yoshiko took the initiative to ask to accompany Mr. W, but was rejected mercilessly and was asked to go back to the room to rest immediately. He didn't even take a second look at her beautiful face. Only then did Yoshiko Aoyama determine in her heart that this seemingly ferocious disciple of Achibal was not a cruel person. The reason why he asked for herself and Makia Nodera from the chairman was purely because he was kind-hearted. There are not many such good people in Kyoto. On the bed in the side room, Yoshiko Aoyama and Makia Nodera exchanged glances silently, understood each other's thoughts, and then nodded at the same time. Mr. W is a good man and trustworthy. Yoshiko Aoyama closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. I hope that when I wake up tomorrow, this is not a dream. Wu Sanwei in the living room was not in such a good mood. Because when Takeo Ishino led people to clean up the tableau, he also sent 5 toys. These 5 women have different styles. There are poor girls with a green flavor, mature women, and even middle-aged women with charm, all of whom have good figures and excellent looks. Ishino Takeo bowed deeply and said respectfully, Mr. W, this is a little gift from our president. Please accept it. Wu Sanwei. These girls all showed fear, trembling on the ground, looking pitiful. Wu Sanwei sighed in his heart. If there was a chance, he would definitely rescue these poor people from the fire pit, but not now. The most important task now is to find evidence and pull out the cannibal Shao Sanjing. But on the other hand, his personality as a Chibil-san has completely won the trust of the Sumiyoshi Association. This is a good thing. Ishino Takeo saw that he looked serious and did not respond for a long time. He was startled and said quickly, are these not to your taste? I will go and pick a few more. These 5 playthings are already top beauties in the Sumiyoshi Association. I didn't expect Mr. W to not even look at them, which shows how high his standards are. Do you want to send a few more? Has this become an entertainment venue? Wu Sanwei snorted, pretending to be angry, and said sternly, I appreciate the kindness of Chairman Matsunaga Hisahide, but I'm on a family mission and cannot get close to women. Please forgive me. He said forgive me, but his tone was extremely harsh. As expected, the children of a big Chibil family have an extraordinary style of doing things. Ishino Takeo bowed quickly, then we won't bother you. Then, he led his subordinates and the 5 women away. Late at night, Fang Xian was on guard. Wu Sanwei took out the satellite long-wave communicator and uploaded today's work log to the Earth Defense Bureau. In the log, he detailed everything he encountered after entering the refugee camp, including the rescue of Aoyama Yoshiko and Anodera Miki. At the end of the log, he also added a plan to explore the refugee camp tomorrow. He knew that every night, Professor Liemo would randomly check the work logs of each expatriate staff. The log was uploaded. Wu Sanwei fell asleep with his eyes wide open, without taking off his clothes. In the far suburbs of Kyoto, there is a manor hidden in dense trees. More than a dozen bodyguards in black uniforms stood on both sides of the corridor in silence. Sir, I know I was wrong. Don't punish me. A panicked voice came from the house. Bitch, you dare to step into the threshold with your right leg first. I will punish you today. Then there was the sound of whips and a miserable scream. The black-clad bodyguards looked at each other silently, and they all understood each other's thoughts. Shao Sanjing was in a very bad mood these days. He became extremely irritable and often punished his servants for no reason. Yesterday, a bodyguard had his eyes gouged out on the spot because he looked at his woman for one more time. As the sound of whips continued to be heard, the miserable screams became smaller and smaller until they were inaudible. Bitch, do you think you can escape punishment by pretending to be unconscious? The sound of a sharp weapon chopping bones suddenly rushed into the house. This is the bodyguards' faces changed drastically, and they trembled all over. Someone come. At this time, Xiao Sanjing's voice came from the house. The bodyguards looked at each other uneasily, then carefully put on humility on their faces, and walked into the house together. Inside the house, Xiao Sanjing was covered in bright red stains, and holding a samurai sword. A pretty woman with fair skin was lying on the blood-stained ground. Her right leg was already. This scene was too cruel. Even the bodyguards who killed people without blinking an eye couldn't help but shudder. Xiao Sanjing licked the bright red liquid remaining on the blade with his tongue. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was intoxicated. For a long time, he came to his senses, glanced at his mouth, and said coldly, "Throw this bitch into the beast forest." Yes. The bodyguards suppressed their inner fear, and agreed in unison. The beast forest is a place where vicious dogs are raised in the manor. There are more than 20 vicious dogs in it. The food of the vicious dogs is the people who died accidentally in the manor, or someone who is not yet dead. When they found a stretcher, and were about to put the woman on it, the woman suddenly woke up, frowned, and groaned in pain. She is still alive. The bodyguard stopped immediately, and looked at Xiao Sanjing. Although Kyoto was in chaos, only those refugees in the refugee camp who could not be called human beings could do such a thing as throwing living people into the forest of beasts. Although the woman lost a leg, she was still alive after all. Xiao Sanjing swung a knife flower with his samurai sword, his expression cold. "What, are you going to disobey orders? This is the look of a devil." The bodyguards shuddered and said repeatedly, "Don't dare. Don't dare." Then they lifted the still squirming woman, walked out of the door, and walked towards the forest of beasts. "I'm sorry, miss, this is Xiao Sanjing's order. Don't blame us." Xiao Sanjing saw the woman being carried away, imagining the cruel scene that was about to happen, and couldn't help but sneer a few times, and his depressed mood suddenly improved a lot. Ever since the Earth Defense Agency sent an important person to Kyoto, he felt that something was wrong, and was always uneasy. According to the news sent back by the insider of the Mitsu family in Yanjing, the pale young man who came this time was named Wu Sanwei, and he was a human from Earth, rescued by Director Liemo from the Sacred Mountain. Wu Sanwei seemed to be deeply trusted, and was quickly awarded the position of Deputy Director. Logically speaking, the Deputy Directors of the Earth Defense Agency each have their own duties, and deal with major global affairs. They should not come to Kyoto, a remote place. So why did Wu Sanwei come this time? At the airport, he sincerely extended an invitation, hoping to take the opportunity of the banquet to find out a little bit of the news, but was ruthlessly rejected. Since then, Xiao Mitsu has repeatedly sent people to inquire about the news from the Earth Defense Agency's Kyoto office, but unfortunately, due to the tight defense, nothing was obtained. However, just this morning, the pawn planted by the Mitsu family in the Sumiyoshi Society in the Nanming camp sent a message, accompanied by a refugee woman, to Kyoto. People visited President Hisahide Matsunaga and stayed in Sumiyoshi. Most of the Kyoto people sneaked into the refugee area to do business and wanted to sell slaves from the refugee area. There was nothing worth paying attention to. However, Kizi recognized that the refugee woman was the daughter of the woman killed by Xiao Sanjing. Now, the problem is big. They must be tracking him. Those Kyoto people are likely to be from the Earth Defense Agency. Therefore, Xiao Sanjing was extremely uneasy. Although killing a few people in the refugee camp is not a big deal, it is different with the intervention of the Earth Defense Agency. They have long been dissatisfied with the Kyoto tribal families and the Kyoto people to fight against the Earth Conference. This time, will they take advantage of the situation to uproot the Mitsu family? Thinking of this, Xiao Sanjing could no longer sit still. He shouted loudly, "Prepare the car. I want to go to see the old man." In Kyoto, only the old man can fight against the Earth Defense Agency. Xiao Sanjing changed into a new set of clothes with the help of the servants. Just as he was about to go out, he saw two bodyguards rushing in. "Bodyguard, the old man is here." Thinking of the bright red stains in the living room that had not been cleaned up, Xiao Sanjing's face changed drastically. "Quick, clean the floor." "Bodyguard, it's too late. The master is behind you." Before he finished speaking, old Sanjing sat in a wheelchair, pushed by a young girl. Xiao Sanjing knew this girl. She was his father's favorite woman. Her name was Sayuri Takasugi. She was only 18 years old and was once a popular idol. Two burly bodyguards followed closely behind. They all had conventional weapons on their waists. Sheo Sanjing hurriedly smiled and greeted him. "Father, you are not able to move easily. If you have any problems, just send a little man to come." Cough cough. Old Sanjing's face was a hen, and he coughed repeatedly, just as he was about to speak. Sayuri Takasugi rubbed the chest of old Mitsu to help him breathe, and raised her little face and smiled. "It's windy outside. Why don't we go in and talk?" Young Mitsu nodded repeatedly. "Miss Takasugi is so thoughtful. I almost forgot that my father has caught a cold recently and can't stand the cold." He turned around and led the way in front. Everyone entered the living room. In the living room, the servants who were cleaning saw everyone entering and stood still with a look of fear. Old Mitsu glanced at the red stains on the ground and was about to get angry. Sayuri Takasugi patted his shoulder and smiled softly. "Mr. Mitsu, aren't you going to make tea? This woman, she can bewitch my father to a trance. She is really capable. There are countless women younger and better than her around old Mitsu, but he always takes her with him every time he goes out. It seems that there is a reason." Young Mitsu knew that she was trying to help him out, so he quickly asked the servants to bring the best tea, brewed it himself, and brought it to old Mitsu. "Father, have a cup of hot tea to warm your stomach." Old Mitsu looked unfriendly and sneered. "Humph. If I hadn't received the tip-off, I wouldn't have known about the ridiculous things you did in the refugee camp. Our Mitsu family might have been uprooted. How can you still be in the mood to drink tea? Has he been discovered?" Young Mitsu opened his mouth, speechless, holding the teacup awkwardly. "Mr. Mitsu, the doctor told you not to get angry. Besides, isn't there still a chance to save him? Besides, this cup of tea is also a gift from the child, so just take it." Takasugi Sayuri used her fair and delicate hands to help old Mitsu press his shoulders. Young Mitsu quickly knelt down and raised the teacup above his head. "Father, alas, evil son." Old Mitsu sighed, took the teacup, and his expression eased a lot. Young Mitsu was happy. "All of you go down." Takasugi Sayuri turned around and ordered the servants standing next to him like a master. The servants cast their eyes on Sheo Sanjing. "Get out of here." Sheo Sanjing shouted angrily. The servants quickly retreated to the hall. However, the two burly bodyguards who came with Sheo Sanjing did not leave. Instead, they stepped forward to close the door, then stood on both sides with their hands on the weapons at their waists. Sheo Sanjing smiled bitterly in his heart. Looking at the posture, it was obvious that this old guy was even on guard against his own son. However, thinking of the dirty things happening in the Chiebel family, he was immediately relieved. The most important thing now is to ask Sheo Sanjing to use the power of the Mitsu family to help him get through this difficult time. He thought for a moment, plop knelt on the ground, and bang bang out. "Father, I know I was wrong. Please save my life." Chapter 597 Takasugi Sayuri. "Do you know you are wrong now? When you did that ridiculous thing, didn't you think that one day you would be discovered?" Old Mitsu's voice trembled. The Mitsu family has existed in the Kyoto area for 500 years. With the hard work of several generations, it has long become the largest Chiebel family in Kyoto. The heads of the families of all generations are cautious and prepared for a rainy day. They have repeatedly escaped danger in open and secret struggles. Even when the moon was falling and Kyoto was destroyed, they had already built a doomsday shelter 500 meters underground and survived. Unexpectedly, the successor he favored actually committed a crime against humanity. If it weren't for the timely reminder of Sayuri Takasugi, who was in charge of the shadow, it would not be impossible for the Mitsu family to be destroyed. Sheo Sanjing shuddered when he heard this, lowered his head, and whispered, "Father, I just played too much." The old man sitting in the wheelchair seemed to have a kind face, but he was indeed a cruel person in his bones. Over the years, thousands of servants of the Mitsu family died for inexplicable reasons, most of which were the masterpieces of the old Mitsu. "Played too much. I'm going to kill you." The old Mitsu was about to get angry, but was stopped by Takasugi Sayuri patting his shoulder. She smiled and said, "Even if you punish the young master now, it will be useless. The most critical issue is how to deal with the investigators of the Earth Defense Bureau. According to the information from the informant, they will go to the crime scene and the refugee camp today to investigate. The old Mitsu slapped his thigh heavily. If in the past, Sheo Sanjing, the rebellious son, had made such a big mistake, he would have been chopped in half by him. Unfortunately, he is old now, and among the 5 sons, only Sheo Sanjing is the most capable of inheriting the family business. Sheo Sanjing looked at Takasugi Sayori with gratitude, and said with a smile, "Father, please rest assured. When I was doing things, I did not leave any clues at the scene. Even if the people of the Earth Defense Agency are as smart as cannon, they can't find substantial evidence to link the case to me. That's the best." Old Sanjing calmed down a little. Although Sheo Sanjing acted absurdly and unruly, he had a vicious personality and a meticulous mind. Since he was so confident, it was enough to show that the scene should be cleaned up completely. After that, old Sanjing carefully inquired about the details of the crime scene. He heard that Sheo Sanjing had taken a total of 3 layers of confidentiality measures and had launched a murder operation. All the bodyguards who entered the refugee camp with him that night had been executed, and he was relieved immediately. "For the past month, you have to stay in this villa honestly and not go anywhere." Old Sanjing deliberately issued a house arrest order when he left. The Earth Defense Agency has so many important things to deal with every day. A deputy director will never stay in Kyoto for a long time. Even if he escapes the limelight this time, Kyoto is still the Sanjing family. The bulletproof RV was running on the streets of New Kyoto. Citizens on the road avoided the RV, showing fear, admiration, envy and other expressions. Even more than a dozen kindergarten children almost cried when the RV passed by. Old Mitsu saw this scene through the car window, and his heart was filled with emotion. The reputation of the Mitsu family built up over 500 years must not be destroyed by such a small matter. "Mitsu, I just contacted the Dark Line in the refugee area." According to him, the 3-member team of the Earth Defense Bureau, with 2 toys, has set off from Sumiyoshike. In the back seat, Sayori Takasugi hung up the phone and said in a gentle and slow voice, "2 toys." Old Mitsu was surprised. As a Kyoto Chiba, he certainly knew what toys meant. The people of the Earth Defense Bureau have always been clean. Several Chiba families in Kyoto have tried to present the most perfect toys in Kyoto to the Kyoto office, but were ruthlessly rejected. Why would they take in the toys of the Sumiyoshike in the refugee camp now? This is really too strange. The secret line did say so, and the 2 toys lived with the 3 people from the Earth Defense Bureau last night. Takasugi Sayori frowned slightly, looking puzzled. Could it be that the executives of the Earth Defense Bureau who came this time have this special hobby? Old Mitsu thought for a moment and rejected this seemingly reasonable idea without hesitation. Because everyone knows that the Earth Defense Bureau requires high character when selecting employees. For so many years, no scandal has ever been exposed. Order the secret line to continue to observe secretly, and at the same time, ask the Black Dragon Society to organize an armed team to be on standby at any time. Old Mitsu closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, and finally made up his mind. Although young Mitsu was very confident and had cleaned up the crime scene, decades of life experience told him that there is no perfect crime scene in the world. Whatever is done, it will leave traces. Although the Earth Defense Bureau is powerful, it is just a powerful foreign dragon. In Kyoto, the Mitsu family has the final say. Old Mitsu said in a heavy voice, "Once you find that the 3-member team of the Earth Defense Bureau has made any discovery, immediately detain them by force." "Yes." Takasugi Sayori was holding her mobile phone and preparing to dial a number. Old Mitsu added worriedly, "Tell the Black Dragon Society that they must not harm the 3-member team of the Earth Defense Bureau." Takasugi Sayori was stunned for a moment and asked, "What if the situation is out of control?" Although the Black Dragon Society is a force cultivated by the Mitsu family and has always obeyed orders, most of its members come from the refugee camps and have violent personalities. There is no situation that can be completely controlled. Then you lead the team to the refugee camps yourself. Old Mitsu's old and turbid eyes burst into a brilliant light. If necessary, you can leave them all there, but you must not involve our Mitsu family. Takasugi Sayori's heart jumped. This is a rhythm of killing people to silence them. What's more, the people to be killed are still people from the Earth Defense Bureau. If the matter is exposed, the Mitsu family and even the entire Kyoto will be destroyed under the attack of the Earth Defense Bureau. This old man, who is so frail and can only sit in a wheelchair, actually has such courage. However, isn't this the opportunity he has been dreaming of? Takasugi Sayori nodded and said in a deep voice, "Mitsu-sama, I will definitely complete the task perfectly." Old Mitsu took out a purple red token from his pocket and handed it over. "This is the family order of the Mitsu family. You can command the crane department. You must keep it well." The purple red token, the size of a palm, is engraved with a monster with a ghost mask and 6 arms. It feels extremely cold to the touch, and it also exudes a faint smell of blood. This smell is very good. Takasugi Sayori held the token tightly in her palm, with a respectful expression, but her heart was surging. 2 years, more than 700 days and nights. She stayed with this old man who exuded a rotten smell all day long, endured his hands full of wrinkled chicken skin, and the inhuman torture every night, just for this day. Crane department, the elite team of the Mitsu family, only obeys the orders of the head of the family. From today on, it will be Takasugi Sayori's turn to be in charge. If old Mitsu wasn't right next to her, Takasugi Sayori would have stood up immediately and danced to express her excitement. She was a budding female idol, living a happy life like a pink girl, with a pair of parents who loved her, 3 best friends to whom she could confide her thoughts, and a handsome sunny male classmate who liked her. Life was perfect. But the moonfall changed everything. Kyoto became a living hell. Her parents died in the chaos, her best friend was missing, and her handsome male classmate became a refugee. Idols were worthless. In order to fill her stomach, Takasugi Sayori had to use her pink hands to wash clothes for the rich, enduring all kinds of difficulties and grievances she had never experienced before. By chance, she met old Mitsu, the head of a top chiebel. Unlike other girls who were robbed by old Mitsu, Takasugi Sayori took the initiative to approach him. She knew that this old man could change her fate. She knew that in Kyoto, a young flower could wither at any time. Sayori Takasugi tried her best to stand out from the more than 50 playthings of old Mitsu with her beauty and ability. This is a day she has been waiting for. "Sayori, the situation is urgent. You should leave immediately." The bulletproof RV returned to Mitsu Mansion, and old Mitsu got out of the car with the help of Sayori Takasugi and said. Sayori Takasugi was ecstatic. She didn't want to stay with this old guy for a minute, but she had to show her reluctance. "Mr. Mitsu, then I will pick a new person to accompany you tonight. In this gorgeous mansion, there are many scheming women, such as Seikyo Women's University student Nana and Ryoko, actress Arigachi Hanoka, and dancer Hatayama May. They wait for opportunities every day to replace them. But Sayori Takasugi will never give them this opportunity." "Okay." Under pressure, old Mitsu also lost his previous interest and agreed casually. Sayori Takasugi turned and walked towards the butler who was waiting by the side. "I told her, I'm sorry for taking care of Mitsu-sama's daily life these days. I will definitely reward you handsomely when I come back." As a butler, Toda naturally knew the woman's thoughts and methods, and nodded and said, "Miss Takasugi, please rest assured, I will take good care of Mitsu-sama." After explaining the relevant matters and selecting a new person with ordinary appearance, but not annoying for old Mitsu, Sayori Takasugi came to the foot of a small hill in the far suburbs of Kyoto under the escort of bodyguards. At the end of the rugged road is a military camp. As soon as the car approached the gate, a team of soldiers in black uniforms came up to intercept it. The leader was a middle-aged man with a deep scar on his face. "Stop, this is a restricted area. Please show your ID." The soldiers pointed their guns at the bridge car. The driver and bodyguards were terrified and held their heads in their hands. The Cherub is the strongest force of the Mitsu family. They have always been arrogant and domineering. They will not listen to anyone's orders, except the orders of the head of the family. There was a bad record of deliberately attacking their own people. They had to be afraid. Takasugi Sayori smiled faintly, and her fair and tender face was raised high. She pressed the car window and raised the purple red token in her hand. "Oh my god. The head of the family token. This is the head of the family token that can control the cherub. When the soldiers saw the token, they all took a step back and knelt on the ground. The Mitsu family's century-old ancestral precept is that seeing the head of the family token is like seeing the head of the family. The scarred man also bowed, his expression solemn. I don't know who is in the car, who actually has the head of the family token? Takasugi Sayuri opened the car door. Her sharp high heels stepped steadily on the gravel and walked in front of the scarred man. Takasugi Sayuri, you can call me Lord Takasugi. Lord Takasugi. The scarred man greedily looked at the two white and slender long legs exposed under her ultra-short black skirt and swallowed his saliva. Very good. Now follow me into the camp. I have something important to announce. Takasugi Sayuri put her hands behind her back, raised her chest like a proud white crane, and walked into the camp. You guard the gate. The scarred man licked his lips and hurriedly followed. The military camp was converted from an old school, and there were faint cartoon patterns on the walls. In front of several buildings of different heights, there was a large playground. On the playground, hundreds of sturdy soldiers were training. Takasugi Sayuri, led by the scarred man, went straight to the second floor of the officer building. This is the command room of the crane department. The scarred man opened an iron door. Takasugi Sayuri walked in with her face raised. The scarred man looked around and saw that no one was approaching nearby, so he flashed into the house and carefully closed the door. He just opened the door. He felt a pair of slender and soft arms around his waist. Mirio Morimoto, I miss you so much. Takasugi Sayuri said with an indistinct moan. The scarred man called Morimoto Mikio turned around and patted Takasugi Sayuri on the shoulder. Why are you here? What's the matter with the head of the family token? Did you steal it from the old guy? The lecherous look on his face had long disappeared, replaced by deep doubts and deep worries. He knew that Takasugi Sayuri was not happy with old Mitsu, but stealing the head of the family token was a capital crime. You men, you only think about yourself. Takasugi Sayuri saw that her enthusiasm was not responded to, and she curled her lips and pretended to be angry. To control cherub, it is far from enough to rely on the head of the family token. An internal aid is also needed, and Morimoto Mikio, her old acquaintance, is the best candidate. In fact, before the moon fell, Takasugi Sayuri, who was still an idol that everyone paid attention to, knew Morimoto Mikio. At that time, Morimoto Mikio was her agent, and there was no deep scar on his face. Like all Kyoto idols, Takasugi Sayuri and Morimoto Mikio have always maintained an underground relationship that cannot be spoken of. After the moon fell, they all scattered. With his past military experience, Mikio Morimoto became a junior officer in the Chiru department, and Sayuri Takasugi came to old Mitsu. Fate is so wonderful. By chance, the two met again. Mikio Morimoto hoped for a better life. Sayuri Takasugi knew that without the support of the soldiers, she would never be able to stand out in this chaotic Kyoto. The two hit it off immediately. Did you really steal this token? Mikio Morimoto's face changed drastically when he saw that she did not deny it. It is true that he likes Sayuri Takasugi with a beautiful figure, but he will never sacrifice his life and future for her. Chapter 598 Seizing Power. Of course not. Takasugi Sayuri also understood this, and the fire in her heart disappeared without a trace. She let go of her hand, raised her face, and walked to the window. From today, I will officially take charge of the cherub. You? Morimoto Kaneo widened his eyes, looking incredible. He knew that this seemingly innocent girl had ambitions that ordinary people did not have, but he did not expect that her plan was so big. He could not help but ask, are you going to rebel? What are you thinking? Am I so stupid? Although the cherub is the strongest fighting force of the Mitsu family, do you believe that the old guy has at least 1,000 ways to suppress us without flying out the Grey Force? Takasugi Sayuri turned around and smiled bitterly. Staying with the old Mitsu for these years, she is well aware of how this huge family operates, and she knows that the old Mitsu must have countless cards hidden in his hands. Take the Mitsu family's manor for example. There are infrared alarms set up on the periphery, high sensitivity mines buried in the woods, fortresses hidden on the high walls, and even dozens of missiles in the backyard ready to go at any time. Not to mention that there is a passage in old Mitsu's room that leads directly to the underground doomsday barrier. Without tens of thousands of people using heavy firepower, there is absolutely no way to break in. What are you going to do? Hearing that she was not going to rebel, Morimoto Mikio was relieved and asked hurriedly. Takasugi Sayuri walked up to him with a serious expression. The old man asked me to lead the team to the refugee camp to carry out the mission, so he gave me the token of the head of the family. Although there is no plan to rebel for the time being, we must not let go of such a good opportunity. You mean? Morimoto Mikio's heart skipped a beat, his eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice. Takasugi Sayuri, yes, we can take this opportunity to completely control the cherub. Morimoto Mikio heard her idea and took a deep breath, and his heart was extremely excited. In cherub, he was the second captain. Captain Hirota Yude relied on his seniority and bossed him around all day. A senior officer was actually sent to guard the gate. Humiliation. And now is a good opportunity to wash away this humiliation. I did it. Mikio Morimoto clenched his fist and nodded heavily. The two then discussed in detail and formulated a complete and rigorous plan. Mikio Morimoto then went to summon the senior officials of the Churu department to discuss the matter with confidence. Sayuri Takasugi stood in front of the glass window, looking at the soldiers who were training on the playground, with a strange look on her face. She whispered to herself, one day, I will take everything into my hands. Under the deterrence of the head of the family token, the senior officials of the Churu department quickly came to the meeting room. When they saw that the person holding the token was a very young girl, although they were puzzled, they all stood on both sides honestly. After all, the family token in the Churu department is equivalent to the head of the family coming in person, and the face that should be given must not be less. Sayuri Takasugi stood in the middle with her hands behind her back, saying nothing, because the most important person had not yet appeared. The atmosphere in the room gradually became solemn. Haha, I heard that old Mitsu sent a little girl here. I want to see it with my own eyes. Suddenly, a man like a black iron tower walked in, breaking the solemn atmosphere. He finally held a cigar in his mouth. His black uniform was open, a silver pistol was slung around his waist, and his face was full of contempt. Hey, isn't this Miss Takasugi? Why don't you stay by Mitsu's side and serve him? Why did you come to the Chiruji? He deliberately said the word serve very loudly. The senior officers standing next to him all blushed and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Hirota Yude, the captain of the Chiruji, once saved Mitsu's life and has always been trusted by Mitsu. He has a very high authority in the Chiruji and always says what he means. He is the biggest obstacle to taking charge of the Chiruji. Facing a strong enemy, Takasugi Sayuri held the family head token tightly in her palm, and her toes almost broke her shoes before she suppressed her anger. Why don't you say anything? Did Mitsu see that the brothers were training hard and asked you to comfort everyone? Hirota Yude took a puff of cigar and blew a puff of white smoke at Takasugi Sayuri's face. With a wretched look on her face, she lowered her voice and said, however, with so many brothers, you may not be able to serve them all. Ha ha ha. At this time, the senior staff members beside her could no longer hold back their laughter. Although the head of the family token was expected to be held by the head of the family in person, a woman holding the token could not win their respect. It's time. Takasugi Sayuri raised the head of the family token high and angrily shouted, Churub Hirota Yude, you did not kneel when you saw the head of the family token, and you spoke wildly. According to the Mitsu family order, you will be executed on the spot. Her serious expression made Hirota Yude take a step back and exclaimed, who dares? The laughter in the room stopped abruptly. The senior staff members looked at each other. Is this woman serious? Although the Mitsu family order did stipulate this, the punishment was only for ordinary staff members, and no senior staff member had ever been punished for this. Takasugi Sayuri tried her best to maintain the seriousness on her face, and glanced at the corner of the meeting room. In the corner, Mikio Morimoto, who had been patting his chest to ensure that the task was completed during the discussion, lowered his head at this moment, and pretended not to see it. Sayuri Takasugi's heart trembled. Men, all of them are unreliable. We can't wait any longer. If Hirota Yude comes to his senses, it will be troublesome. More than 2 years of humiliation, all in vain. Sayuri Takasugi suddenly pulled out a palm-sized mini pistol from her underwear, pointed it at the frightened Hirota Yude, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot. A wisp of gunpowder. A bullet hole. The shell fell to the ground and Hirota Yude fell to the ground. His eyes widened, and he would never believe until his death that the little bitch he mentioned actually dared to shoot. Captain, this little bitch killed the captain, oh my god, damn it. When the senior officers of the Cherub saw the captain fall to the ground, they panicked. Some tried to rescue him, some took out weapons from their pockets, and some took out their mobile phones to report the news. Bang! Sayuri Takasugi pointed her pistol into the air and fired a shot. The senior officers froze in place, their faces showing fear. The scene before them completely shocked them. A woman actually killed the captain. What's more important is that she was holding the token of the head of the family. Could this be the instruction of old Mitsu? Otherwise, how dare a woman do this? So, is old Mitsu going to purge them as well? The fear in the hearts of the senior officers instantly dispersed their anger. Captain of the Cherub, Hirota Yude, ignored the token of the head of the family and has been executed on the spot. Are you planning to go with him? Sayuri Takasugi was relieved and shouted angrily. Captain Takasugi has brought this upon himself. That's right. Every time he gets drunk, he always scolds the head of the family. He should have died long ago. Miss Takasugi, we are willing to support you as the new captain of the Cherub. I support you, too. Support. The senior officers of the Cherub are all very thoughtful people. After what just happened, they naturally understood the woman's plan and all agreed in unison. Okay. Takasugi Sayuri put away her pistol and held up the head of the family token. The situation is urgent. I, Takasugi Sayuri, recommend myself to be the captain of the Cherub. After completing the mission, I will resign from Mitsu-sama. Then, a new captain will be selected from among you. She originally planned to let Morimoto Mikio be the captain and she would command behind the scenes. Unexpectedly, the strong man turned out to be a coward. There was no other way, so she had to be the captain herself and control the Cherub. The senior officers were all delighted when they heard this. A woman would never become the captain. Then, the new captain would be selected from among them, and everyone would have a chance. They immediately became enthusiastic, and before Takasugi Sayuri gave the order, they had their men drag out the body of the former captain. Very good. After Takasugi Sayuri completely controlled the Cherub, she selected 500 elite soldiers from it to form a special operations team, and under the cover of the Black Dragon Society, they sneaked into the Kyoto refugee camp. On the other side, when the morning sun just brushed the branches of the dead tree outside the courtyard, Wu Sanwei had already led Fang Xian and Matsuda Sakurako to ride on the pickup truck provided by the Sumiyoshi Society and headed to the crime scene along the rugged ruins road. Although this is the sphere of influence of the Sumiyoshi Society, considering the noble status of the three people, President Matsunaga Hisahide still sent more than 100 subordinates to follow and protect them. More than 20 pickup trucks were full of soldiers, with heavy machine guns on the roof, forming a mighty convoy, with yellow smoke rising from the tail, and moving forward in the ruins. The refugees hiding in the ruins and attempting to rob immediately huddled in the corners when they saw this. The refugees who were looking for food on the garbage mountain straightened up and looked up at the convoy. Most of them were envious and looked forward to becoming a soldier one day. It was only more than 20 kilometers from the Sumiyoshi headquarters to the shack at the scene of the crime, but because the road was full of collapsed reinforced concrete buildings, the convoy had to take a detour. It took more than an hour to reach the destination, a refugee camp built on the ruins of an old hospital. Wu Sanwei looked through the car window carefully. The predecessor of this place should be a large hospital in Kyoto. Rusty bed frames, broken bedding with red crosses printed on them, and glass fragments glittering in the sun can be vaguely seen in the ruins. Even when passing by a dilapidated house, he found a completely preserved and intact instrument inside. However, this instrument was very large, occupying half of the room, and the surface was covered with pry marks. We rely on collecting various instruments, medicines, and other medical supplies from the ruins to exchange for food from the outside world. Matsuda Sakurako introduced next to him. Wu Sanwei looked at the relatively intact houses and asked in confusion, "Why don't you live in these rooms, but set up a camp instead?" He had seen the detailed information of the camp and knew that most of the houses there were built with wooden boards. Once it rained heavily, the house would be wet, which was definitely not as comfortable as living in these ruins. Some people did this before. They felt that the ruins were more comfortable, so they left the camp shack, but just a few days later, they were found and killed here. Matsuda Sakurako smiled bitterly. Why? Wu Sanwei had already vaguely guessed the truth, but he was a little bit unbelievable. Matsuda Sakurako explained, although fighting, robbery and other violent incidents often occur in the camp, everyone knows that if you kill someone today, someone else can kill you tomorrow, especially since the shacks are made of wooden boards and are not soundproof at all. Once there is a loud noise, it will be noticed by others. Once you kill someone, you will definitely be noticed by everyone. Then the murderer will definitely be feared by everyone and will be isolated in the end. But the ruins are different. Although there are some complete rooms here, they are not connected together, and no one will notice the tragedy. Moreover, most refugees who can enter the ruins to find items are strong and healthy. So, although Matsuda Sakurako's explanation was vague, Wu Sanwei understood it a little. In the Kyoto refugee camp, the main reason why refugees choose to live in groups is to guard against sudden attacks from others. The ruins of the hospital are very large. The pickup truck drove for 5 minutes before Wu Sanwei saw a group of low black houses in front of him. These low houses looked only more than 1 person tall and crooked, just like the worst carpenters who built them casually with a few sticks and a few boards. "That's my home." Matsuda Sakurako looked into the distance with a complicated expression. During the days when she was taken away by Fang Shan, she could eat clean food, drink clean water, wear clothes without odor, and even read books. It was like coming to a dream world. Now she returned to this camp full of tragic memories. She suddenly felt like waking up from a beautiful dream and falling into hell. Fang Shan saw her face full of loneliness and was about to say something, but hesitated for a moment and didn't say it. He opened his mouth and glanced at Wu Sanwei. Feeling Fang Shan's gaze, Wu Sanwei naturally knew what he was thinking. After thinking for a moment, he comforted, "After completing this mission, I will report your contribution to the Bureau." Although it is difficult for Kyoto people to join the Earth Defense Bureau, there are exceptions. It is well known that the Earth Defense Bureau rarely recruits Kyoto people. In fact, Wu Sanwei, who is familiar with internal materials, knows that directly MO is still very welcome to those high-end talents who have passed the character test. "Really?" Matsuda Sakurako widened her eyes and said in surprise. If she could really join the Earth Defense Agency, she could naturally say goodbye to her hellish life, so she couldn't help but get excited. Of course, Mr. W is highly valued by directly MO. Fang Shan, who was standing next to him, also got excited when he saw Wu Sanwei speaking. He had been worrying about how to place Matsuda Sakurako these days. If he turned a blind eye and abandoned this poor girl in the Kyoto refugee camp, he couldn't bear it. But taking her back requires approval from the Bureau. The attitude Wu Sanwei showed now also gave him a reassurance. "Yeah, I will do my best to assist you in the case." Matsuda Sakurako nodded repeatedly. Although she didn't know why the Earth Defense Agency was paying attention to this crime. But in order to avenge her mother and to join the Earth Defense Agency, she must find evidence of Shao Sanjing's crime. Chapter 599 Witness. Mr. W, I hid under that window that night. In front of Matsuda's shack, refugee Yamamoto pointed to an abandoned building not far away and said. Wu Sanwei estimated the distance. It was more than 500 meters. Considering the dim light at the time, he really couldn't see what was happening in front of the shack. He took Fang Shan into the shack. In order to prevent the horrific scene from causing Matsuda Sakurako to have an emotional breakdown, he deliberately asked her to stay outside. As soon as he pushed open the shaky wooden door, Wu Sanwei smelled a foul odor and heard a series of giggling sounds. "Is there someone inside?" Wu Sanwei made a gesture. Fang Shan pulled out the standard weapon from his waist. Wu Sanwei took the dagger in his hand. The two of them carefully pushed open the door. The dim room was covered with purple-red dirt. The shabby box in the corner was shaking from side to side. "There is someone there." The two looked at each other. Fang Xian walked over with a gun in hand and shouted, "Who's there? Come out or I'll shoot." "Don't shoot. Don't shoot." A child in his teens raised his hands in panic and poked his head out from behind the box. It was a child. Fang Xian breathed a sigh of relief, but did not put down his standard weapon. He asked sternly, "Who are you, and what are you doing hiding in there?" The child's face was covered in dirt and his clothes were full of holes. It was obvious that he was a refugee. He said timidly, "I'm Kotani Yukibi, the kid from next door. Come here." Kotani Yukibi hesitated and bit his lip. Wu Sanwei immediately understood that this little guy must have come here to look for food when no one was around. He motioned Fang Xian to put down his weapon and said with a smile, "Zingbai Kotani, you said that your family lives next door, but as far as I know, the next door has been vacant for a long time and no one lives there." According to the information provided by refugees Yamamoto and Matsuda Sakurako, the next door was originally the accommodation of an old couple. Later, the two were attacked by other refugees while looking for food, and it has been idle since then. "I'm an orphan. I live in the ruins during the day and sneak into the camp at night. Because I'm very good at hiding, they don't know." A proud smile appeared on Xiaogu Xingbo's face. Yes, it is basically impossible for a teenager to survive in the refugee camp without a special skill. However, this is good news for Wu Sanwei. If he happened to be next door when the crime happened, he might have seen something. Wu Sanwei suppressed his inner expectations and smiled. "We are investigating a case. You know, the case of the death of old lady Matsuda. Do you know any clues?" Xiaogu Xingbo's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he shook his head repeatedly. No, I didn't see anything. I went to bed that night. There is a way." Wu Sanwei signaled Fang Xian with his eyes. Fang Xian took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket. Kotani Yukibo's eyes were fixed on the chocolate. His Adam's apple trembled, and he swallowed his saliva. "If you tell us everything you saw, this piece of chocolate will be given to you," Wu Sanwei said with a smile. He was now sure that the little guy must have seen the crime that night. 2 pieces. No. 10 pieces. Give me 10 pieces of chocolate, and I will tell you everything. Kotani Yukibo's young face was full of greed, and he looked very awkward. Fang Xian's hand reached into his pocket again and was about to satisfy him. "Shoot him," Wu Sanwei suddenly ordered. Fang Xian was stunned for a moment, but immediately understood, raised his standard weapon, and aimed at Kotani Yukibo with his hand on the trigger. Kotani Yukibo's hand, which had been put down, was raised again. His voice was trembling. "Don't kill me. I don't want chocolate anymore. I'll tell you everything." Wu Sanwei sneered. "No clues needed. Do you really think the death of a refugee is worth investigating?" Upon hearing this, Kotani Yukibo fell to the ground, his trouser legs wet. Wu Sanwei saw that his eyes were filled with fear and knew that the time had come, so he slowly said, "Although we don't care about this matter, the proposal just now is still valid. You can get this chocolate if you tell us everything you know. In the refugee area in Kyoto, greed is everywhere. Hungry refugees can write a fantasy novel for a piece of biscuit. Only the threat of death can make them tell the truth. I saw everything that night." Kotani Yukibo replied hurriedly, fearing that the conditions would be invalidated. "Everything." Wu Sanwei was happy in his heart, but his face did not change at all. "Tell me in detail. You know, I'm just an orphan. I go out to look for food every day and have to hide from the adults. That night, I was lucky enough to find a pack of instant noodles in a ruin." Kobayoni licked his lips as he spoke, as if recalling the delicious food. "Wu Sanwei, go on. This pack of instant noodles is enough for me to not have to look for food for 3 days, so I went back to the next door at dusk, around 8 o'clock in the evening. You know, I don't have a clock, so I rely on light to tell the time." Kobayoni was also unsure of the exact time and explained timidly. "Wu Sanwei, go on." Kotani Yukibo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he was not angry and continued, "Since there were no candles, I lay on the bed and recalled the happy times before the moon fell. At that time, my parents were corporate executives and lived a wealthy life. Every weekend, they would take me to Disney, where there were all kinds of cartoon character performances and delicious ice cream. This little guy was going off topic. Woo-san said coldly, speak to the point. Odani Yukibi. Around 8 o'clock that night, I heard a noise coming from next door, including the scream of that thin lady. The thin lady was Mrs. Matsuda. Because she was very thin, I gave her this nickname. He started to talk nonsense. Woo-san frowned. Kotani Yukibi quickly returned to the topic. When I heard the scream, I looked through the gap in the wooden board. 2 men in black night clothes appeared in the room. One of them held a dagger and pressed the thin lady on the table. As he said, he pointed to the table next to him with a missing leg. It's right here. Another pale young man took out a syringe from his pocket and inserted it into the thin lady's head. Then the thin lady seemed to lose consciousness and didn't move. Then, the young man lay on the thin lady's neck and bit her like a vampire, sucking blood. I was scared when I saw this and quickly hid under the bed. I don't know what happened next. An expression of extreme fear appeared on his face, and he was trembling all over. Woo-san took out a photo from his pocket and handed it over. Look, is this the man? Kotani Yukibi took it with shaking hands and nodded confidently. It's him. Although I'm small, I have a good memory, especially his vicious eyes. I will never forget them. Seeing that he was very convinced, Woo-san breathed a sigh of relief. Now there is an eyewitness. In order to prove that Sheo Sanjing is a real murderer, both human and material evidence are indispensable. The next thing to find is the undocumented evidence. Can you give me that chocolate? Kotani Yukibi asked. Woo-san took the chocolate from Fang Shan and handed it over. Here you go. Kotani Yukibi snatched it, quickly opened the package, and swallowed it into his mouth. It's so delicious. Since entering the refugee camp, I haven't eaten such delicious food again. A tear fell from the corner of his eye. Woo-san sighed in his heart when he saw this scene. The Chibals in Kyoto refused the assistance conditions of the Earth Defense Agency for their own interests, which led to the existence of the refugee camp. Damn it. But the most important thing now is to keep this witness. Do you want to eat chocolate every day? Kotani Yukibi had already swallowed the whole chocolate bar and was stunned for a moment, looking at him in disbelief. Eat it every day? Yes. You didn't lie to me? No. Then what do you want me to do? Kotani Yukibi asked directly. Years of living in the refugee zone made him understand that all gains must be paid for. Woo-san raised the photo in his hand. This man is the son of a Chibal. If one day I need you to correct him in court, do you have the courage? Once Sheo Sanjing found out that the Earth Defense Agency was investigating him, he would definitely take all possible means to obstruct the investigation, and killing witnesses is the most convenient and effective one. This poor child, once he becomes a witness, will inevitably be in danger. Yes. Kotani Yukibi gave an unexpected answer without hesitation. Seeing Woo-san puzzled expression, he explained with a wry smile. It's not because I have high morals. You know, there is no such thing as morality here. The main reason is that I'm not sure how long I can last in this hellish refugee camp. Maybe the next moment, I will die because I can't find food, or I will be discovered by those adults, or I will be infected with a disease. Before being assassinated by the big Chibal, I can at least live a period of my old life, right? He paused, revealing a cunning look in his big eyes. I think you will protect me too. In fact, when the fierce-looking man took out the pistol, Kotani Yukibi had already determined that the 2 men were not bad people because they did not have murderous intent. And people who do not have murderous intent and give chocolate to eat are usually good people. Woo-san was also stunned for a moment and looked at the child again. He is young, but he has a lot of thoughts. Maybe he is a good seedling. After handing Kotani Yukibi to Matsuda Sakurako outside the door for care, Woo-san took out the biometric information detector he carried with him and began to investigate the crime scene. The bioinformation detector is a new product of Mosey technology. It has traditional detection functions such as footprints, fingerprints, DNA, and handwriting. It has become the standard equipment for field staff of the Earth Defense Agency. The lavender light emitted by the bioinformation detector fell into the room. Radioactive bloodstains appeared on the walls and floors. Wu Sanwei and Fang Xian carefully checked and found that these bloodstains had been treated with special solutions and the internal DNA structure had been destroyed. It seems that Xiao Sanjing cleaned up the scene after committing the crime. Wu Sanwei did not hold out hope for finding directional information such as fingerprints. Sure enough, no fingerprints were found in the entire room. Even the footprints on the ground had been cleaned up and only a few blurred marks could be seen. However, even for these blurred marks, Wu Sanwei still asked Fang Xian to record them all with a camera. The body had long been decayed, and bacteria and microorganisms had devoured all useful information. This time, the on-site investigation operation yielded nothing except a witness. No substantial evidence was found. Even so, Wu Sanwei still put the blood smear, a stick with suspicious scratches on it, and several torn rags into the evidence bag. He whispered to Fang Xian before opening the door. "Mr. W, have you found anything?" Ishino Takeo had been waiting outside the door for a long time and hurried over to ask. His eyes unconsciously fell on the evidence bag in Fang Xian's hand. "Well, we have obtained substantial evidence. After we go back and study and analyze it, we should be able to prove who committed this crime." Wu Sanwei seemed very excited. Matsuda Sakurako, who was guarding the witness in the pickup truck, also cast an excited look at him. Ishino Takeo's hands trembled, pretending to be calm, and smiled. "Then congratulations. Shall we go back now?" "Okay, go back and rest, and we will go to the next crime scene in the afternoon." Wu Sanwei's voice was very loud, perhaps because he was too excited. Even the refugees watching from a distance could hear it clearly. Everyone got on the pickup truck and drove away from the camp under the gaze of the refugees watching. On the pickup truck, Fang Xian drove the pickup truck, and from time to time he put his hands on the standard weapon on his waist, as if he was ready to fire at any time. Wu Sanwei pretended to take out the black dagger and played with it. Even Matsuda Sakurako noticed the unusual atmosphere and asked timidly, "Will we be attacked?" Upon hearing this, the witness Kotani Yukiboi immediately hugged his head and leaned on the seat. Wu Sanwei sneered, "They shouldn't come so quickly, but we still have to be prepared to prevent any eventuality. However, don't worry, Fang Xian and I have received special training, and 1 or 200 people can't get close to us." 1 or 200 people. Matsuda Sakurako seemed a little unconvinced and glanced at Fang Xian. Fang Xian's face looked strange. He wanted to refute, but didn't dare to refute. He could only focus all his attention on the rugged road. They, the field staff of the Earth Defense Agency, have indeed received special training and learned ancient Chinese martial arts. They can fight 10 or even 20 people alone. However, it is too exaggerated to say that 1 or 200 people can't get close to us. Matsuda Sakurako hesitated for a moment, then wisely hugged her head and lay down on the seat. Wu Sanwei saw this scene in the rearview mirror, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Why don't you believe it? After years of hard training in Kamiyama, Wu Sanwei's strength and speed are far superior to ordinary people. Moreover, Kyoto people are generally thin and their physical fitness is far inferior to that of ordinary people." Chapter 600 Speed Maximum. What disappointed Wu Sanwei was that on the way back, the weather was calm and the people from Xiao Sanjing did not show up. When they returned to the villa, before the car stopped, Aoyama Yoshiko and Anodora Miki came to greet them. "You are back." Aoyama Yoshiko bit her lips excitedly and bowed. After she knew that Mr. W had entered the refugee camp, her heart was full of uneasiness. She was afraid that they would not come back, and she and Anodora Miki had to go back to the president. "Yeah." Wu Sanwei nodded lightly. "Let me take this." Seeing Fang Xian holding a big bag, Aoyama Yoshiko hurried forward and stretched out her hand to take it. "No need." Fang Xian shook his head and walked around her. Aoyama Yoshiko was stunned. She just wanted to help with something. "You two, go and help that little guy clean up." Wu Sanwei turned around and said. Aoyama Yoshiko came back to her senses and hurriedly walked towards the pickup truck. A child was lying on the back seat. He was smelly and his neck was covered with dirt. His original skin color could not be seen at all. There was a flicker of timidity in his bright eyes, like a little mouse exposed to the sun. "Come down." Aoyama Yoshiko thought of herself yesterday and smiled and comforted her. Kotani Yukibari followed Aoyama Yoshiko to the bathroom obediently, and Woo Sanwei was relieved. He was almost fainted by the smoke in the pickup truck just now. Then what should I do? Anodaramaki asked timidly. Here, if you have nothing to do, you have no value. People without value are easily eliminated. Woo Sanwei looked at her pitiful expression and felt tired. The reason why he chose to help them was just a coincidence. I didn't expect that these two girls were not restless at all and tried to help. Well, find something for her to do so that she wouldn't have wild thoughts. Woo Sanwei, go and clean the room. Okay, Anodaramaki nodded quickly. Matsuda Sakurai looked at the scene thoughtfully, and then she came over and asked, then here we go again. Woo Sanwei frowned. You don't have to do anything. Take a good rest and go to the next crime scene with us in the afternoon. Okay. Matsuda Sakurai also knew that he was different from the two of them, so he didn't bother about it anymore. Back to the room. Fang Xian took out the map of the refugee camp. The next crime scene is 20 kilometers away. It is the territory of the Black Dragon Society. We must be careful. Black Dragon Society? Woo Sanwei frowned. According to the information of the Earth Defense Bureau, the Black Dragon Society and the Mitsu Zaibatsu are very close. Some people even think that the Black Dragon Society was supported by the old Mitsu. Then should we send more bodyguards to the Sumiyoshi Association? Matsuda Sakurai suggested. Woo Sanwei thought for a moment and shook his head. According to the analysis of the crime scene, Shiomitsu is a meticulous person, and all traces have been covered up. Even at the next crime scene, it is estimated that it will be difficult to find useful clues. The only way now is to lure the snake out of the hole with one's body. That was why he deliberately announced loudly in the refugee camp that he had found evidence. I believe that the spies of the Mitsu family have already passed the information back. If they are not stupid, they will definitely look for opportunities to raid. And the Chibil who can rule a region must have no problem with their IQ. After a simple lunch, Woo Sanwei did not bring Matsuda Sakurai with him as promised, but told her to stay in the annex and keep an eye on Kobodani. Although Matsuda Sakurai was a little reluctant, perhaps she noticed something unusual and just nodded heavily. The pickup truck team of the Sumiyoshi Association had already been waiting outside the annex. There were more than 100 bodyguards, all armed with heavy weapons. However, what surprised Woo Sanwei was that the butler Ishino Takeo did not accompany the team. An officer who looked like a woman explained that the old butler had to stay in bed because of a sudden illness. Woo Sanwei stared at the woman-like officer for a long time, intentionally or unintentionally, until the sweat on his forehead soaked his makup, and then he retracted his gaze. Let's go. The pickup truck team moved slowly along the rugged road. Inside the car, Woo Sanwei held the black dagger tightly in his hand floating on the door handle, his eyes looking outside vigilantly. Fang Xian had already placed the standard weapon on the dashboard, and his spirit was tense. The prerequisite for luring the enemy with one's body and luring the snake out of the hole is that one cannot be swallowed by the prey. Otherwise, it would be funny. Mr. W, do we need to seek support from the bureau? Fang Xian asked suddenly while driving. He always felt that this action was a bit reckless, but Woo Sanwei never gave him a chance to give suggestions. If we can use satellites to survey the surrounding environment, we can prepare early if we encounter an ambush. Woo Sanwei, are you scared? Fang Xian, why would I be scared? I sneaked into the African tribe alone to rescue hostages. I was not afraid of thousands of barefoot tribal soldiers. Woo Sanwei, it's good that you are not afraid. The situation in Kyoto is complicated. Before finding conclusive evidence, it is not appropriate for the Bureau to intervene in a big way. Kyoto is completely controlled by the Chibils. Everyone knows that the Earth Defense Agency is very dissatisfied with this situation. If it intervenes rashly, it is likely to be criticized and damage its credibility. Fang Xian nodded in understanding and concentrated on driving. On several pickup trucks responsible for escort, the soldiers of the Sumiyoshi were still as lax as ever, holding weapons and sitting in the truck bed, looking like they had not woken up yet. Woo Sanwei was not surprised. These people joined the Sumiyoshi just to make a living. If they encountered danger, they would probably run faster than rabbits. He still had to rely on himself. He carefully observed the situation along the road, trying to find the most likely place for the enemy to launch an attack. However, he soon found that this attempt was futile, because the ruins of buildings on both sides of the road were too suitable for hiding their whereabouts. In this case, he could only improvise. Unlock the car windows. We are ready to jump out of the car at any time, Wu Sanwei instructed. The expected attack occurred when the truck passed a collapsed high-rise building. Boom boom. 2 rockets were fired from the ruins, hitting the first and last cars of the convoy respectively. The convoy stopped in the middle of the road and became a live target. Dada. Dada. A burst of rapid gunfire rang out. Dang dang. Dang dang. The sound of bullets piercing the truck rang out. Enemy attack. The Sumiyoshike official who was in charge of the escort escaped professionally as expected. They jumped off the truck and ran into the ruins without even looking back. Even the little guy who patted his chest to ensure safety before setting off did not forget to raise his hands high when he ran away. Fuck. These guys don't even pretend. Fang Shan took the weapon in his hand, opened the car window and jumped out, and jumped behind the concrete wall on the side of the road. As soon as he turned around, he found that Wu Sanwei had appeared behind him at some point. You are too fast, aren't you? He clearly remembered that Wu Sanwei jumped out of another car door and jumped to the other side of the road. Speed is maximum doubt. Wu Sanwei held the dagger in his hand and stared into the distance. Although the Sumiyoshike official had already escaped, the attackers did not rush out rashly, but hid on the tall building and kept shooting cold guns. Puff. Bullets hit the concrete not far away, sending out a cloud of dust. Fang Shan said with great experience, they should have biological detection equipment or something like that, otherwise they wouldn't be aiming at us and shooting. Yes. We have it too, and it's more advanced. Wu Sanwei took out a palm-sized instrument from his pocket. Turning it on, the screen lit up. It showed dense red dots. Some red dots were stationary, while others were slowly moving towards this side. Fang Shan, you cover here, I'll go and kill them. Wu Sanwei stuffed the instrument into his arms and waved a dagger. Kill them. There are hundreds of red dots. How can one person kill them? Are you Iron Man? Fang Shan felt his jaw drop. However, before he could stop him, Wu Sanwei ducked out with his waist bent, like a nimble cheetah, nimbly dodging the bullet attack. Fang Shan came to his senses. Although he didn't believe Wu Sanwei could kill so many people, he had to shoot the bow now. He leaned out, picked up the heavy machine gun he had just picked up, and fired Dada. Dada to cover Wu Sanwei's progress. Wu Sanwei crouched down and advanced along the ruins, taking out the detector from time to time to take a look. When he was sure that the nearest red dot was less than 5 meters away, he turned sideways and hid behind the wall. Soon, there was movement in front, and a team of soldiers in black uniforms walked over. Although they were holding weapons and in a guard formation, they were obviously not too cautious, because most of the enemies had run away, and there were only 2 real targets. This mission was too easy. The team leader of Cherub was already fantasizing that, after getting the bonus, he could have a good time in Kyoto Kabukicho at night. Everyone, hurry up. Whoever can capture those 2 guys will be rewarded 2 million by Sayuri Takasuji. Don't let Group 2 get ahead. He encouraged loudly. Don't worry, Captain Samejima, our team is full of elites, and those guys in Group 2 are just defeated. That's right. That's right. You have to treat us to dinner at night. I want to. You want to. Can you handle it? Ha ha ha. A black light flashed in front of the guy who was about to speak, and a bright red thick liquid spurted out of his neck. His voice was choked in his throat and could no longer be spit out. Enemy attack. The remaining soldiers reacted very quickly and immediately looked for cover and pulled the bolt with a swish. Unfortunately, there was no shadow of the enemy around. The soldier just now was killed by a ghost. Captain Samejima's heart couldn't help but rise in the air, and he clenched the weapon in his hand and complained in his heart, it would be great if there was a biological detector. Unfortunately, there is no if. He just blinked. Plop, a soldier next to him covered his neck and fell down. Ghost, there is a ghost here. Seeing this scene, several soldiers could no longer hold back their inner fear. Bang! Team leader Jaiodeo fired a shot at the guy, who was shouting without hesitation. What a ghost. The enemy must have used a method we don't know. Don't deceive the crowd here. He knew that these guys were not reliable at all, and the first thing they thought of when they encountered a situation was to escape. They could only be stopped by force. Sure enough, those guys, although they looked panicked and their hands holding the weapons were shaking a little, they still tried to be calm and pretended to be alert. Unfortunately, Wu Sanwei, who had killed 2 people in a row, had no intention of letting them go. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and concentrated, and poured all his attention into his legs. He felt a trace of heat in his body, then suddenly opened his eyes, turned into a black shadow, and pounced on a trembling soldier. The black dagger silently cut off the soldier's throat. Wu Sanwei took another kill, turned into a black shadow, and returned to his hiding place. He raised the dagger and took a look. On the black dagger, the bright red thick liquid seeped into it bit by bit, and finally the surface of the dagger returned to black, and no trace could be seen. This is a bloodthirsty dagger. Every time he holds it in his hand, Wu Sanwei can feel that it is like a living thing, constantly shouting for blood. The user will gain speed and strength beyond ordinary people, and will also have a feeling of wanting to destroy everything. When using the dagger, Wu Sanwei must stick to his mind to avoid falling into madness. Considering that Wang Di of Shenshen has used this dagger before, he has reason to believe that this is a strange item brought to Earth by the ancestors from Mars. As another soldier fell silently, team leader Jiaodao could no longer control the situation. There is a ghost. Everyone run. The soldiers fled to the back with terrified faces. Team leader Jiaodao stomped his feet unwillingly and was about to follow the retreat. Suddenly, he felt a coldness on his neck and a pale young man appeared in front of him. He is the murderer. Team leader Jiaodao tried to shout out, but his torn throat could only make a whoosh sound. I finally saw the murderer. It's not a ghost. With the last consciousness, his eyes went black, and he fell into the eternal darkness. Wu Sanwei looked at the fleeing soldiers and scratched his head. These guys are running too fast. It's hard to catch them. He tightly grasped the dagger and felt a heat flow coming from the dagger. The heat quickly spread throughout his body. Wu Sanwei stomped his feet, and the stone slab under his feet suddenly broke into pieces, and a cloud of dust rose into the air. It seems that the dagger has absorbed a lot of blood today and is working extra hard. None of you can escape. Wu Sanwei took a big step and turned into a black shadow to catch up. There is a ghost. Everyone run. R1 kill. Dada. Dada 2 kills. Devil. Don't 3 kills. 4 kills. Wu Sanwei turned into a demon from hell, harvesting the lives of the Crane soldiers one by one. Wherever he passed, there were corpses everywhere. When he came to the ruins of the high-rise building, he had killed at least 200 soldiers. At this time, the soldiers in charge of vigilance upstairs also discovered the abnormality below and bombarded him with various heavy firepower. Damn it, that guy is a monster. Quickly launch the missiles. Takasugi Sayuri saw that the life signals of her own soldiers on the biological detector kept disappearing and knew that something was wrong, so she quickly ordered the soldiers to use the Cobra surface-to-surface missiles they carried with them. This missile was purchased from the North American black market by the Mitsuseibatsu a long time ago. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.